Hello everybody and welcome. Hello everybody and welcome back to Donington Park. It's a bit breezy, it's a bit chilly, but I can assure you the on-track action today is going to be hot, hot, hot. Yes, we're back for the Classic Sports Car Club and we have the modified saloons about to go out very, very shortly. Do stay tuned throughout the day. And before we get to the track action, I did catch up with one or two of the drivers. Right, I've nipped down to the assembly area for the special saloons and let's go grab a word with one or two of the drivers. We've got car number 309 here. Look at this, we've got the Morris Parker car. Let's just grab a quick word if we may. We're just trying to adjust seatbelts. Good morning.
Good morning.
The qualifying went quite well for you. Must be. Are you happy?
Yeah, very happy. Yeah, we managed to get the car going again. We've had a few problems recently and changed a few settings and it's going back to how it used to. So yeah, very pleased.
Can I just say this is a car you don't see very often these days, isn't it? Tell us what exactly it is.
It's Peugeot 309. We built it back in early 1990s for a series called Thunder Saloons.
Yeah.
Back then, so you had to have a steel chassis, steel body, a steel floor, etc. We weren't allowed to move the engine back, so quite restricted. But the engine free and suspension free. So it's actually got it's rear-wheel drive now. It's got Cosworth YB engine in it. Produces about 550 brake horsepower.
Wow.
And we've got a Tiga sports car suspension on it from a Le Mans car. So
you've only done a little bit of work on it, just a little bit. You know, look, I've got a Peugeot myself, not quite like this, but so I'll be keeping a sharp eye on you. Best of luck with the race. Thanks for talking to us. Let's keep going. Look at this down here. Now I know this car very well. It looks like a Lotus Bullet, doesn't it? Let's see if we grab a quick word with the man himself. Here he is. Hello, it's great to see you again. You know I've got a bit of a thing for this car. Look, qualifying, how did it go for you?
Well, we're pretty happy at fifth, It was really hard work getting a clean lap in, but it wouldn't have made any much difference whether we were 2 seconds quicker. We'd still be in the same place on the grid, really.
So what do you think you could do in the race? Because it is, it's a short race, isn't it?
Yeah, so, if I could just hang on to the place, I'll be happy. You know what I mean?
Well, look, take it home safely. It's always got a soft spot for me, that. You know it does. Cheers. Right, let's just move a little bit further down and look at these two machines we've got here. We've got the BMW here and right behind it as well. Look at the Morris Minor number 16. Let's grab a quick word of this as well. Looks like we've got Craig Percy in the car here. Let's just have a quick word if we may. Quick word if that's okay. Let's see if we can. Good morning, how are you?
All right, not too bad.
This has caught my eye because it's the wheel arches are huge. It sounds beautiful. What's it like to drive?
It's a heavy old beast. It's got a fair size front tyre, so it takes a little bit of handling the steering and stuff, but it's a fantastic thing on the track.
Absolutely gorgeous. Look, qualifying, are you happy with your session?
Yeah, it went okay. It was busy on the track yesterday. There's a lot of cars on there, but I don't think anybody got a clear lap, so we'll have to see what happens in the race now, because the fuel will be mixed up at the moment.
Definitely. Look, best of luck, enjoy it, keep it safe.
Thanks for that.
Cheers, thank you very much. Right, so we're going to move. Right, back down in the area. One person we have to come speak to is Mr. Marcus Bicknell over here. Marcus.
Morning.
Hello, how are you? I haven't seen you since Snetterton it was.
Remind me your name.
Ian.
Good
now, I spoke to you as you were coming out of the assembly area. It's quite tricky to get out around Snetterton, wasn't it? This machine, I've got a real soft spot for it.
Oh, good.
I really, really do. What is it like to drive, first of all?
It's a beast. It's an absolute beast. But it's incredibly satisfying because when it's on song, it's so quick. I've had 6 wins in 2 years, whereas with the big Mustang it was really, really difficult. So in the paddock it's undrivable. On the circuit, boom!
So down the straights.
Well, no, surprisingly, the handling is really good. It's such a strong 2-inch tube chassis that we got it set up now. The turn-in is fantastic. Getting back on the throttle is a bit more Graham Hill bend. It always puts it out.
Yeah.
So no, it's lovely fun.
Now tell us about the car. Where's it from? How did you come into owning it?
So it's a Rockingham car. It's an AS car built in 2004 Rockingham by RML. And Ray Mallett recently gave me all the setup sheets from when they were built. I went, oh! And then when Rockingham finished in, what was that, 2012?
Yeah, well, yeah. More recent than that.
Obviously these were for sale and I picked it up, not too expensive, and I put an LS3 engine in, brand new crate engine with 550 horsepower. Incredibly reliable, and it's a cheap way to go racing, to be honest.
It doesn't look cheap, but I'll give you that.
I mean, if I said that the whole car with the brand new engine less than £20,000,
wow,
it is cheap.
So you could own an AS car essentially for under 20 grand.
And there's a couple for sale, so
there we
get
go.
in there.
Get in there. Yes.
And Andrew Knight in the black one is quicker than me today, so I've got a little bit of thinking to do.
Quick question, Marcus. Can I borrow 20 grand?
You want to borrow £20?
20 grand.
£20 maybe.
The best of luck for the race. Enjoy. Thanks for bringing it along. It looks great. Thank you.
Yeah, go to Andrew. He's quicker than me.
Is he?
Yeah.
Let's go have a quick chat with Andrew Knight. Andrew, just been talking to Marcus. Apparently you're quicker than him.
No. Future ahead of him.
I wish. I just got him in practice, but last time we were at Brian's, he was 2 seconds a lap quicker than me on the Grand Prix circuit. So
right.
I'm half expecting him to catch me.
Now look, Marcus just told me the story how he got his car. How did you get yours? Is it the same? Is it a Rockingham
it's
car?
An old Ascot.
Yeah.
And I was racing a Mustang in Burners V8 and finding myself at the back end of the grid for most of the time. And I thought I need some more power. so I acquired this. And it is quicker than the Mustang. So the Mustang looks brilliant, but this one is the fastest on the track.
This looks nice, you know, raw speed, that's what we want, isn't it?
It's a better colour scheme than Marcus, that's for sure.
Look, Andrew, thanks for talking to us. Enjoy the race, won't you? Been keeping an eye out. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome along to Donington Park for day 2 of the Classic Sports Car Club. We've already had one qualifying session this morning. We've got one race to slot in nice and early, and then we'll go back to qualifying again. So we're with you for the first race of the day. We won't be with you for the remaining qualifying sessions, but if you are watching online, all of the races you will be able to see over the course of what is a busy day here. The first of 2 Special Saloons and Mod Sports races incorporating Burney's V8s are heading onto the grid. The cars absolutely look beautiful, and some real period special saloons out there as well, including Baby Bertha is with us, the number 61 Droop Snoop Frenza that will have Joe Ward on board for this race, and for its first race in 42 years the car has been rebuilt meticulously back to as close to its original specifications, some modifications to cater for current safety standards, but it's great to see the ex-Tony Hazelwood DAF V8 out in the hands of Andy Wilson. Didn't do qualifying, he's never driven the car, it's not raced for 42 years, it's a V8, it's a short wheelbase, it could be interesting. Let's guide you through the grid then as the cars head out onto circuit. Number 175, Andy Southcott lines up on pole position, and alongside is car number 309 for this race, that will be Danny Morris. Row 2 of the grid is 52 Steve O and 777 Christian Douglas. 52 and 777. Row 3 of the grid sees 56 Matt Holborn and 23 James Plant line up, with row 4 being number 181 Paul Connell and car number 100 John Cockerton. The 5th row of the grid is 97 Andrew Knight and 22 Marcus Bicknell, the 2 teammates alongside in their big V8 AS cars that hark back to the oval series that we had at Rockingham Raceway in the UK. Occasionally used to head over to Germany and take in the Lausitzring as well, that series. Both of those cars cut their teeth back in that series. And row 6 of the grid is car number 111 Clive Anderson, a little bit out of position I thought, looking at the qualifying times, and alongside is 61 Joe Ward with Baby Bertha. Row 7 of the grid is 16 Craig Percy and 82 Tim Cairns. Row 8 is 51 Wayne Crabtree and 39 Cheng Lim. The 9th row of the grid for this race, number 88 is Mike Scott, and for company he has number 54 Chris Ridge, and row 10 of the grid is 74 Martin Glennie and 156, which is Peter Kennelly. The 11th row of the grid, 81 Andy Edwards and 157, which for this race is Ben Tovey. Row 12 of the grid is 66 Neil Duke and 561 Chris Pearson. The 13th row of the grid is 132, which is Brian Davidge, and 89, which is Jim Stewart. Row 14 for this race, car number 121 is John Griffiths, and 26, which is Bill Richards. Row 15 of the grid is 65 Steve Bray and 161 Sam Callahan, with row 16 being 27 Martin Reynolds and 46, which is Stuart Entwistle, 27 and 46. Row 17 of the grid is 48 Matt Snowball and 57 Tony Paxman. Row 18 of the grid, now these are cars that didn't actually appear for qualifying, so some of these without question will work their way through the order. Car number 113 Josh Ronchetti and 155 Matt DAF V8, as we say, not raced for 42 years, this car. Number 155, Andy Wilson. At the back of the grid, I'm not sure he's made it out, to be perfectly honest. We should have a black Lotus, but I don't recall having seen that car on the rolling lap. So we should have had 166, which is Rob Fenn. So this is going to be a 15-minute race to open up our programme here at day 2 with the Classic Sports Car Club. Andy Southcott looking to try and do what he did in all 3 races at Thruxton, which was, all 3 races at Snetterton, which was claim victory, and he is a driver that will be looking to try and add more to his tallies of victories. None of the field have ever won in Special Saloons and Motorsports since its relaunched by the CSCC a few years ago, so we will have a new winner to add to the list here today. This colossal grid of cars, 15 minutes, red lights on. The red lights are about to go out, which they do now, and they charge their way up towards Redgate Corner for the first time, with Andy Southcott already inching ahead of the Peugeot of Danny Morris. And as they then turn their way in towards the corner, it is Chris Southcott that leads the race, with Danny Morris in second place, and it's the Crosley of Steve O that sits there in third position, hounding the Peugeot as they head down through the Craner curves in the early stages of this one. It looks as though Christian Douglas with his TVR Tuscan will be there in fourth place. James Plant is there in fifth position at the wheel of the number 23, Austin Healy. But quick cars from the tail end of the field that maybe had issues in qualifying. Watch out for some of those, because they should thread their way up through the order, one would have thought. Already starting to stretch their legs through Schwantz and on towards the Craner curves. Not through Schwantz and up towards the Plains, I should say. And then up towards Coppice Corner. Andy Southcott looking to do what he has done so many times over the last few years, and that is sprint away in the lead of the race. It's been a couple of years since Special Saloons and Motorsports last race here at Donington Park, and yeah, Andy Southcott is sprinting away in the lead of the race, and it doesn't look as though Danny Morris or even Steve O have anything that they can offer up to the space-framed midget. So over the start-finish line, here's Gob. The Peugeot in second place, the Crosley sitting there in third place. Fourth place is Christian Douglas in a TVR Tuscan, but indecently quick in a straight line is number 23, which is James Plant with the 6.6 litre Austin Healy clone. Matt Hobden at the wheel of his light blue TVR is the next of those through, as he sits there in sixth position. And seventh at the moment is Bullet, as it's known, which is Josh Ronchetti, who was scheduled to have started 35th on the grid and is up to seventh at the moment. So he really has got out of the box very quickly indeed. That black car with its orange stripes, that familiar livery that Josh Ronchetti has run on that car for so many years. How's the DAF V8 getting on? It is now up into 30th position, so Andy Wilson turning his first few laps in that car. Say the first few laps that have been driven by anybody for 42 years. The ex-Tony Hazelwood car, which was again one of those, a bit like Baby Bertha, one of the iconic Special Saloons of period. With things like the Fraud Cortina as well that we used to have, and all of those other amazing cars back in era. Somebody already heading for the pit lane, so there's issues for somebody. Highly strung cars are these, and they do take a little bit of coaxing around, particularly some of the old ones, but it's one of the MGB V8s that's come in, I'm afraid to say, and that's John Griffiths who has come into the pit lane. But safely on to what is lap number 3 now is Andy Southcott. There goes Josh Ronchetti over the start-finish line. The Bullet, the black car with the orange stripes down the centre of it. Josh is actually lost a place on that lap. He was in 7th. He's dropped back down into 8th position. And he's under pressure from Andrew Knight by the look of things, the ex-AS car, the oval racing car that's been now adapted its setup to run on the road. Oh, and a big mistake for Andrew Knight heading down through the Craner curves, dipped a wheel onto the grass and has lost the number 97 car. For some reason he just seemed to sort of put a couple of wheels, the right wheels, on the grass heading to the top of Hollywood and then towards the Craner curves, and from there that sort of unsettled the car and spat him round. Thankfully he has gathered up the moment, no damage, but certainly that would have spiked the heart rate, because that was a quick part of the circuit to lose control of the big heavy car. He watching online, here's a replay of it. Yeah, behind Josh Ronchetti. Yeah, the car started to get away from him. It was on the power going into the right-hand kick when the back end just stepped out from him, and a couple of 360-degree spins on the tarmac and one on the grass, and he's back in the race. That would have dropped him down through the order. So we've got 11 minutes of the race to go. Leading the race is Andy Southcott. Danny Morris in second position. Then watching online, Christian Douglas is under attack still. Now this is for 4th and 5th place. Christian Douglas under attack from James Plant. So the big TVR being hounded by the Austin Healey. Elsewhere down through the orders, a good fight going on as well with the cars towards the tail end. I think it's Martin Glennie's TVR that has managed to break away from the next of the chasing pack, whilst the race leaders are up at the top part of the circuit. And that pack of cars also includes the recovering number 97 car of Andrew Knight, having had his spin at the Craner Curves last time through. He's at Redgate Corner trying to fight his way back up through the order. 10 minutes of the race remaining. Andy Southcott has a very, very comfortable lead. Andrew Knight's big Haas car that had the spin at the Craner Curves last time through is going side by side with Martin Reynolds in the Ford Escort Mark 1 down through the Craner Curves, and sort of a little more cautious with his approach down through that part of the circuit this time through. We've also now had a shuffle for 4th and 5th as well, as the Austin Healey of James Plant has gone through and ahead of Christian Douglas TVR Tuscan. So the Tuscan, kind of a 777, losing a position now, dropping down into 5th position. Might come under attack from the other TVR Tuscan that we've got in the field, which is behind it now, number 56, which is Matt Holborn. Through the Craner Curves goes James Plant, and with him is Austin Healey. The number 23 car still under attack from the car he's just taken the place away from. Christian Douglas will try and sneak his way back through if he can. Just the amazing shapes and sizes that you see. We've got the fabulous, and I do love the Craig Percy Morris Minor. It's a 6.2 litre, 6.3 litre Morris Minor. Now that is under attack from the orange BMW, which will be the car of Clive Anderson. And what will they be fighting for? They'll be fighting for 12th, 13th, 14th position, something like that. So we're now almost the halfway point of this race. Andy Southcott, number 175, still continuing to lead. Clive Anderson has picked the pocket of Craig Percy, so that brings the orange BMW up a place. Up towards Redgate Corner goes James Plant, being chased still by Christian Douglas, and then the next of the light blue TVRs, which is Matt Holborn, who sits there in 6th position. While down at the old hairpin at the moment, we've got, by the look of things, the fight's absolutely on now for 2nd position. Danny Morris has been caught by Steve O over the course of the last few laps, and the Peugeot is under pressure from the Crosley. They'll be heading uphill and in towards McLean's Corner. Traffic that needs dealing with as well. They both dealt with the traffic and have managed to get through and past it all. They'll head up towards Coppice Corner with the Peugeot under attack from the number 52 car of Steve O, the Crosley that sits behind. And those two have got about 7 seconds between themselves and the next car, so they can afford to fight and lose a bit of time, but don't want to be fighting too much. Otherwise, there is a possibility that James Plant at the wheel of his Austin Healey could catch up. Right, this time, by the time they work their way onto the start-finish line, the gap Peugeot to Crosley has come all the way back out again. So it was a poor run through Coppice and some traffic, I suspect, for that car, because the open top sports car, the Crosley, is now a fair chunk behind that grey Peugeot as they head through Redgate Corner. So 2nd place for the Peugeot 309. 3rd place for the number 52 Crosley. All of the time was 175. Andy Southcott continues on his merry way. 12.5 seconds to the good now from Danny Morris. It will be brother Ricky Parker Morris who will take over that Peugeot for part 2 of the race. But Chris Southcott is heading up towards Coppice Corner. He's on lap number 7 at the moment. 6.5 minutes to go. Chris Southcott, who has already won 3 races so far this year. All of those coming, 2 races so get it right, 4 races so far this year. 2 coming at Thruxton, 2 of them coming at Snetterton, and on all bar 1 of those occasions, the winning margin was a reasonable one. In the first of the 2 races at Snetterton, there was just a 10th of a second separating him from Wayne Crabtree. Wayne Crabtree scheduled to be on the grid, but down in 15th position, albeit I don't think his car actually took the start, so I think that was one of the cars that had issues in qualifying and wasn't able to make it through. So more traffic to deal with again now for Andy Southcott as he carves his way down through the Craner curves. It will be Ben Tovey's FGB GTV8 that he will have to try and work his way through and past. After that, then it'll then be the Ford Escort Mark 1 of Martin Reynolds. So the MG should get dispatched on the exit of the old hairpin, up towards Schwantz curve and on towards McLean's. More traffic that our race leader is having to deal with, but say he's built the margin nice and early. He can just afford to take his time and work his way through the traffic, picking them off as and when. Number 57, Tony Paxman is trying to work his way through the audience. Another car that was off the back of the grid, the number 57 light blue Ford Escort Mark 1. And Tony is now to 18th position, having been 34th on the grid, so that's good performance from him. The fight for 4th and 5th still isn't sorted as well at this stage. We've still got James Plant at the wheel of that Austin Healey, and he is still coming under pressure from Christian Douglas in the TVR Tuscan that sits behind. Our race leader is now onto lap number 9, heading through Redgate Corner. Goes Andy Southcott safely in the lead of the race. Fight for 17th and 18th looks tasty as well. Neil Duke's Ford Anglia under pressure from the light blue Ford Escort of Tony Paxman. The two of them having a good little squabble, but watch your mirrors, Tony. The race leader is coming up to try and put a lap on you, so just need to make sure that they can let the race leader through. They can resume their battle again once Andy Southcott has carved his way through, which I don't think will take too long, such as the speed that the race leader has. It's nice to see the Special Saloons and Mod Sports mixed with Bernie's V8s again, so you get a real eclectic mix of cars and shapes and sizes and sounds and colours. Spits of flame out of the exhaust pipe of Clive Anderson's orange BMW as he heads through Redgate Corner. 3 3/4 minutes of the race to go. Down in towards the old hairpin goes the Ford Mondeo, which is Mike Scott for this race. Nice to see also we've got Brian Davidge out at the wheel of the Mini. I think he is a newcomer for this weekend in Special Saloons and Mod Sports. 4th and 5th just coming through the right chicane now. James Plant is not getting away at all from the TVR Tuscan of Christian Douglas. The two of them were still together coming in towards that part of the circuit. There's also the number 56 TVR Tuscan of Matt Holborn that started to get caught by 13. Josh Ronchetti at the wheel of the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. Doesn't matter where you look, there are battles out on circuit. Neil Duke and Tony Paxman having their little squabble as well. So up towards Redgate Corner goes Matt Holborn. Josh Ronchetti at the wheel of the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, the black car with the orange stripes down the centre of it, not that far away. Josh pushing hard. We don't see a great deal of Josh racing anymore now. He used to be out almost every weekend a few years ago, but I suspect business commitments. He's a very busy man with his car transportation business. Probably has less time in which to compete, but whenever he comes out, he's always quick. We know the car is quick. And it's good to see him back out here, Josh Ronchetti. Well, the last 2 races for Special Saloons and Mod Sports that we had at Donington Park were back in 2017, and it was Chris Southcott that won them. Well, Andy is leading this race. Back in 2012 we had a couple of race wins also for the very sadly missed Pete Stevens in what's been a sad old year really for Special Saloons and Mod Sports. Pete's succumbing to COVID earlier on this year and is greatly missed still. Simon Alloway's been a winner here. Mark Ticehurst has been a winner at the wheel of Porsche 935 that was driving. Matt Moore and Stephen Moss, Tom Carey and Chris Southcott have all been the winners since we reintroduced Special Saloons and Mod Sport Racing here. So we are going to have a new name at the top of the order. Now, Paul Connell's car there was some smoke coming from the Ford Sierra RS 500. A couple of times I've seen smoke, but I've never as yet been able to pick up which car it was that was smoky. But Paul Connell's car, it looks as though it's tyre rub more than anything else. Yeah, a little bit more smoke there as he turned his way in towards Roberts Corner, but once there's no steering input, you don't see the smoke. But I suspect by the time he gets towards Redgate Corner and pitches it in, the right-hand side of the car will load up, and that will cause the tyres to rub up the bodywork again. So onto the brakes, in towards Redgate Corner, and no smoke there. Right, smoke on the way out. Right, okay, so that tends to suggest then that is more a case of when the engine's under load that we're getting the smoke, which might not bode well for that car. Nice to see Paul Connell out at the wheel of that RS 500, which again is another car which is in its period livery. We've seen a few of those throughout the course of this weekend, but that sort of is back to being one of the track star cars really, which would have been the late Mike Smith, the Radio 1 DJ, Rob Gravitt in the British Touring Car Championship back in the latter part of the 1980s, just before the... If you're watching on the live stream, then you can see the spin there, and that's number 54 that's had the rotation. That's on the exit of Redgate Corner. Christopher Ridge finding the limits and was able to get the TVR pointing back round in the right direction. 15 seconds to go. Checkered flag being ready for Andy Southcott, who is going to come through here and claim what should be a fairly dominant victory, one would have thought. So for the final time, he's just working his way around the circuit. Andy Southcott looking to add his name to the list of previous winners here at Donington Park in the Special Saloons and Mod Sports races. And it's been a fairly untroubled run to the flag. He's heading towards the checkered flag now. Andy Southcott claims the win in the first of our Special Saloons and Mod Sport races, incorporating Bernie's Sports Racing V8. The dominant victory for him. Second is going to be the Peugeot of Danny Morris. Third will be Steve O at the wheel of the number 52 Crosley. And then we'll await the arrival of the fourth place car, which is James Plant, who's had a busy old race really, fending off Christian Douglas and attacking Christian Douglas for a lot of it. The two of them eventually just separating out, but James Plant at the wheel of his Austin Healey will finish in fourth position. Christian Douglas, number 777, in fifth place, and sixth place should go the way of Matt Holborn at the wheel of the light blue TVR, who just manages to hold off Josh Ronchetti for seventh place. Eighth place will be number 61, which is Joe Ward. Ninth place is car number 111, which will be the car of Clive Anderson. There goes Joe Ward. Clive Anderson is, I think, just going to come through now and finish in ninth place, and 10th place should be car number 88 that will come through in 10th place, which is Mike Scott. So that will give us all of the drivers in the top 10. So that's our first race of the day. We've got more racing to come up later on. We've got a second race for the Special Saloons and Mod Sports, incorporating again Bernie's V8s. That will take place later on over the course of the day. We've got racing to come up for the Adam Page Swinging 60s Group 2. We've got two races for the Watchdog Toyo Tyres Jaguar Saloon Championship and the Viren Builders Open Series, which are combined. We've also got a race for the Mintex Classic K. We've got our Swinging 60s Group 1 to look forward to, and we've also got our final race of the day, which will be for the Advantage Motorsport Future Classic. So the cars making their way in towards the pit lane, and that is us done and dusted with our first race of the day.
Right, everybody, we've just popped down to the paddock to have a quick chat with Matt. Now, Matt, race one finished. Yes. Talk us through it quickly. How did it go?
Good. Very poor start. Fell back about 6 places due to inexperience and
life is full of them, isn't it?
lack of courage, and then spent the rest of the race trying to pull back about 3 or 4 of them. I think, you know, very. Still learning. Still not good on the racecraft. So you know, just got to take your time and go past when it's safe.
Well, I've got some good news for you, because you've got another race coming up, haven't you?
Yeah, I certainly
do. You talk about racecraft, look at the size of this thing.
Yeah.
What? I mean, it's almost a roadblock on wheels, isn't it?
It is a roadblock on wheels, yeah. No, I've been into American cars forever, and I've always wanted to circuit race, and I decided to build this about 2 years ago and get my licence and have a go.
So what's the expectation for race 2? Is it just, again, more of the same, look, get round,
to finish.
Just finish.
To finish without having contact with anybody would be great. Yeah.
Well, one thing I can tell you, Matt, we will be filming it live, so we will be watching.
Excellent.
And look, enjoy it. Thanks for talking to us, and thanks for bringing this down, by the way. It's a real treat.
Thank you very much.
Right, so we've nipped down to grab a quick word with Christian Douglas. Now, Christian, in front of your fine-looking machine here.
Thank you.
Race one's just finished. How did it go?
Yeah, it was really good. Spun off the start, got passed by the Allard, which has got a lot more power down the straight, but managed to stay on his arse. And yeah, it was pretty eventful, but it was a good race. Enjoyed it.
Right, we've got race 2 coming up very, very soon. What's the expectation for you?
Get a better start, and I'd like to try and beat the Allard. It's got more power, it's quicker down the straight, but if I can just push a bit through the corners, maybe I can have a good race with him.
Look, your car looks fairly lightweight. It's quite chilly, it's quite windy. Does that have an impact?
Yesterday, when you came through the double apex right-hand onto the straight, literally it was like being hit by a brick wall. But I think I'd be claustrophobic in a closed pit car. I'm so used to racing it now.
Best of luck. Look, Christian Douglas, enjoy the race. We'll be watching. Thank you very much. Cheers. Right, Neil Duke down here in the paddock. Now, Neil, race 1, I've just heard you were lucky to finish.
Yeah, very lucky.
Prop shaft, is that
Prop
is that
shaft
it?
problem, broken. Could be a UJ, we don't know yet.
Right, race 2, as we know, is coming up. Fingers crossed we...
Don't know. Don't know if we'll have the spares. If we have, Steve, we get it done. If we haven't, we enjoyed the race. We had a good, clean race with Tony Paxman.
Yeah.
As we always do.
I was going to say, yeah, I know Tony quite well, actually.
Yeah.
Look, if you do manage to make it out...
Tony is about my oldest mate. I've known him since we were about 18 or 19.
Fantastic. It's also like racing with him.
That's a long time.
It's nice racing with him.
It is, yeah. We knew each other for years, we raced for years, but we never went out on the same track until about 5 years ago.
Fantastic stuff. So look, you'd be desperate to get out in for race 2. You want to mix it with him again, right?
Yeah, I want to mix it with him. Good clean race.
Yeah.
Good fun, and hopefully the few people here enjoyed it.
Definitely.
I think the marshals enjoyed it.
Look, Neil, I'm going to have my fingers crossed for you. Yeah. Hopefully you'll be out for race 2 coming up.
Hopefully, yeah. Thank you very much.
There we go. It's almost time for race 2, so let's hand back to the circuit. Oh, look at this start as well. And there it is.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome along. If you weren't with us for the first Special Saloons and Mod Sports race, but for those of you watching it online, you've just seen what a great first Special Saloons and Mod Sports race we had earlier on this morning. The second of those will be heading out onto circuit very soon indeed. The grid for this race is made up as per the finishing positions from race number 1, albeit the race winner drops 10 places on the grid. So rather than line up at the front of the grid, it's 11th position that we see the race 1 winner, Andy Southcott, line up on. So he's got a bit more work to do in this one than he had to do in the race earlier on, where he was pretty dominant and came through to claim yet another victory in the Special Saloons and Mod Sports. So we'll see as to whether he can make it the double here, which was what Chris Southcott managed to do last time the Special Saloons and Mod Sports were here, and unbelievably that was 2017. It was a while ago, the last time that we saw them here. So the cars are lining up on the assembly area, which is the area that is utilised usually on the Grand Prix circuit, and we will have a very full complement of them. Just having a quick look through just to check whether we've got any other cars missing. I think there might be one or two, but let's give you the grid and the way that they should line up with the drivers that are behind the wheels for this one, because a couple of cars are shared, so one driver does one race, the other driver does the other. The way that they line up then is that car number 309, the Peugeot that's in the hands of Ricky Parker Morris for this race, is on pole position, and alongside is car number 52, which is the Crosley of Stephen O. So that's 309 and 52 on row number 1. The second row of the grid is 23. That's James Plant at the wheel of his 6.6 litre Austin Healey. And alongside is car number 777, which is the TVR Tuscan of Christian Douglas, 23 and 777 on row number 2. The third row of the grid is another Tuscan, number 56, Matt Holborn. And car number 13 came from 35th on the grid in the race earlier on, so watch out for this one. It is car number 13, Josh Ronchetti. 56 and 13 on row number 3. And row 4 of the grid is car number 61, Baby Bertha, driven by Joe Ward, car synonymous with Special Saloon Sports and the late, great Jerry Marshall. He has for company car number 111, which is Clive Anderson's BMW, 61 and 111 on row number 4. The fifth row of the grid is car number 88, Chris Scott for this race, and alongside is number 181, which is the Ford Sierra RS500 of Paul Connell, 88 and 181 on row number 5. And row 6 is the race 1 winner, Andy Southcott, starting in 11th position on the grid. at the wheel of the space-framed midget. Alongside him is the Cobra, car number 39 of long time Cobra racer, Cheng Lem. 175 and 39 on row number 6. The 7th row of the grid is where we see number 16. That's Craig Percy with the Morris Minor. And car number 22, the big ass car, but in its Joey Logano tribute livery in the hands of Marcus Bicknell. So that's 16, Craig Percy, and 22, Marcus Bicknell on row number 7. And row 8 is the Ford Escort Mark 1, number 57, another car that made good progress in race number 1 off the back of the grid, Tony Paxman. And alongside is 66, Neil Duke, 57 and 66. Row 9 of the grid is 27, Martin Reynolds, and 54, which is Christopher Ridge, 27 and 54. Row 10 is where we see number 74, that's Martin Glennie, and 161 is Mark Callahan, 74 and 161 on row number 10. The 11th row of the grid is car number 82. That is the Hexagon Midget that's in the hands of Tim Cairns. And for company, he has car number 81, which is Andy Edwards, 82 and 81 on row number 11. And row number 12 is where we see car number 157. For this race, it's Johnny Wheeler that drives it. It was Ben Tovey for the race earlier on, but Johnny Wheeler takes the wheel for this one. And alongside is car number 155, Andy Wilson at the wheel of the V8 DAF. I'm just having a quick look. Yes, it is there, the V8 DAF. It is great to see that car out. If you weren't able to tune in or be here for the first Special Saloon race, Andy Wilson has rebuilt this car from scratch almost. Acquired it. It's the ex-Tony Hazelwood car from the 1970s that was raced in period. It has been totally rebuilt and not re-engineered. There's a lot of the original car there. Most of it has been kept as was in period, but for current Motorsport UK safety regulations, there's had to be a bit more safety work put into it, in particular roll cage and things like that, that's subtly different to the period one. But it was his first ever race in this car. Earlier on, he'd never ever driven it. They've only just finished it. It's a thumping great V8 onto a space frame chassis with a DAF bodywork on it. It's quite a short little wheelbase as well, but the sound it's made is absolutely beautiful. Looking forward to seeing a bit more of that one. First time it had raced in 42 years. It's been that long since we've seen this car hit the track, so we're very privileged to have it here. So that's car number 155. So that 12th row of the grid is 157 and 155. Row number 13, that's car number 14, which is John Cockerton. And 166, which is Rob Fenn, 14 and 166 on row number 13. Row 14 sees car number 89, Jim Stewart, line up alongside 84, which is Matt Snowball. 89 and then 48. Sorry, 89 and 48 on row number 14. Row 15 is 132, which is Brian Davidge with his Mini, and 46, which is Stuart Entwistle. 132 and then car number 46 on row number 15. Row 16 is 561, which is Chris Pearson, and Chris has the number 156 car alongside, which is Peter Kennelly. 561 and then 156 on row number 16. Row 17 of the grid is Bill Richards. It's great to have Bill out at the wheel of this Mini. He is the first of the cars that we've had that's using one of the more modern engines. It's been opened up this year, the regulations for the Special Saloons and Mod Sports, to allow more modern contemporary builds of cars in, and most of the other cars, in fact all of the other cars we've had, are all running sort of period engines back from the 60s, you could argue, late 60s, 70s, 80s and 90s, but Bill's is an old Maguire Special Saloon chassis. It used to have a Metro body on it, but it's got the Mini Clubman body on it now. But he's running a more modern Ford Duratec engine under the bonnet of that, and we're expecting more and more cars to potentially appear in the series that will run a little bit more modern engines inside, whereas previously they've always been outlawed by the series. And alongside that number 26 Mini is car number 97, which is Andrew Knight. Andrew Knight at the wheel of his ASCAR. He retired in race number 1, 26 and 97. The 18th row of the grid is car number 121. That's Ollie Griffiths for this race. And 51, which is Wayne Crabtree, who didn't think made it out for race number 1. And just looking down to where I can see the cars now, he is not there for this race either that I can see. And it also looks as though car number 65, which was scheduled to have been Steve Frey, I'm not convinced I can see that car either, so I think there might be a couple of cars towards the tail end of the grid that have not made it out. So the cars are now heading off on their formation lap, ready to get things underway. As I mentioned earlier on today, we had a first-time winner here at Donington Park in the Special Saloons and Mod Sports by way of Andy Southcott. All of the former winners that have been here over the course of the previous years where we've raced were not present. The first time Special Saloons and Mod Sports returned to Donington Park was back in 2012, where the late Pete Stevens took victory at the wheel of his Vauxhall Carlton in both of those races. Pete, sadly no longer with us, succumbed to COVID-19 earlier on this year and is greatly missed by so many people. That fantastic smile that he used to have that was continually on his face. In 2013, Simon Alloway claimed victory. Simon not out with us this weekend, but I gather the Lotus Esprit is back in build and it's going to be recommissioned. Mark Ticehurst won 2 races at the wheel of the Porsche 935, if memory serves me correctly it was, that he drove in 2014. We had Matt Morris and Stephen Moore claim victories in 2015. Matt Moore would have been at the wheel of a Ford Escort Mark I clone. Stephen Moore would have been his Ford Anglia. And then Ian Hall at the wheel of the Darien claimed to win but was excluded in 2016. So Tom Carey with his Honda Civic, who's not with us, and Chris Southcott ultimately claimed the wins in 2016. And Chris Southcott scooped up both wins the last time they were here in 2017. Now earlier on today, Andy Southcott popped in the fastest lap of the race of a 2-minute 11.343. 2-minute 11.343. If memory serves me correctly, that is the best part of 3.1 seconds under the existing lap record for these cars. So it was a very, very quick lap that he put in his particular car, and that is the last time he was here, so 3 seconds quicker than last time he was here. The actual lap record was a 1 minute 11.9 from Simon Alloway, and that was beaten earlier on by Andy Southcott by 0.6 of a second. So we've got a new lap record already in the book for the Special Saloons and Mod Sports. Let's see whether Andy Southcott can carve his way from 11th on the grid through the traffic and see what he might be able to do in this one, because so far this season he has been unbeaten. He claimed wins not just at Donington Park here earlier on, but he has also claimed wins in both of the races that we had at Snetterton and in both of the races that we had at Thruxton. So he's well used to having to start in 11th place for the second race of the weekend. And on both occasions that he's already previously done it, that hasn't stopped him claiming a second win. So he's got the same task ahead of him in this one. Special Saloons and Mod Sports incorporating the Bernese V8s for this race as well. Nice to see Bernie Chodosh again bringing his V8 series and mixing it amongst the Special Saloons and Mod Sports. Gives us a very, very full grid of, 30, nearly 40 cars, so almost a full grid. We're about to get our first race of the afternoon, or late morning, I ought to say, underway, because we've got the lunch break coming up after this one and then a raft of other racing to get through later on today. So the Peugeot on pole position of Ricky Morris, Stephen O alongside, and as they then head up towards Redgate Corner for the first time, it looks like it's a good start from James Plant at the wheel of the dark green Austin Healey, but he can't do anything other than slot himself into third place as they turn their way round through Redgate Corner for the first time. So they charge their way downhill through Hollywood and on towards the Craner curves. Joe Ward at the wheel of Baby Bertha fighting away with Josh Ronchetti's black and orange Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. The pair of those came to grief here in a previous race a couple of seasons ago in the Special Saloons and Mod Sports. Josh Ronchetti trying to sneak up the inside of Matt Holborn's TVR Tuscan and I think made it stick there as well. So Josh Ronchetti already starting to pick up a couple of places. He had a raft of work to do in the earlier race to try and carve his way up through the order. Did he make it stick? Answer is no, he didn't in the end. TVR Tuscan, I think, still at Matt Holborn hung on to the place despite the very best efforts of Josh Ronchetti. But up towards Coppice Corner goes our race leader, Ricky Parker Morris, looking to try and pull away. But Stephen O and James Plant are all still there. So the top three as they were on the grid. Craig Percy's Morris Minor squabbling away with the orange BMW of Clive Anderson, as they then head up towards the completion of lap number 1, flicking their way right and left through the Robert chicane. It's the Peugeot that is still going to lead as it comes over the start-finish line in a straight line. It looks like the Peugeot just pulls away from the Crosley, which is more than outgunned by the power of James Plant's car, but the bigger, heavier, big green Austin Healey has to get on the brakes that little bit earlier for Redgate Corner, so all of that ground that he gained on the start-finish straight is all undone again as he has to dive on the brakes earlier to turn his way in towards Redgate Corner. We've still got the TVR Tuscan of Christian Douglas sitting there in 4th place, but Andy Southcott from 11th on the grid, the race 1 winner, is up to 5th at the end of the first lap, and now we've got a challenge for the lead going down in towards the old hairpin. Stephen O has made it through. The Crosley 9F takes up the lead of the race. The Peugeot 309 is now down into 2nd place in the hands of Ricky Parker Morris, and he's going to have to see whether he can make sure that he doesn't lose too much ground to Stephen O, and equally ensure that he doesn't drop into the clutches of the car that sits behind him, which is James Plant at the wheel of the Austin Healey. Heading round through Coppice Corner now, Josh Ronchetti is there in 7th place. Joe Ward with Baby Bertha is there in 8th place. Then the green BMW of Clive Anderson completing the top 9 at the moment. Craig Percy's Morris Minor will complete the top 10, but the leading train of cars just flicking their way through the Roberts chicane and about to burst back into sight. Great fight for the top 3 as Chris Southcott looks to try and draw himself into the lead of the race in a straight line. The Peugeot of Ricky Parker Morris has more power than Simon O's car, so Simon O is going to lose out on the running towards Redgate Corner, but breaks that little bit later, sneaks his way back through into the lead. So it's the Crosley from the Peugeot. Then we will see in 3rd position the number 175 car of Andy Southcott that's there in 3rd. He takes 2nd place away from Ricky Parker Morris on the run out of Redgate Corner and down through Hollywood. He's now sitting hot on the heels of the Crosley of Stephen O for the battle for the lead of the race. So from 11th on the grid up to 2nd place now after just 2 and a bit laps of racing. An almost train of cars heading over the start finish line and heading up towards Redgate Corner, being headed by John Cockerton's Porsche by the look of things. But the race leader is now already starting to stretch his legs, and I think we're going to have a change for the lead on the road towards Coppice Corner. Yeah, Andy Southcott has made it through and has taken up the lead of the race. So Southcott through to the lead. Stephen O, number 52, now down into 2nd position, and I suspect that is going to be Andy Southcott away and gone now, because he very much dominated the race earlier on. He finished by 9.2 seconds ahead of what was Danny Morris in the Peugeot in race number 1. Ricky Parker, his brother, Ricky Parker Morris, behind the wheel of it now. So through the Robert chicane have gone the leading train of cars over the start-finish line. You can see already Andy Southcott starting to disappear up the road. There's not a great deal that number 52 Steve O can do about it in 2nd place. James Plant is now up into 3rd place. Christian Douglas is up into 4th, and that was an off lap really for the car of Ricky Parker Morris, because he has dropped down 3 places on that lap. Peugeot is now down into 5th position. Let's hope that there aren't problems for it. Another good fight just going in towards the Robert chicane is John Cockerton's Porsche, trying to fend off the aspirations of Andrew Knight's black and gold Ascar. Now those two were fighting away for position, and particularly for Andrew Knight, he is looking to try and work his way up through the order because he retired from race number 1, and he is now up to 20th position, having started 34th on the grid. So it's not been a bad drive from him so far. Out of Coppice Corner comes our race leader, car number 81, retiring as well. Andy Edwards just beneath me. Cheng Lim is into the pit lane as well at the wheel of the AC Cobra. So Cheng, the man who was born in Hong Kong but has lived in London for many, many years. Cheng, a regular racer in UK, always has raced Cobra replicas. Don't recall him ever having raced anything else than a Cobra replica. Andy Southcott really stretching the advantage now. We've also got the Marcos into the pit lane, I'm afraid to say. So that is Peter Kennelly's car that is also heading in towards retirement. But our race leader, number 175, Andy Southcott, pulling away all of the time in the lead of the race. 15-minute race, 9.5 minutes to go. For the 5th time Andy Southcott turns his way through the old hairpin, and he's leading now by 4 seconds as good as. 3.997 seconds was the lead advantage as he came over the start-finish line. Thundering noise of the DAF V8 jinks out from behind Martin Reynolds. Andy Wilson looking for the inside line in the car that's having its 2nd race in 42 years, this new car that he's been rebuilt, and fantastic it looks. The identical period livery as well. It's absolutely as would have been raced by Hazelwood back in period. Craig Percy still having a good fight as well. The Morris Minor of Craig Percy. I do like this car. 6.3 litre Moggy Minor for Craig Percy. Under pressure from very much a different car, the Ford Escort Mark 1 of Tony Paxman. They are fighting over final 2 places inside the top 12. Now, looks as though we might have a change for 4th place going in towards the Robert chicane there. Ricky Parker Morris back at the inside of Christian Douglas's TVR Tuscan. The two are going to be side by side as they head over the start finish line. The Peugeot just about outgunning the Tuscan, who's braver on the brakes. Ricky Parker Morris is going to hang on to the place as they head up towards Redgate, I think. Christian Douglas is not going to be able to work his way through. And all of this whilst our race leader is just stretching the advantage all of the time. Andy Southcott, last time through, popped in the fastest lap of the race that we've seen so far. 1 minute 12.285. 1 minute 12.285. That increases his lead advantage to 8.6 seconds. It's not quite as quick as the 1 minute 11.3 that he did in the race earlier on. So he's got another 9 tenths to find if he wants to break his own lap record. But for the moment, he's got traffic to deal with as he threads his way through Coppice Corner. and then starts to turn his way on towards the exhibition straight once more. The traffic that he dealt with that time through is now well and truly done and dusted with. There will be more traffic though that he'll meet just at the end of the lap. So through and over the start finish line will come our race leader. There goes Andy Southcott through. Another lap chalked into the book. The Triumph TR7 V8 is the next of the cars that he's going to want to try and work his way through and past. That will be the car of Jim Stewart. Nice to see Bill Richards out at the wheel of the Duratec engined Mini. He's having his own little fight with the Ford Mustang that sits directly behind him, which I think is Chris Pearson's car. So they will be fighting for places down in Rob Fenn's car. It will be actually of the two Mustangs that we've got in the field, 22nd and 23rd position. But for our race leader, well, off and into the gravel trap has gone John Cockerton, I'm afraid, and that is up at McLean's Corner in the distance. John Cockerton's car has sort of gone forwards into the gravel trap, and that is going nowhere, I'm afraid to say. So he is done for the race. Hopefully that might be dragged out of harm's way rather than require a safety car. We shall have to wait and see. We've still got 6 minutes of the race to go. The battle between Maurice Minor and Ford Escort Mark 1 continues as well. That is Craig Percy and Tony Paxman. Still no let-up. The battle that the pair of them are having for 11th and 12th position. It's still just about going the way of the Maurice Minor at this stage. Race leader is already safely through and over the start-finish line. Steve O is still in second place, that being number 52. 23 James Plant is there in third position. The two of them are getting close as well for second and third place, whilst the race leader is down at the bottom of the Craner curves in the old hairpin. The fight for second and third is 10 seconds behind and is more than raging as the Crosley is trying to fend off the aspirations of James Plant in that Austin Healey. But for the moment, James Plant is not quite able to find his way through and is still sort of bottled up behind. Bit of dust being raised there as Clive Anderson almost dropped his rear wheels onto the grass heading in towards the old hairpin. He is looking to try and hoist himself inside the top 6 at the wheel of that orange BMW if he can. He has managed to catch the car of Christian Douglas, the TVR Tesco number 777, who's in 6th place. Safety car, however, is coming out, so with 5 minutes to go, safety car comes out, I'm afraid to say, and I can only see one car that potentially has brought that about, and that is John Cockerton's car, which is still beached in the gravel trap up at McLean's Corner. But there's a fair chunk of the circuit that you can't quite see from a commentary perspective, and if you're watching online, I think also that's the only car that I've seen head off. 121 also a retiree in this race, which was Ollie Griffiths at the wheel of the MGB GTD8. That's the second retirement for that car, but it retired in race number 1 as well, which was in the hands of John Sanders. Or John Griffiths, rather. So, safety car has caught the pack, but it has not come out directly in front of the race leader. It's just had one car to wave by. So, that car has now been waved by. Sensible work by the officials and the safety car observer to relay the information that it wasn't quite the race leader that they caught as they came out of pit lane, because the race leader was trying to overtake traffic at the time. So wave by one single car, that's all we need, and then we've now got the race leader queuing up behind. How much actual further racing we're going to get is a bit of a moot point, I'm afraid, because the clock still continues to tick down under safety car here. We've got 3 3/4 minutes of the race still to go. The course vehicle, the telehandler, which is going to snatch John Cockerton's car out of the position it's come to rest at McLean's Corner, is on its way. It will soon arrive at the scene. But of course, then what we've got to do is we've got to get the tow rope connected to the front of it. We've got to drag it through the gravel and further out of harm's way and position it up against the barriers, undo the tow rope, and then get the course vehicle and the telehandler out of harm's way and back behind the barriers, all now within 3 minutes. So I do have a sneaky suspicion we might run out of time to see any further green flag racing in this one, in what is a very, very, very busy day here for the Classic Sports Car Club. After we've had this race, then we'll then be heading into a lunch break, and then we will get racing back underway, scheduled to get back underway at 13:50. for the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 2, but with a busy afternoon it may well be that we opt to, and the officials opt to get racing underway that little bit earlier. We shall wait and see. After we've had the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 2 out of the way, then our next race after that, race 11 of the weekend, that will be race 4 today. Race 2 of the afternoon will be the combined Toyo Tyres Watchdogapp.com Jaguar Saloon Championship, incorporating the Viren Builders Open Series. They will have the first of 2 races, just 20-minute races for them. Then we will have our longest race of the whole weekend. That will be the Mintex Classic K, a 1-hour race for that one, with mandatory pit stops before we then head back to Swinging 60s, but it's Swinging 60s Group 1, which is for the smaller engine capacities cars in reality. And then once we've got that done and dusted, another Toyo Tyres Watchdogapp.com race incorporating the Viren Builders, and our final race of the day will be the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. John Cockerton's car now almost being positioned up against the barriers. We've got 2 minutes to go. The safety car is only just threading its way down through the Craner curves. We also had, I think, Joe Ward with Baby Bertha, I'm afraid to say, come into the pit lane. So Joe, who has been a regular out in this car in the special saloons and mod sports, beautiful car to see, the ex-DTV or Dealer Team Vauxhall as it was known, and good to see that car out. Hopefully one day we might see Mega Bertha back out again, which was the synonymous car that DTV actually never built. They built the car for Jerry Marshall. Big Bertha was written off at Silverstone, so Mega Bertha was the next one that they penned and started to build the car up, but never ever completed it in period, and it was eventually tracked down in Ireland, I think memory serves me correctly, and has been built up back to period specification again, and both Baby Bertha and Mega Bertha were reunited for the first, or met, I suppose, for the first ever time at Mallory Park a season or so ago, but we haven't seen Mega Bertha out for a year or two. It would be great to see that car back out as well. So safety car just threading its way out of Coppice Corner down towards the exhibition straight. The green flag is being readied, and we are, I think, going to get one more lap in here. Great work by the marshals to get the car recovered out of the harm's way. 30 seconds to go. I think we're going to go green for one single lap would be my thoughts at this stage. I didn't think we'd quite get there, but we've done it very, very effectively. The lights are out on the safety car. We're going to get things back underway. The green flag flies, and as over the start-finish line goes Andy Southcott. 15 seconds to go. That's how close we were. And instantly, for second place, James Plant looks to try and pounce and work his way, and has done ahead of Stephen O. So it is the Austin Healey, car number 23, James Plant, that's now up into second place. The number 52, Crosley, is down into third position as they start to thread their way down through the Craner curves. Having just grabbed the place away, James Plant is going to find himself under pressure as they head down in towards the braking area for the old hairpin, but it's still Austin Healey in second place, Crosley there in third place. Fourth place is going to be Ricky Parker Morris, who's there in fourth place again, but of course this safety car period has allowed everybody to close up in the closing stages, so we might have some further shuffling of the order. Christian Douglas at the wheel of his TVR was under pressure from Clive Anderson's orange BMW, but they're already now turning their way out of McLean's corner and starting to head up towards Coppice Corner for the final time. Nose to tail for second place. There's no let up in the pressure for Steve-O and James Plant. The two of them were still together as they came through Coppice Corner, but it's just the Austin Healey ahead and in a straight line. That will pull away from the Crosley, but out of Roberts chicane. Checkered flag is being readied, and it looks as though it is going to be a second win of the weekend for Andy Southcott. He claims the win. It's going to be James Plant that's there in second place, with Stephen O in third place, Ricky Parker Morris in fourth place. Fifth place is just Clive Anderson in the orange BMW, who just managed to beat on that final lap Christian Douglas. The pair between them over the start finish line was separated by 57 thousandths of a second, but it is just the number 111 orange BMW of Clive Anderson that finishes in what is fifth position. Christian Douglas was there in sixth place, the first of the TVR Tuscans home. It's another Tuscan that's there in seventh place, number 56, which is Matt Holborn. Eighth place in the end for car number 113, which is the Talbot Sunbeam Laters of Josh Ronchetti. Ninth place is number 88, which is Chris Scott, for that race that we've just had. And completing the top 10 was number 57, which was Tony Paxman. Another couple of cars I think we haven't seen come through to take the checkered flag, and I think we have lost on that lap Craig Percy's Morris Minor and number 66, which is Neil Dukes Ford Anglia. Looks as though both of those cars might be up in the gravel trap at Coppice Corner. There we go, yeah, Craig Percy jumping out of his car, which is more than beached in the gravel trap up at Coppice Corner and going nowhere. And Neil Duke also, well, I think potentially involved in that very same incident. So both cars look fine, drivers out and absolutely fine, but yeah, both of them are in the gravel trap. That's the Ford Escort, isn't it? It's in the gravel trap there, looking at it, which is, yeah, a second car that's got involved in the same incident with Craig Percy. So the cars making their way around the circuit. So we will be here at the circuit heading in towards the lunch break. So if you are here at the venue, please remember that Garage 39 and the paddock access is not available to you, so you'll have to utilise any of the mobile catering facilities that are around the venue. But for those of you that are listening online on the stream, once we get our drivers back into pit lane, which is where Andy Southcott is going now, he will be very shortly chatting to Ian Waterhouse. And for Andy Southcott, that now means that it is 2 on the bounce here at Donington Park. His first 2 ever wins in the Special Saloons of Motorsport at Donington Park, but it now means that is 6 on the bounce for the 2020 season, and so far he is unbeaten this year in Special Saloons and the Motorsport. So if you're listening online, it's time for some interviews with Ian Waterhouse and our race winner.
Can we, Andy? And not quite as comfortable as race 1, but we knew that because you weren't on pole this race.
Yeah, also the starter motor packed up, so we had to bump it on the in the assembly area. So I wasn't feeling too confident then. I wasn't feeling too confident then, but
hey.
but yeah, and it took a little while. I just thought I'd try and take the time going through, because when you've got people up ahead of you battling, they're moving all over the place, aren't they? So I just laid back a bit. So the old me used to try and tear away in the first, thing, not being arrogant, but if you could take the gap, but I'll just try and hang back a little bit now and try and just pace it.
Last lap, we got one final green flag lap. Was there any doubt in your mind? You thought,
no, I know. I just thought I've got to keep these tyres warm. Weaving it about a bit, you can't go too mad, but I could see the Crossley in the mirrors. He caught up, and so had Ricky Parker Morris. So and at one stage I think he was right up my butt, but I went round Redgate too slow. And I got my finger out down the Craner curves or whatever. So
Andy, well done again.
Lovely,
mate.
thanks a lot.
It's a pleasure. We've got to stop meeting like this. People start talking. Congratulations,
thanks
well
a lot.
done.
Take care.
And there you go, Andy Southcott, winner again. Second time he's won this weekend at Donington Park. Right, it's actually time to go for a little bit of lunch, isn't it? But don't go too far, because when we come back, we're going to have the Swingers 60 Group 2 race for you live and exclusive. We'll see you soon. out onto the track for the afternoon session, and we cannot wait for that. It's almost time for the Swinging 60s Group 2, but before they do head out on track, I caught up with one or two of the drivers. Right, I've nipped down to the garage here with Simeon, and how could we not? Now, we had a little chat earlier this morning, didn't we?
Yeah.
This car, first of all, tell everybody what it is, first of all.
This is a 1958 Corvette. It's been racing in the UK for 35 plus years. I've been racing it for 23 years now. My dad brought it over. I share the car with my brother Adam, and it's a Chevy engine, V8.
So a family heirloom almost, would you say?
It is, yeah, but we try not to let my dad race it, just for a few...
Well, there's no bumps and scrapes on it.
Exactly, that's because he hasn't touched it.
Look, question for you. You've had qualifying now ahead of the race a little bit. First, how did that go?
Qualifying, unbelievable. I haven't raced it since 2006, qualified 5th overall, which is great.
That is brilliant.
Yeah, it was a really good qualifying. It was well thought out.
Yeah.
There was loads of cars. I had to back off, get a slow lap, think about what I was doing. Then the second to last lap, and pulled out the fastest lap. So yeah, completely chuffed.
Superb. I've got a question, because it is such a beautiful machine. They all are. Every single one is. Let's not kill ourselves here. Do you find yourself being very cautious during the race, or does it just go out your head? Right, it's a race.
Yeah,
I could be racing a banger, or could be racing a classic car, could be racing anything.
Completely. I think listen, everyone's got different views, but in my mind, you go racing, you go to race. Yes, it's a beautiful car, and if something were to happen, it's not going to be a cheap fix. But no, it's completely all goes out, and it's race mode.
Racer at heart.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Listen, best of luck for the race, and please don't damage it, please. We will be watching.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Right, here we are in the garages with Dean Housey. Now, Dean, before we talk about qualifying, look at is this the cleanest engine I think I've ever seen? How do you keep it so clean?
Yeah, well, we try and keep it clean. Carl works very hard on it, and Joe. But I've had it with me all winter, and we've had a couple of engine failures, so that's a new everything. This year it's a new way of doing everything, and we've got a lot of data being recorded. All we're doing is recording data to see what happens to the engine.
So the $1 million question, and qualifying's happened. Are you happy with the performance?
No, I'm about 2 seconds off where I need to be.
Okay.
But it is within 2.5 seconds, the best I've ever gone here. So
wow. Okay.
I beat my personal best by 2.5, and hopefully when I go out in a race,
you might find that little bit extra. Can you find that extra 2.5, or is it a problem with the car?
No, I can see where I am going wrong. I'm going to put that right.
So we're certainly going to see you go forward in the race, right?
Yeah, one slight problem is for some reason the V-box didn't turn on, so I'll have to remember what I did rather than see it on videos.
Well, look, we are going to be doing the race live, so you better watch it back. So if you need any extra help.
I might need some help.
Look, Dean, best of luck for the race. We'll be watching. Thank you very much. Cheers. Right, here we are. Pop back down to the garages and look at this fine machine. I'm joined by one of the drivers here. Now, qualifying, are you happy? The $1 million question.
Not really. Well, it was a bit of a learning curve, this qualifying session. We're not as high as we'd like to be, but it's been we're back in one piece. That's the main thing. We feel like we've made a few little alterations, and we'll be ready for the race. Hopefully, make up some places.
We know these things are ultra lightweight, rapid through the corners. What about on the straights? Are they just as quick?
Well, we do struggle down the straight, especially against some of the V8 cars. You just kind of, there's not a lot you can really do. But through the corners, we can keep up with pretty much anything. And you know, especially the back half of the circuit, it's extremely fun through there.
So the plan for the race is definitely to go forward, right?
Yes,
and
absolutely.
that's doable.
Oh,
where
yeah,
you are in the grid?
absolutely. Yeah, we feel like we can get a good 5 to 10 places if it all goes to plan. But we'll see.
Watch out for that 5 to 10 places moving forward. We're going to hold you to that. Best of luck for the race, and thanks for talking to us.
Cheers. Bye.
Right, it's time for the race in action. Let's head out to the circuit.
Well, welcome back everybody to Donington Park for our afternoon's racing organised by the Classic Sports Car Club. We've got the first race of the afternoon heading out onto circuit any moment now. That will be for the Adams and Page Swinging 60s. Group 2, we'll tell you a little bit about the group in a few moments' time, but what we need to do to start with is guide you through this very full grid of cars. On pole position, it is car number 211. That is Will Plant, that starts from pole position at the wheel of his Morgan, and alongside is number 47, the TVR Griffith. That will be started by Oliver Rubin. 211 and 47 on row number 1 as they head off on their formation lap. Row number 2 is 91, which is Tom Gladys and Peter Tyler. Don't have the starting driver for that one, the former Radical racers, alongside car number 699, which is the Nick Stroke Eddie Powell Lotus Elan. Again, we don't have the starting driver, I'm afraid, for that one, which is an enormous shame, as they're likely to feature towards the sharp end for most of the race. Row 3 of the grid is 888, which is Simeon Chadosh, and car number 5, which is Matt Manderson. 888 and 5. Row 4 is 9, Jamie Keevil, and 1515, which is Mark Campbell. The 5th row of the grid is 74, Dave Roberts, and car number 400. That will be started by John Miles for part 1 of the race. And row 6 of the grid is car number 561. That will be Chris Pearson, who starts alongside 240, which is Dean Halsey. Row 7 of the grid is number 6, Stephen Pickering, and 167, which is John Ellison for part 1 of the race. Row 8 is number 60, Bill Watt, and 115, which again we don't have the starting driver for, Donald Laird sharing with Kieran Bailey. Row 9 of the grid is 117, Neil Merry, and alongside is 85. That will be Tim Cousins for the first part of the race. And row 10 of the grid is number 7. It's father and son pairing, John and Tom Muirhead. Again, we don't have the starting driver, alongside car number 166, which is Rob Fenn. The 11th row of the grid is 67, John Crayston, and 87, which is Cliff Gray. Row 12 is number 78, David MacDonald, and 53, Roy Chamberlain. Row 13 of the grid is the Big Jag, number 165 of Simon Lewis, alongside 121 Chris Edwards. Row 14 is 38 John Devlin, and 28 David Thomas. The 15th row of the grid is 731 David Greenbank, and 126, which is David Shackleton. Row 16 is number 185 Stephen Bond, and car number 174, which will be started by Kevin O'Brien. The 17th row of the grid is number 4, John Leslie, with the Reliant Sabre, and alongside is 851, which is a little Ginetta G4 of Tom Giddings. The penultimate row of the grid is, 1 to 8, Wayne Langridge returning to the Swinging 60s. Good to see Wayne back out. Carl's been in the garage for quite some time. And 49, which is Stephen Atkinson. And the final row of the grid was scheduled to have been car number 46, but Andrew Hall has withdrawn from the meeting, and alongside is car number 13 that had problems in qualifying the TVR Tuscan V8 that I think Dave Thompson was out in qualifying. John Wolfe didn't even get the chance to drive it. Hopefully that has slotted itself onto the back of the grid, because it could be one to watch if it has made it out there. So this is Swinging 60s Group 2. So it caters for, in reality, the larger engine capacities cars. A 40-minute race. The pit window opens 10 minutes into it, and then we'll close for the final 15 minutes. We've also got additional time penalties for cars to worry about. We'll bring you news on all of that once we've got the race underway. So up towards the start line, the lights go out, and they charge their way up towards Redgate Corner, with Oliver Rubin getting the run at the wheel of the outside. The wheel of the TVR on the outside of the front row of the grid to take up the early lead of the race from Will Plant, who is there in second position. Looks as though the Nick Stroke Eddie Powell Lotus has slotted itself in third position as they head down through the Craner curves for the first time. The leading pair getting away. Will Plant trying around the outside of Oliver Rubin at the wheel of the Morgan. It's going to make it stick as they head in towards the old hairpin, so the Morgan retakes up the lead of the race. Oliver Rubin down into second place, hand the car over to father Nigel Rubin, who was a very, very quick driver indeed, a quick pairing really. And as they then start to thrust their way up towards what is McLean's Corner for the first time, already we can see that the leading pair are trying to break away from the car that sits there in third position, which is the Nick Stroke Eddie Powell Lotus Elan that's there in third place. And fourth at the moment looks as though it is Simeon Chodosh at the wheel of the big Chevy that's there in fourth position. The Chevrolet Camaro, the 5.7 litre engine machine. It's not the biggest engine capacity that we've got out there, because Matt Manderson's car is a 7 litre engine that he's having to take around the Donington Park National Circuit. But lap number 1 about to be completed. Will Plant leading the race, but in a straight line. The TVR has all of the grunt, and Oliver Rubin effortlessly puts himself back into first place on the run up towards Redgate Corner. It's through the twiddly parts that the Morgan has the advantage, of course, and in particular down through the Craner curves. But lap number 1 completed. 47. Oliver Rubin leads the race as they came over the start finish line, but 2-1-1 Will Plant taking it back at Redgate Corner. Then it is the Nick Stroke Eddie Powell Lotus 699 that's there in third place. Fourth place is 888, which is Simeon Chodosh. Fifth place is 5, which is Matt Manderson, and Jamie Keevil at the wheel of the little number 9 Lotus completes the top 6 in the early stages of this one. As for the class winners in the previous rounds, well, in Group 2, Ray Barrow, who is not here, would have picked up a 30-second penalty, but car number 15 is out now. That is Mark Campbell, who claimed the victory at Snetterton. So Mark Campbell, which is the number 15 light blue Triumph TR5, is the only car in the field that, come the pit window, won't be having to remain stationary for the minimum period of what is pit in to pit out its time. So from when you break the beam on the way in to breaking the beam on the way out, it's 2 minutes for everybody. Mark Campbell, it will be 2.5 minutes, and have an extra 30 seconds added to his time as a result of the win at Snetterton last time out, and he carries that for the rest of the season as well. And if he wins again, he simply hands himself another 30-second penalty, and it will go up to 60 seconds. So TVR from Morgan, Oliver Rubin from Will Plant. We've still got the Powell's Lotus Elan sitting there in third place. Simeon Chodosh under pressure from the 7 litre Camaro. The 2 Chevys up towards Redgate Corner, but Matt Manderson is just too far away, I'm afraid. They've also got Jamie Keevill's car not that far behind in 6th position. 7th is number 15. That is Mark Campbell, the man who's got the extra time penalty come the pit stop window. After him, it's the Datsun, car number 240 of Dean Halsey. Then it's number 6, which is Stephen Pickering. And completing the top 10 at this stage is car number 167. That will be the Triumph TR of John Ellison. So that's the order of the top 10. We have another race to come up for Swinging 60s later on, but that's for Group 1, which is largely the lower engine capacity cars, the smaller ones, whereas Group 2 is for the bigger machines, over 2 litres in reality, but also all the Lotuses, the likes of the 7s and the Elites and the Elans and Ginettas and wooden chassis Marcoses, all sit in Group 2 in reality, in Class L. So our race leader, heading up towards the conclusion of lap number 3, Oliver Rubin onto the brakes. Still ever present in his mirrors is Will Plant, who heads over the start-finish line a matter of, what, probably less than a second adrift as they go through. Yeah, 0.7 of a second is the gap first to second place. You can see they've got nearly the whole of the start-finish line between themselves and the car in third place, which is still the Eddie and Nick Powell Lotus Elan, the 2 big American muscle cars, the 2 Chevys fighting away. Matt Manderson this time looking for the inside line on Simeon Chodosh, and I think might just squeeze his way through at Redgate. Yeah, there has been a change there in the order at Redgate Corner for that position. Dean Halsey's always looking very busy as well in his 8th place Datsun, heading in towards Redgate corner. That's the Sunbeam Tiger of Stephen Pickering that's right behind. Jamie Keevil sneaking up the inside of Simeon Chodosh, heading in towards the old hairpin. Almost 2 wheels on the grass there from Jamie Keevil, but he manages to go through and ahead of Simeon Chodosh. So from 4th down to 5th as Manderson went through, and now from 5th down to 6th as Jamie Keevil goes through. And he's got now Mark Campbell's car queuing up behind him as well, so there could be another change of order possibly before too much longer. So yeah, very much under pressure heading round through Coppice Corner is Simeon Chodosh. He's got the light blue Triumph TR of Mark Campbell sitting right behind. Good fight going on as well as the Jag of Simon Lewis is looking to try and pressurise another Triumph that sits just ahead of him. I think that was Roy Chamberlain's number 53 car that he was trying to work his way through, but the leaders are already over the start-finish line, safely onto another lap, and it's another lap in which our race leader, Ollie Rubin, pops in another quick lap, fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 18.356 for Oliver Rubin. Fastest lap of the race, but he's still not getting away from Will Plant's Morgan. Through the old hairpin goes Will Plant, who's driven Morgans for a very good number of years, Will. He's also driven more contemporary machinery. We saw him racing in Porsches in the GT Cup Championship, for instance, a few seasons ago. And it's good to see him back out in the swinging 60s. Now the gap first to second was just 0.8 of a second last time through. It extended a further 0.3, so it's hovering just above a second. In third place, the Powell's Lotus Elan is under pressure from Matt Manderson's car that sat behind. Leaders over the start-finish line. Another lap concluded, and as they head up towards Redgate Corner, the gap between them is back down to 0.8 of a second. Now Matt Manderson this time through has made it up into third place at the wheel of the Chevy, through and ahead of the Lotus, so that puts the Sunoco liveried Chevrolet Camaro up into third position. The Powell, Nick Stroke Eddie Powell, we don't know which one started behind the wheel of that car, unfortunately, having dropped down into what is third position. The battle for the lead is rather close though as well as they head through and up towards Coppice Corner. Absolutely Will Plant looking to see what he might be able to do. Into the pit lane, I'm afraid to say, we have number 67, which is John Crayston. That is before the pit window opens as well, so that is a mechanical issue for that car. It's another 2 minutes and 20 seconds there or thereabouts before the pit window opens. So that is an unscheduled pit stop for him, so even if they sort the problem out, he'll have to go back out and conduct the mandatory pit stop, and that will all have to be done between the 10th and the 25th minute of this 40-minute race. Now traffic is the next thing that Oliver Rubin has to deal with. Onto the brakes, he starts to squeeze his way through and past Stephen Atkinson's MGC. Also then start to overtake John Devlin's Reliant Sabre. That will all be done on the exit of the corner, but for poor old John Crayston in the pit lane, the bonnet is up and he's coming off the little Lotus, and it certainly looks as though his Elan S4 is done for the race. Up towards Redgate Corner, 3rd, 4th and 5th still together. The number 5 Chevrolet Camaro of Manderson, Matt Manderson there in 3rd place. The Powell's Lotus in 4th position, and Jamie Keevill's not too far away either at the wheel of the little red Lotus. It sits there in 5th place, number 9. So a fight for 3rd, 4th and 5th is most certainly on. And on such a busy circuit, we were scheduled to have had 38 cars in this race. The maximum we can start is 40. You could expect the battles to be occurring everywhere. Bill Watt heading up towards the braking area for Redgate Corner. He's in 13th place at the moment, the number 60 Lotus Elan. He's got the Lotus 7 behind him, which is long-time competitor in the swinging 60s, John Muirhead, former marketing director for Aston Martin was John some years ago, but he's now shares the car nowadays with his son Tom Muirhead. Leaders picking their way through the traffic. Matt Manderson having to tread gingerly as he works his way through the traffic on towards the exhibition straight. The Chevrolet Camaro will pull away from the far more nimble but much lighter Lotuses that sit behind on the straight, but onto the brakes. The big American muscle car will have to dive through onto the brakes in towards the Robert chicane much sooner, so they're all bunched up together again when they reappear back into view. Jamie Keevil looking to try and get a run on the car ahead as they head up towards Redgate. So here we go, up towards Redgate corner. Chevrolet Camaro from Lotus, that being Matt Manderson from the Nick Stroke Eddie Powell number 699 Lotus, and Jamie Keevil shadowing the pair of them as they went down through the Craner curves that time. Race leader is on lap number 8. Pit window is now open as well, so the cars can, over the course of the next 15 minutes, come into the pit lane. And it's up to the drivers to decide as to when they want to do that, the front, the middle or the back end of the pit window, but they must do it. We saw a few drivers yesterday, a couple of drivers either pit a little bit too late. In the case of one driver yesterday, over the course of the 40 minutes, chose not to pit at all. And the penalty for not pitting within the window is a 2-lap penalty. Will Plant, he pushes the Morgan too quickly coming in towards the Robert chicane, rotates it through 180 degrees. Now, the engine is fired up. The problem is that Will is losing time and places because he's waiting for a gap in the traffic to get going again. So that's why we've got a green flag on the exit of Robert chicane, because the car that was in second place, Will Plant, has dropped himself, not down through the order. He will go over the start-finish line still in second place, but he is now 18.5 seconds adrift of Ollie Rubens, who leads the race. The number 47 TVR, for the 9th time of asking, heads round through the old hairpin, and now all of a sudden has no real trouble to worry about. So Will Plant, just a small mistake, just carried too much speed going into the corner. Into the pit lane comes the first of our pit stoppers, an important one because it's Mark Campbell, the Snetterton winner, at the wheel of his Triumph TR5, the man from the northeast. He heads into the pit lane. Lock brakes now, lock brakes for the race leader heading up in towards Coppice there. That was cadence braking from Ollie Rubin, who was absolutely on the ragged edge. He dived onto the brakes heading up in towards Coppice corner. The brake locked. He was off it and back onto it again immediately, but the brake relocked, and he, I think for a third time, cadence braked, and it's still locked. He finally rolled back off the brakes and averted a problem, but I think Ollie Rubin is pushing as hard as he possibly can. That lap is slightly slower than his previous best, even with the mistake. That is still quicker than anybody else out there. Into the pit lane comes Dave Coyne. Comes John Mills to hand over to Dave Coyne. So that's the number 400 Ford Mustang that's in the pit lane. So John Mills jumping out of the car. And former Formula Ford Festival winner and British Formula Ford champion from many years ago, Dave Coyne, is about to jump on board. Ollie Rubin, though, still pressing on. He has a 27-second lead now from what is Matt Manderson. Will Plant did, on the last lap, also lap very slowly at the wheel of the Morgan, so I don't think all is well with that Morgan, because it was another slow lap from Will Plant. So a 1 minute 18 is his best. A 1 minute 32 he just did, which saw him with those problems no longer maintain second place. So it's the number 5 Chevy that moves up to second place, Matt Manderson. Up to third goes 9 Jamie Keevil. Fourth is 699, which is the Powell. So Jamie Keevil able to squeeze its way through and ahead of the blue Lotus Elan. Will Plant, with whatever his problems are, is still circulating, or was last time through, and has dropped to 5th, however, at the wheel of the Morgan. And it is number 888, Simeon Chodosh, that completes the top 6 at this stage. 26 minutes to go. We're not quite at the halfway point of this race. We will see further 40-minute races coming for the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 1, and the Advanced Motorsport Future Classics will also be over 40 minutes, whereas the Toyo Tyres, WatchdogApp.com and Viren Builders races, the pair of them will be 20 minutes, and it's 1 hour for the Classic K. Into the pit lane, more cars. So this is Chris Edwards coming in, and David Thomas, who's been a long-time racer of all things Ford Capri, but the best of the fights at the moment is for 2nd, 3rd and 4th place. Matt Manderson at the wheel of the Chevy, coming under pressure from those 2 Lotus cars that sit behind. Elsewhere through the order, Simon Lewis at the wheel of his big Jaguar is having a good little fight. He's got the big American muscle car ahead of him, which is the Ford Mustang. Can't quite pick his way through and past it at this stage. Chris Edwards, you can see the Triumph TR4 sitting in the pit lane, 2.4 litre machine. Driver change not needed for that car because Chris goes on his own for the full duration of the race. The conversations going on between driver and mechanic, whilst our race leader is just continuing on his merry way. Oliver Rubin heading up towards the braking area for Redgate Corner, looking to try and thread his way through past a little more traffic. Should be able to do that on the exit of the corner. Now there's the number 13 TVR Tuscan of, I would imagine, Dave Thompson having started that car. Don't know for sure because we didn't get the starting drive, but Dave usually starts. That's the car that had problems in qualifying and didn't do many laps at all. Now where has it worked its way through and into the order, the number 13 car? It's now up to 10th position, starting 38th on the grid. So that, I did say at the beginning of the race, will be one to watch, and absolutely it is carving its way up through the order. More and more and more cars filling up the pit lane. This time number 128, which is Wayne Langridge, who comes in. So good to see Wayne back in the championship. The fight's out on circuit, still continuing all of the time, with Datsuns attacking Ford Mustangs and the ever-present shadow of the Jaguar of Simon Lewis. Our race leader, though, 24 minutes to go, just about to turn his way for the 12th time out at the Robert Chicane. Leading by 36 seconds now is Oliver Rubin in this immaculately prepared 4.7 litre TVR Griffith. Mark Campbell bounces over the curbs at the wheel of the number 15 TR. That's up at Coppice Corner. He is one of the cars that was the first to pit. In fact, he was the very first car, I think, to come into the pit lane. So, of course, he's dropped himself down through the order as a result of already having pitted. Remember, he's also a car that's carrying a penalty as a result of having won a previous round. So he was also stationary, or not stationary, but pit in to pit out. Had to be 2 minutes and 30 seconds for him. Over the start-finish line, great little fight going on. That is Chris Pearson at the wheel of the Ford Mustang, who is under attack from Mark Campbell, is trying to thread his way back up through the order. And now that Mark Campbell has gone through, Chris Pearson will turn his attentions to defending again from the big Jag that sits behind him, which is Simon Lewis. So as things stand at the moment, number 47, Oliver Rubin leading. 699, which is the Nick Stroke Eddie Powell Lotus, is in second position now, having got through and ahead of number 5, the Chevrolet Camaro of Matt Manderson last time through. Matt's just turning his way in towards the old hairpin, having dropped down into third position. Fourth place is 88H, which is Simeon Chodosh. Fifth place is at the moment number 6, which is Stephen Pickering with the Sunbeam Tiger, and completing the top 6 is car number 167, which is the Triumph TR6 of John Ellison. So that's the order of the top 6. The race leader, Oliver Rubin, is already safely onto his 14th lap of the race. We've still got 7 minutes just over of the pit window remaining. Matt Manderson in third position, just turning his way out of Coppice Corner and working his way through a little bit of traffic. But one car that has now pulled away from him since taking that place away is the second place Lotus Elan, number 699, that Nick and Eddie Powell share over the course of this race. He's managed to gap the Chevrolet Camaro and had traffic between him, but this time through, that second place car dives for the pit lane. So that puts the Chevrolet Camaro of Matt Manderson back up into second place again as he heads up towards the braking area for Redgate Corner. Camaro from a couple of Ford Mustangs fighting away behind him, but that is not full position. So through the old hairpin goes one of a couple of Datsun 240s that we've got in this field. The one that we're watching is Dean Halsey's car on the live stream. Second of those Datsuns, which are always good to see out here, is Dave Roberts' car, number 74 car. Through and over the start-finish line, concluding another lap, so onto lap number 15 has gone Ollie Rubin. Now, the car that is highest up that has pitted at the moment and is circulating back out there is way down through the order in 20th position, which is Will Plant. So that's the first of the cars that has conducted a pit stop and is back out there circulating. So just gives an indication as to how much you drop through the order when you conduct your pit stop, or how much you can climb through the order if you stay out there until later on. So the gap first to second now. Oliver Rubin to the number 5 Chevrolet Camaro of Matt Manderson is over 50 seconds. Matt Manderson's only now just turning his way through Redgate Corner. Oliver Rubin is already sort of sprinting his way, I would have thought, out of coppice, such is the gap. So it's the best part of 3/4 of a lap between first and second place. The third place car heads into the pit lane, so that is Simeon Chodosh at the wheel of his Chevrolet Corvette, heads to what is an ever busier pit lane now. More and more cars filing their way in, including the race leader this time through. So into the pit lane comes Oliver Rubin. The race leader is in, comes to a halt. Father Nigel Rubin is about to jump on board that car, and we can see the driver change taking place. So out has jumped Ollie. Great stint having been put in from him. In jumps Dad, Nigel Rubin, who was a multiple Formula Jedi champion in the UK single-seater series some years ago. And with the driver in, it's a case of then seatbelts being done up, fire the engine back into life once the seatbelts are done up, and trickle your way down the pit lane, but not until 2 minutes have elapsed. Now, anybody that hasn't pitted, now would be a wise time to come in, because the safety car boards are heading out there, which means that for Nigel and Ollie Rubin, they have timed this absolutely to perfection. Matt Manderson does the sensible thing, sees the safety car boards are coming out, and instantly peels his way into the pit lane. But for what was the race-leading TVR, there's the safety car sitting at the end of pit lane, and they have timed it to perfection because they have come in under green conditions. Safety car comes out there just as they are starting to conclude their pit stop, and they should be able to get back out again. What they do need to do is make sure, though, that they get out whilst there are still green lights at the end of the pit lane. If the lights turn red for whatever reason, because the safety car train is coming through or something like that, then that is going to cause them real grief. And as for the whereabouts of the problems for this safety car, I suspect that it is possibly at the Roberts chicane where we've had somebody that's come to grief. So there, back out of the pit lane goes Nigel Rubin, now safely on board. We've also seen the TVR Tuscan of Dave Thompson and John Wolfe come into the pit lane. Quick peer through the binoculars might allow me to pick out which driver. Right, it was John Wolfe that was behind the wheel. Dave Thompson is about to dive in. You can tell by the different colours of the overalls on that pair. That was a good drive then from John Wolfe, working that car from 38th position on the grid to inside the top 10. In fact, it came into the pit lane in 3rd position. Yes, that's not a true position because others had pitted before it, but either way, that car should still be inside the top 10 as and when the safety car period has been done and dealt with. So let's give you a rundown of the order, the way things stand. Now, some of these cars are in the pit lane at the moment, so leading the race is number 47. So it is Nigel Rubin that leads. Number 5, Matt Manderson, was in 2nd place, but is in the process of conducting a pit stop. 3rd, but now in the pits, was number 13, which was John Wolfe, giving way to Dave Thompson. 4th, but hadn't pitted, had pitted, is number 888, which is Simeon Chodosh. 5th is number 74, which is going to be the Datsun, isn't it, that's there in 5th position, Dave Roberts. And completing the top 6 is number 185, which is Stephen Bond. 7th is 174 that sits there in 7th position, and that is the pairing of O'Brien and Lewis, that being Kevin O'Brien that was behind the wheel for the first part of the race. It will be Kerry Lewis that's now jumped on board the big Jag. 8th place is number 211, which is Will Plant with the Morgan. 9th place is 699, which is Nick and Eddie Powell. And completing the top 10 was number 9, which is Jamie Keevil. Well, that's not a true order because we still had cars that were in the process of conducting their pit stops. Now, because this safety car has come out, everybody else that hadn't pitted decided to pit, which is the right thing to do under these conditions, which means that whilst we still have just over a minute and a quarter to go of the pit window, everybody has done their pit stops, or in the case of Neil Merry, I think, is in the process of concluding the pit stop, because the only car I can see in the pit lane is Neil Merry's Sunbeam Tiger. That's the number 711 car. So the queue forming behind the safety car, big long queue. The extraction of cars out of gravel traps, I think, has been completed at Roberts Corner. Can't confirm as to which car it was that had the problem at Roberts, but if I stand on my tiptoes and move to another part of the commentary box, I think it might be a White Lotus, which offers up a couple of possibilities, and I'm going to suggest that it's Bill Watt's car, because that car did go missing a couple of laps ago, so I think it might be number 60 Bill Watt that's had the off. Yeah, indeed it is. Yeah, there is Bill Watt. So dragged out of the gravel trap. He will be able to at least shake the gravel out of the car, but that's his race done and dusted, which means that we should, next time through, I think, possibly be good to go with the safety car. Lights are still on at the moment. It's a bit of reordering that's being done as well. That's the difficult thing, is that it happened as some cars had pitted and others hadn't. So I think what we're going to do is probably have another lap or so behind the safety car until we can get the field reordered and get the race leader lined up behind it. So yeah, the safety car waving cars by, so they will continue round for a further lap and will join back up on the back of the Crocodile, so they have to sort of do a full lap again to get past the safety car. They can't overtake whilst heading around the circuit, and they have to join back up at the tail end of the queue again, and then once everybody has formed back up, we should be good to go green again. Bill Watt's car's continued, actually. It was a car that was in the gravel. It's heading up towards Redgate Corner now, the White Lotus with the red stripe down the centre of it, but that was the car that brought about this safety car period. One would have thought he ought to come into the pit lane in reality. Having received outside assistance, that usually tends to mean that that is the end of your race. But for Bill, other ideas for the moment. We'll wait and see as to whether that's frowned upon or whether he's got the thumbs up and can carry on in his merry way. So Nigel Rubin on board the race leading number 47 TVR Tuscan, but TVR Griffith rather, but has not as yet really done a competitive lap, because as he came out of the pit lane, the safety car was already deployed. So his first tour or so of the Donington Park National Circuit, or 1.979 miles of it, is under safety car. There are now 13 minutes of the race to go. Should see, I would have thought, providing everything is clear, the safety car coming in at the end of this lap, which still gives us a good 12 minutes or so of racing to look forward to. Second at the moment is number 5, which is Matt Manderson. Third is number 13, which is Dave Thompson, that's behind the wheel of that TVR currently. Fourth is 211, which is Will Plants Morgan. Fifth is 699, which is a Nick and Eddie Powell shared Lotus Elan. Fifth is number 9, which is Jamie Keevil. Sixth is number 9, Jamie Keevil. Seventh is 888, which is Simin Chodosh. Eighth is 91, which is the Tom Gladys and Peter Tyler shared Triumph TR6, both of them having raced things like Radicals in the past. Ninth place is number 6, which is Stephen Pickering in his Sunbeam Tiger, and completing the top 10, it's the father and son pairing, the Muirheads, Tom and John, with the Lotus 7, car number 7. So that's the order of the top 10, the way things stand currently. Safety car is heading down the exhibition straight, and lights are off on that safety car, which means that we are going to get the race back underway. Now, there's no overtaking until they get to the start-finish line. Nigel Rubin will have the clear run up towards Redgate Corner. The quicker cars that might be further down in the little train have to wait to try and overtake some of the slower cars, and they can only do that once they've gone over the start-finish line, the control line. So up towards Redgate Corner goes Nigel Rubin in the lead of the race, and it's going to be quite a comfortable lead really, with the safety car having come out, because Matt Manderson is only now just heading over the start-finish line. So it's going to be something like 10 seconds. It's 11 seconds the gap first to second position. But for Dave Thompson in third position, the number 13 TVR is only 3.2 seconds away from Matt Manderson's big Chevrolet Camaro, and that's been one heck of a drive really. 38th on the grid, up to third now. I did say watch out for it, so it didn't do many laps in qualifying and ought to be one of the cars that would feature at the sharp end. But yeah, great stint put in by John Wolfe, handed over in a very strong position to Dave Thompson. Watch out for that. It's white TVR Tuscan, but it's almost got sort of martini stripes down the centre of it. Wayne Langridge is picking his way with his Mustang through Coppice Corner. Our race leader Nigel Rubin will be heading up towards a conclusion of a lap again before too much longer. The green flag's flying around the circuit just for all of the drivers to know that we are back to racing conditions after the safety car period. But for Nigel Rubin, back over the start-finish line he will go on his merry way. And up towards Redgate Corner, you can see that he's really pulled away from the slower traffic over the course of that lap. He's not under any pressure at all for the lead of the race, because Matt Manderson's Chevrolet Camaro has not come through yet. Only now does Matt go over the start-finish line, and he's mixed up amongst the traffic in the background of the shot that you can see there. Here's the second place car with traffic to deal with. Fight on for what is 4th and 5th at the moment, which is Will Plant's Morgan with the Powell Lotus not too far behind it. Bill Watt with the Lotus, who brought about the safety car period, still continuing in the race. He's shortly going to be lapped again by Nigel Rubin, because Nigel's heading out at McLean's Corner for the 20th time and up towards Coppice. So bouncing over the curbs using all of the first curb. It's a double apex blind entry to it, and there I'm afraid to say there's a problem for number 85 as well. A spin and a rotation. It's not just number 85, there's two cars have gone off. One is the Donald Laird and Kieran Bailey car, and the other car was the number 85 car that went off. And we've also had a spin by the look of things for the Lotus 7, which was the John and Tom Muirhead shared car. That car pointing in the wrong direction. That's at Coppice Corner. So a quick replay. Let's have a quick look at what happened. All right, right, I see what happened. There was a oh dear, right, okay, there was an initial spin for the number 115 car of Donald Laird stroke Kieran Bailey, and the number 85 Lotus, which was Sam Smith that would have been behind the wheel of that, tried to take avoiding action to avoid the Lotus that was spinning across the front of him, even went onto the grass to try and avoid it, but then still couldn't avoid it. So one of those difficult incidents, almost like when you meet somebody in the street and you both keep going the same way to try and avoid each other, and you never actually avoid each other. And it was a bit like that, really. He kept trying to avoid the car, but every time he changed trajectory, the car was back there again and in his way. The two of them, unfortunately, made a little bit of contact, and that's caused damage to the front end of the number 85 car. Out of the race he goes. So 8 minutes of the race still remaining. Down through the Craner curves goes John Leslie at the wheel of his number 4 Reliant Sabre 6. We're watching his mirrors though, because they'll have the Morgan catching up with him before too much longer. And then number 699 car of Eddie and Nick Powell. So that's 4th and 5th places that are busy at the moment. They're just heading up towards that gaggle of cars, up towards Schwantz and then McLean's Corner. The Morgan in 4th place, the little blue Lotus there in 5th position. The race leader over the start-finish line onto lap number 22 now. Gap between himself and Matt Manderson's car, as Matt comes over the start-finish line at the wheel of the blue Chevrolet Camaro, trying to deal with a little bit of the traffic on the run towards Redgate Corner. He's cleared one little bit of that traffic, but not cleared the rest. The gap first to second is some 9.7 seconds at this stage. But Matt Manderson in second place was quicker than Nigel Rubin was in the lead, and the difference between the lap times was about 1.7 seconds. So the gap has come down. Need to keep an eye towards that. I do fear also that the 3rd place TVR Tuscan that's in the hands of Dave Thompson might not finish on the podium, because the lap time from the Tuscan last time through, it might be traffic affected, was 1 minute 28.2. The Morgan that's chasing him down was 5 seconds quicker nearly, 1 minute 23.821 for Will Plant. So keep an eye towards that fight that's potentially beginning to brew for 3rd and 4th place. Race leader safely through Coppice Corner. There goes Matt Manderson through Coppice now, still amongst the traffic. He can't get past Dave Coyne's Ford Mustang at this stage, so the Camaro is bottled up behind the Mustang, the white car with the red and the blue stripe down the centre of it, in the hands of the former Formula Ford Festival winner. Over the start-finish line goes Nigel Rubin. Lap time from Nigel, 1 minute 23.1. Matt Manderson's lap times are being compromised by the slower cars ahead. In fact, Matt was really slow coming out of the Robert Chicane that time through as well. So is there a problem for the Chevy, or did he just make a mistake at the Robert Chicane? Because he's not carrying quite as much speed down the start-finish straight either. Dave Coyne, I think, might be heading into the gravel trap at Redgate Corner. Off. You could see him trying to cadence brake. The unloaded wheel was locking up every time he stood on it, and I'm afraid, former British Formula Ford champion Dave Coyne is beached in the gravel at Redgate Corner, and that Ford Mustang is going absolutely nowhere. So there is Dave Coyne beached in the gravel. So a former British Formula Ford champion and Formula Ford Festival winner. Never quite made it to the upper echelons of single-seaters, really, did Dave, unfortunately. One of those drivers that was hugely talented and was around the sport for so many years and always competitive, but when he finally claimed the Formula Ford Festival crown, he was very much at the end of his single-seater career. Now, the best of the fights currently is the number 888 Chevrolet of Simeon Chodosh is trying to hunt down the red Lotus of Jamie Keevil that's just ahead. They'll be heading through McLean's now, red Lotus, then a back marker, then Jamie Keevil's car. So that's a good little squabble that's going on. Over at the start-finish line has gone our race leader. Here comes Matt Manderson's Chevrolet Camaro in second place, but look behind him, there's the Morgan, and that's Will Plant that's caught up now. There's traffic up the road that they need to deal with as well. Just behind these cars heading on to the top of the Craner curves. And if the camera picks up on the pair that are behind, you'll be able to see exactly how close Matt Manderson has now been caught by the Morgan. There goes Matt Manderson, and then the Morgan of Will Plant is not too far behind. So this is lap number 24 that we are on currently. Matt Manderson knows that he's going to have to keep pushing again now at the wheel of the Chevrolet Camaro, because Will Plant, having got through and ahead of Dave Thompson at the wheel of the Tuscan, is now up into third place. So 47 leads. 5, Matt Manderson is second. 211 is third, which is Will Plant. Down to fourth goes number 13, which is Dave Thompson. Fifth is 699, which is Nick and Eddie Powell. Sixth is number 9, which is Jamie Keevil, but he's under pressure from number 888, which is Simeon Chodosh. And Simeon Chodosh is also under pressure from the car that sits behind him, which is number 91, which is the Peter Tyler and Tom Gladys shared car. So a quick look at the lap times that car is doing. Yeah, slightly slower. Couldn't quite see as to what time it had done. I would imagine Peter would be the slower of the two drivers, Tom would be the quicker. Over the start-finish line goes Matt Manderson. Matt Manderson trying to lap two cars that are busy having their own little squabble, and that is Mark Campbell fighting away with Dave Roberts. So Matt Manderson in the Chevrolet is trying to lap these two cars ahead of him, but the TR and the Datsun are both fighting for position. Manderson is in second place. The TR and the Datsun are fighting over 9th and 10th places, and they're not exactly making it easy for the second place car to squeeze their way through. Dave Roberts was a little bit robust with his defence on the run up towards Redgate Corner, but Mark Campbell saw that he was going to be squeezed and backed out of the move. But great little fight that the pair of them are having. But at the moment it's holding up the car in second position that wants to try and deal with the traffic and work its way through. So Matt Manderson has got past both of them. That's on the run out of the old hairpin, and it also means that Mark Campbell has been able to take that opportunity and squeeze his way through as well. So Dave Roberts has, despite his best efforts to try and defend over the start-finish line, has now lost out to the light blue TR. We are now into the final 2 minutes of this race. So over the start-finish line to start the penultimate lap of the race goes Nigel Rubin. Matt Manderson is only now just coming up towards the conclusion of the lap through the Robert chicane in second place at the wheel of that Sunoco liveried Chevrolet Camaro. Through goes Matt Manderson now in second position. Still see the fight between the Datsun and the TR. Dave Roberts has got himself back ahead of the Triumph TR5 again in the hands of Mark Campbell. Mark Campbell looking for the inside line, heading up towards Redgate Corner, but didn't quite work on the way into the corner. Dave Roberts then runs a little bit wide coming out at the wheel of the Datsun, so that gives Mark Campbell a glimmer of hope again to try and attack as they head through Hollywood. The Datsun still just ahead of the Triumph down through the Craner curves and in towards the old hairpin. Both of them very evenly matched, but for the moment it is still just about Mark Campbell that can hang on to it. Mark Campbell also needs to be conscious that he's got quicker cars coming through as well, because Will Plant was just trying to put a lap on him as well. Mark was, of course, the Snetterton winner, but as a result of that win at Snetterton, handed himself a 30-second penalty for this race, and that 30-second penalty will carry for the rest of the season. He's still bottled up behind the Datsun. Now Matt Manderson is getting caught for second place here. The Chevrolet Camaro under attack from the Morgan. Will Plant has worked tirelessly hard. Last time through, Will was 6 seconds quicker than Matt Manderson. So the fight is most definitely going to be on. They'll be coming up towards the conclusion of the lap before too much longer. The Chevrolet Camaro, I think, is going to be a bit of a sitting duck potentially in the next lap or so, as Will Plant already dives at the inside, so late on the brakes in towards Robert Chicane, and picks up second place from Matt Manderson, but in a straight line. The Morgan might be outpowered by the Chevrolet Camaro as they head up towards Redgate Corner. Matt Manderson's too far away though. He's going to have to get on the brakes that little bit earlier. So it's the Morgan that's now up into second place. Matt Manderson at the wheel of the big Chevy Camaro is down into third position. Up to fourth now has come Nick and Eddie Powell, kind of a 6.99. So down to fifth has gone the number 13 TVR Tuscan of Dave Thompson. And for Dave Thompson, who was on for a podium's position, he might only just finish inside the top six because he's only got 1.6 seconds between himself and Jamie Keevil. And Jamie Keevil was 2 seconds quicker. So the clock has ticked to zero. The checkered flag will be out next time through, and it looks as though it is going to be a win for the father and son pairing of Nigel and Ollie Rubin, who qualified on the outside of the front row of the grid. They were 0.4 of a second off getting themselves onto pole position. That was Will Plant's Morgan that started from pole, but the finishing positions are going to be reverse of that, mainly as a result of the spin really for Will Plant, which cost him dear in another lap where he lost time. But here we go, checkered flag ready, and it is a win for the pairing of Nigel Rubin and Oliver Rubin. They come through to claim the win. Second position, albeit a little way adrift, should be the Morgan in the hands of Will Plant. Here he comes now over the start-finish line. So Will Plant finishes in second position. Third place is going to be number 5, Matt Manderson, and he will finish in third position. Fourth place should go the way of 6.99. Here it comes now, which is the Powell's Lotus Elan. Nick and Eddie Powell finish in fourth position. Fifth place is just going to be still Dave Thompson, just hangs on to fifth place at the wheel of the TVR Tuscan. Didn't quite get caught by Jamie Keevil in the closing stages, so it's Dave Thompson and John Wolfe that finish in fifth place. Sixth place is number 9, which is Jamie Keevil. Seventh place is going to be number 888, which is Simeon Chodosh, that finishes in seventh place. And eighth place, just behind it, is Carnival 91, which is a Triumph TR6 that Tom Gladys shared with Peter Tyler. Ninth place, Dave Roberts, already over the start-finish line in ninth place, the first of the cars off the lead lap, but managed to hang on to that position as well, despite the very close intentions of the number 15 car in the hands of Mark Campbell, who completes the top 10 in our first race of the day for the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 2. That's Group 2 done and dusted with. We've still got the Group 1 cars to come out a little bit later on over the course of this afternoon, which we say are largely for the smaller engine capacity cars. So lots of things like MGBs and midgets and sprites and minis, amongst many others in that one to look forward to a little bit later on. Our next race that will be coming up shortly will be for the Toyo Tires WatchdogApp.com Jaguar Saloon Championship and the Viren Builders Open Series. So the Jaguars are the only championship that we have here this year, this weekend, and are a regular feature within the Classic Sports Car Club. They are not a Classic Sports Car Club championship, but they always have worked with the club very closely over the last few years and have been a regular on the programme. For this year, they are combined with the Viren Builders Open Series. There is a split grid for that one. We will give you the grid for that one, but in the meantime, heading down pit road is our race winner. Nigel Rubin looks rather chuffed with his efforts behind the wheel of the number 47 TVR Griffith, as will, I'm sure, Ollie Rubin. If you're watching on the live stream, you'll be able to catch up with some of the reaction from the drivers who are going to chat to Ian Waterhouse.
Here I am down at, I suppose we'll call this Winners Row now, won't we? We've got Team Rubin here, father-son team, taking the win there. Let me just get your helmet on.
I'm deaf as a post.
I imagine you are with the helmet on. What a great race that was, though, wasn't it? Started second on the grid, took the win. I'm just saying, father-son team, you've got to be happy with that.
Oh, yeah, great. I mean, Oliver did a fantastic job from the off. And, yeah, put us in good shape. I don't know what happened to the Morgan, but obviously good race for us. You know.
It seemed to run into an issue fairly early on. Kind of gave you a bit of a clean run, but there's still plenty of work to do, wasn't there?
Oh, yes. I mean, to be honest with you, when the safety car happened, I didn't know whether the Blanche was going to get themselves back in order again.
Yeah.
I wasn't 100% sure what had gone on, but...
well, you came into the pits, and then the safety car came out. It was almost time to perfection. It's almost as if you knew.
Yes, absolutely. But it's always great to race at Donington. I did my first race ever in a TBR at Donington.
Brilliant.
So, yeah, it's great to be back here.
Look, congratulations. Go on, go back to the family. Go enjoy yourself. Well done.
Thank you very much.
There we go. Nigel Rubin there. Wow, it's a family affair here. Well, magnificent racing. It's almost time, though, for the next race of the day. So I'm going to hand back to the circuit so you can enjoy some more of the on-track action.
So there'll be a little bit of clearing up that will need to be done after our first race of the day. Or first race of this afternoon, I ought to say, the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 2. Once that sweeping up has been done by our fantastic Donington Park marshals, who always give their time freely so that we can enjoy motorsport. If you want to become one of our marshals, if you're watching on the stream, then the best thing you can do is log on to marshals.co.uk, marshals.co.uk. That's the official site for the British Motorsport Marshals Club, and you can put your name down for when we get things back and running and back to normal, a taster day. A taster day gives you the opportunity to sort of, with an experienced marshal, they're not doing them for this year, but they are taking names so that when we can get back to normal, we can again go back to this regular format that they do. You're given a guided tour with a very experienced marshal over the course of the morning, who brings you through all of the different areas where you can get involved. We see the marshals out on the marshals post, but there's even different roles on those posts. So we have our incident marshals, we'll have our flag marshals, for instance, we will have our observers, who are the post chiefs in reality, in the eyes and the ears of the clerk of the course. But even just the marshals post is not the one area where you can get involved. You can get involved with the assembly area, with the pit lane. You could get involved on the start line as well, and of course there's always opportunities to do some of the administrative roles in race control as well, so there's loads of opportunities. It also gives you the idea to get to look around what would usually happen within the scrutineering process. Again, under COVID-19, scrutineering is even dealt with differently to the norm. Sometimes they head up into the commentary box, and also the timekeepers as well, to understand how the timekeepers work and how all of that information is provided to either tsltiming.com and instantly uploaded onto the internet, or is beamed around all of the various screens that we have in the venues like here at Donington Park and other race circuits. So marshals.co.uk if you want to become one of our marshals, but we thank them in advance for their hard work over what was a long old day yesterday and a slightly shorter day today, but thankfully weather-wise has been very kind to them over the course of this weekend. The next race that will be coming up shortly will be the Toyota Tyres Watchdog.com Jaguar Saloon Championship and the Virren Builders Open Series, all combined together. They had a qualifying session that took place earlier on this morning, and what we will see is a split grid in reality. So we will get all of the Virren Builders Open Series cars, which will line up on the first 14 rows of the grid, and then there'll be a couple of rows gap on what will be a rolling start for them, and then after that we will then see all of the Jaguar Saloon Championship competitors head off as well. Now it may well be that some of the quick Jags catch up with the tail end of the Virren Builders and have to work their way through, but that's the format that's being utilised for this 2020 season. Still a couple of cars that need dragging out of gravel traps around the circuit, one of which is up at Redgate Corner, which is just being dealt with. That was where we saw the Ford Mustang of Dave Coyne go off into the gravel trap, but it's a Lotus Elan that is in need of some recovery up there. On the far reaches of the circuit, it looks as though we are clear and good to go. So I think it's just the little errant Lotus Elan that is being dragged out of harm's way by one of our... That's the number 85 car that was involved with that front damage. That's what is meaning it just needs dragging out of harm's way rather than it being pushed. So yeah, you can see the front right damage to that car as it made contact with the other Lotus Elan that was spinning directly ahead of it. As I say, it was one of those incidents where the driver was in two minds which way to go. The spinning car and the driver of that was in two minds which way to go to try and stay out of harm's way, and they both, every time one tried to move to get out of the way, the same one moved and meant that neither of them got out of the way. But that is being dealt with now. That should be back behind the barriers before too much longer, as will the recovery truck. And once that is done, I think we will be good to go shortly for our rolling lap for this Virum Builders Open Series and Toyo Tyres Watchdog.com Jaguar Saloon Championship. Just to give you an idea about the Watchdog Jaguar Saloons, well, it's split into 4 separate classes in reality. So it's for Jaguars or derivatives thereof, so you can include Daimlers and things like that into it. So the likes, largely we see XJSs, some of the big saloon cars as well, the XJ6s and the XJ40s and XK8s as well, and that's split into modifications in reality. So at the sharp end of the grid, it's the Class D and the Class C cars. Class D is fully modified saloons and GT cars, so 6-cylinder, V8, V12, whatever it might be, steel and alloy-bodied saloons and steel-bodied GT cars. Class C is for modified cars, so again, it's saloon and GT. They can either be steel or alloyed bodies. If it's a steel-bodied GT car, up to 8 cylinders, so the likes of XJ6s and XJ40s and X300s would all sit in that, including modified XK8 as well. Class B is for standard modified cars, and then Class A is for standard cars in reality. That's the way it works. Depending on the number of starters in your class, then you end up with, if you win your class, 11 points towards the championship, 9 if you're second, 8 if you're third. Fastest competitor in practice in each class or qualifying gets 3 points. If you're second fastest, you get 2. It's quite a convoluted scoring system, and always has been for the Jaguar Saloons. Fastest lap in each class gets 1 point. You also get 1 point for each starter in the class.
Right, hello everybody, welcome down. As you can see, the Junior Saloons and the Open Series are about to head out on track. Now, I did have a quick word with a few of the drivers just as they go out for their formation. Hopefully we can play you those videos. Right, hello everybody, welcome to the actually quite a quiet assembly area, despite the fact that the guys and girls are about to head out very, very shortly. We've got the Jaguar Saloons and the Open Series as well, and although by luck we actually do have the man on pole position, outright pole, mainly for the Open Series, Michael Vitulu. Let's see if we grab a quick word with Michael. Obviously he must be quite pleased with how his qualifying went, just catching him obviously no doubt watching the live stream on his phone right now. That's exactly what he's doing. Michael, how are you doing?
Yeah, you caught me at it.
I caught you watching the live stream, definitely. Look, let's talk qualifying. You must be pretty chuffed.
Yeah, no, and surprised coming to the grid that we've been promoted to pole. So not entirely sure. I think the first place in the round is on the reserve list. So
yes.
Yeah, really good. Really optimistic for the race too.
Does that mean it's a 20-minute race? It's actually relatively short, isn't it? It's almost a sprint. Well, it's a sprint race, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just foot down, go. Is there any time management, or is it just straight in?
No, I think coming from the new millennium 40-minute races, we were doing a bit of tyre management, but such a short race, it's just go for it from the start.
Best of luck.
Thank you,
Michael. I'll let you get back to watching the live stream.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right, let's take a bit of a walk. It's very quiet down here, actually, considering the race is due to get underway very shortly. But I can see another driver down here. Let's have a chat with them. There's no Jaguars up here yet. What a shame that is. Those of you watching who will know, myself will know, a little bit taken with a Jaguar. I did want to chat to Colin Philpott, if possible, but he's not here yet. And I also want to chat to Mike Seaborn as well. But let's grab car number 28 down here, see how they're feeling. Look at that, in deep thoughts right now ahead of this 20-minute race, and just as I speak we've got a number of other cars coming down as well. But let's have a quick word here, shall we, with car number 28. You can see me walking down with purpose to come talk to you. Oh, it's a Graves Motorsport car as well. How are you, sir?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well. Are you ready for this? Qualifying go well? Are you happy?
Qualifying was all right. Explored the track limits a little bit.
You're not the first person who said that this weekend.
Yeah, I got a proper telling off. So it's my first time driving the car, so that's my excuse. I'm used to driving something a bit faster. This is a little bit slow.
Do you feel to grips a bit now?
Yeah, he's great. Yeah, just got, I think I had fuel surge in the last session, but this is my first ever standing start, so terrified.
Terrified. Okay, look, you'll be absolutely fine. It's a sprint race. Foot down, go off and have a lot of fun. There we go. Lovely. Thank you. Thanks for talking to us. Let's move down one.
So now that we have seen the video if you're watching online on the build-up to this race. We can then very quickly guide you through the grid. It's number 89, Michael Vituli, who starts on pole position, and 34, Dave Griffin, that's alongside. Row 2 of the grid is 169, Chris Everall, and car number 93, which is the Darren Fielding and Colin Wells car. Colin should be starting this particular race. Row 3 of the grid is 9, Dylan Popovich, and 152, which is Dan Fisher, with row 4 being 163, Doug Semin and Roland Jones. We don't have the starting driver for that one, alongside 37, which is Dave Coyne, fresh out of the gravel trap from Redgate Corner, on board the Escort for this race. Row number 5 is 571, Tony Paxman, and 63, which is Jeff Beale. Row 6 is 39, Rob Hardy, and 59, which will be started by Jack Egar. I'll give you just the top 8 rows for the Viren Builders. Row 7 for them is 72, Michael Cochran, 57, Aaron Moyes. Row 8 is 16, Michael Perkins, and 54, Neil Beals. I won't bother with any more of the grid for the Viren Builders because I want to get to the Jaguars. First Jag on the grid will be number 67, Colin Philpott, and his main championship rival just 3 points ahead of him in the championship, number 99, James Ram. They will start in theory on row number 16. But that is the front row of the grid for the Jaguars. Row 2 for the Jags is number 4, Tom Robinson, and 44, Guy Connew. Row 3 for the Jags is 97, Lawrence Kopok, and number 70, Tom Lentil. Row 4 for the Jags is number 1, the reigning champion, Chris Boone, and 158, which is Derek Pearce, who has been racing Jaguars since the middle part of the 1980s, largely racing things like Jag Mark IIs. But over the course of the last few seasons, he, along with Chris Boone, have been a couple of the drivers that have arranged and built or have developed themselves the XK8, which is really sort of the next batch of Jaguars we're going to see come into this championship, and slightly more difficult electronics really on the XK8, so it's taken a long time for drivers to develop something that gets around and allows you to strip out some of the electronic components from the Jags and still get the race car to work as you need it to. So it's not been the work of a moment to see those cars develop. So a very full and busy grid. The Open Series is, well, what it says on the tin really. It's designed for all production hatchback, sports and GT racers. Some kit cars might be allowed into it as well. Simple rules though, no slicks. You've got to run a treaded tyre, no sports racing cars, no single-seaters, and no 7-type cars are allowed in either of the Viren Builders, so it gives some drivers the opportunity to have their own little series. For others, it's an extra race for the weekend, and therefore they get that second race at a slightly discounted rate. So we've got the last row of the grid, hopefully just coming into position now. We are shuffling Jags to where they need to be. Let's have a quick look. Yeah, Derek Pearce, I think, is in two minds as to where he needs to go, so it's just taking a while longer to get the Jags lined up as we wish. There we go, Derek Pearce is into position. Last row of the Jaguars just coming into position now. Wait for the green flag at the tail end of the field. That's the indication that we are good to go. Green flag is waved. This is a 20-minute race for the combined Open Series and Jaguars. Red lights are on, and as they start to flick out, which they do any second now, we are away and racing at Donington Park. The rear-wheel drive BMW's getting off the line well, but I think it will be the pole sitter, Michael Vituli, that will lead on the run-up towards Redgate Corner. The Jags get going now that the Union flag has dropped, but it's Michael Vituli who leads the race, from Dave Griffin in second place and Colin Wells in third position as they head through the Craner Curves for the first time. Who's there in fourth place? That looks as though it's Chris Everall that's there in fourth place. For the Jags, Colin Philpott has taken the early lead on the run towards Redgate Corner. James Ram in second position. That looks like Guy Connew's number 44 car. What's it, Group 5, I think, isn't it? Livery that sits on that Jaguar XJS as they turn their way down through the Craner Curve. So 2 races for the price of one. One is a series, one is a championship. No additional time penalties to worry about. There's no pit stops to worry about in this race. The Jags turning their way through the old hairpin. The front runners in the Viren Builders already heading round through Coppice Corner on this first lap of this 20-minute race. They've got another 20-minute race to look forward to a little bit later on, but it is Michael Vituli who is leading the way here, from Dave Griffin in second place. Colin Wells at the wheel of the 1 Series BMW in third place is under attack from the red Ginetta that sits behind in the hands of Chris Everall. That's the Ginetta G55. They used to have a G50 a few seasons ago, but the G55 is what's available now to the Everall family. And now it looks as though Chris Everall is having a look up the inside. He's going to go through and ahead of Colin Wells on the way in towards Redgate Corner, takes the place away, and He's going to hang on to it on the way out of the corner as well. So Vituli and Griffin fighting for the lead. Chris Everall carving his way now through into third place as they thunder their way down through the old hairpin for the second time in this race. BMW 1 Series of Colin Wells now down into fourth place. Dan Fisher's Honda Civic sitting there in fifth currently and completing the top six. That looks like it's Jeff Beale with the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus that completes the top six at this stage. The leading Jag on the completion of the first lap was indeed Colin Philpott, number 67, that leads the charge of the big cats, the Jaguars. From second place in the Jags, James Ram, and third of the Jags is number 44, Guy Connew. So as they were when we picked them up, when the lights went out and they charged their way up towards Redgate for the first time. So the leader already heading down towards the conclusion of lap number 2. Michael Vituli looking to try and make sure that he gaps Dave Griffin, the slightly newer E46 shaped BMW, ahead of the slightly older E36 car. Both of them now starting to see that looming ever larger in their mirrors is the red Ginetta of Chris Everall as they head in towards the braking area for Redgate Corner. BMW from Ginetta, then another BMW, which is number 93, Colin Wells, now in fourth position and falling ever more away from the leading trio. Colin Wells doing race number 1. Darren Fielding, therefore, is highly likely to drive that car in race number 2. For the Jags, we've had a bit of a shuffle in the order for the Jags by the look of things, because Colin Philpott and James Ram are absolutely together for the lead battle of the Jags heading out of Redgate Corner. A couple of Viren Builders cars in between the pair of them, but Colin Philpott is looking to try and hang on to this slender advantage that he has in the lead of the Jags. But the silver Jaguar with the orange bumpers in the hands of the man from Great Dunmow in Essex, James Ram, is right behind. Just needs to try and clear that other back mark and he can bring the charge again. And the fight to Colin Philpott for the lead of the race. So Colin Philpott pushing hard. James Ram trying to see what he can do to close up and take up the lead of the Jags, whilst the overall race leaders are over the start finish line. And Chris Everall's gained another place on this lap. The Ginetta G55 is now up and ahead of the BMW E36 M3 in the hands of Dave Griffin. Dave, who continually races every single weekend. He was down at Snetterton racing last weekend. I think I saw him a couple of weekends prior to that at a race meeting that I was at. He just seems to thoroughly enjoy racing this same car every weekend, so he must put the hours in the workshop to prep it again for the following weekend, and never seems to lose his enthusiasm or his pace either. Always running at the sharp end of anything that he's in. But for the moment, he's down in third position. Coca-Cola liveried car. Our race leading Jag heading up towards Redgate Corner. Now there are now 2 Viren Builders cars between Colin Philpott, the leader of the Toyo Tyres Watchdogapp.com Jaguar Saloon Championship. So it's the number 67 Jaguar of Colin Philpott from the number 99 Jaguar that's second in it, and third now in the Jags is a change of order, because it's now number 4, which is going to be Tom Robinson, who has worked his way up to third of the Jaguars at the expense of Guy Connew. I'm afraid to say we're losing one to the pits. We're losing a car that qualified 6th quickest into the pit lane, which is Dan Fisher. The leaders, they're about to head out of Roberts again over the start finish line. The white car with the black bonnet, the carbon fibre roof to it, in the hands of Michael Vituli, heads through Redgate Corner, having just popped in the fastest lap of the race as well for the race leader. 1 minute 16.360 for Michael Vituli. Opens up his lead margin by another 0.3 of a second over Chris Everall. So the gap is now just about a second first to second place, but there's traffic now up the road that will need dealing with, I'm afraid. So through the old hairpin goes one of the Jags about to be lapped. The overall leader for the Jags is heading up towards Redgate Corner once more, which is Colin Philpott. And you can see that now there is no Viren Builders car between first and second in the Jags. So James Ram can see the class leader, see Colin Philpott ahead of him. He's pushing as hard as he can, but just doesn't seem to have the pace at this stage to be able to close in. The gap first and second of the Jags is now up to 3 seconds between Colin Philpott and James Ram. As for our race leader, well, out of Coppice Corner, lap number 5, 13 minutes to go. Michael Vituli from Chris Everall's red Ginetta, from the number 34 BMW of Dave Griffin. 3 of them have got themselves back together again almost as they came through the Roberts chicane. They've got traffic that they need to deal with this time as they head over the start finish line. That is the number 36 BMW of Jonathan Lazel, who stays out of harm's way. All three of them are able to sneak their way through on the run up towards Redgate Corner. After Redgate, then the speeds begin to build again as they swing their way through what is an iconic part of the circuit here at Donington Park, down through the Craner curves, absolutely flat out down through the Craner curves. Trust the car, trust the tyres, and then you arrive at great speed down in towards the old hairpin, pop it down a gear, pitch it in, very quick corner for the Jags over the start-finish line. The gap just increasing between the two XJSs. Colin Philpott pulling away all of the time from James Ram. Last time we looked, the gap was 3 seconds between the pair of them. It's now 3.3, despite the fact that James Ram, last time through, popped in his best lap of the race so far. He still fell a further 0.3 of a second behind Colin Philpott. Race leader will be coming up towards the conclusion of another lap. More traffic to deal with as he heads in towards the Robert chicane. You can see all of these cars going over the start-finish line now are going to have to be dealt with by Michael Vituli. And if you look in his mirrors, the red Ginetta of Chris Everill is not that far behind, and neither is the third-place BMW in the hands of Dave Griffin. So traffic very much likely to come into play over the course of this lap. Instantly, Michael Vituli dives up the inside to put another back marker between himself and any potential attack that might come from behind. Chris Everill is very quick to work his way through that very same and past that very same back marker on the run down through Hollywood. But Michael Vituli is having to sort of drive one side and then looking to try and see what he might be able to do. He's bottled up behind Simon Lewis's Jaguar at this stage. And as they then thread their way out of the old hairpin up towards McLean's Corner, I think Michael Vituli has now largely dealt with all of the traffic, whilst Chris Everill, at the wheel of the second place, number 169 Ginetta, is still trying to work his way through. So Chris Everill's now dealt with that next batch of traffic. The problem is you deal with one batch, and there's another batch just up the road as well, and I think that's going to be the case for the next few laps for our race leaders, as it is for the Jaguars as well, who are amongst them. James Ram still looking to try and carve his way through slower cars, because of course the quick Jags are catching the slower Viren Builders cars. 7 laps about to be completed. Michael Vituli heads through and over the start-finish line. Chris Everill has now fallen 2 seconds adrift of him. You can see the gap first to second has increased. In third place, Dave Griffin is now starting to mount a challenge again to try and maybe get himself up a place on the podium. So the red Ginetta coming under pressure from the E36 M3 as they head for the 8th time of asking down through the Craner curves. Through the Craners, slightly newer Ginetta G55, the older BMW E36 M3, but nothing to choose between the pair of them. There was very little to choose between them in qualifying as well. It was a 1 minute 17.4 from Dave Griffin. It was a 1 minute 17.6 from Chris Everill. There was just 2 tenths between them. Colin Philpott up towards Redgate Corner, still leading the Jaguars as well. So that lead Jag is now in 9th position. Colin Philpott, and the next of the cars that he could overtake, which would bring him up a place. It wouldn't move him up, of course, in the order for the Jags, because he's at the front end of that anyway, but the next car he would want to try and catch up with would be the number 59 Jack Egar-driven Porsche 968 Club Sport. And how far up the road is that car? 4 seconds, so with 9 minutes to go, it's still more than possible, I would have thought. Side by side for second and third place, heading through the Robert chicane that time through. Chris Everill coming under a bit more pressure from Dave Griffin, who's almost drawing himself alongside in the lead of the race. The white and black car of Michael Vituli dealing with the back markers, but the red Ginetta fending off Dave Griffin. Dave Griffin then looks for the inside line heading in towards Redgate Corner, but still can't make it through because Chris Everill has just got that one covered off as they exit the corner. G55 Ginetta goes past G40 Ginetta. So Ginetta lapping Ginetta. 2 entirely different specifications of car though. In towards the old hairpin there is more traffic again that needs dealing with, and it is going to be Ian Drage's Jaguar XJS that Chris Everill is going to have to very quickly try and squeeze his way through. Any delay at all in proceedings and that will compromise him. I think if anything the delay was to Dave Griffin's BMW, who seems to have lost out a little bit. Colin Philpott still continuing to safely lead the Jaguars. Colin, who's been a regular in the ToyoTiresWatchdog.com Jaguar Saloon Championship for a good number of years. Always been a front runner as well in his class. Plenty of race wins under his belt. And as he now turns his way through the old hairpin. The Power Bell prepared XJS. Looking comfortable now, I would say, in the lead of that Jaguar race, because it's 5 seconds ahead of James Ram, and James Ram equally looking comfortable as well, because he is now 8 seconds ahead of the number 4 Jaguar, which is in the hands of Tom Robinson. So the Jags seem to have sorted themselves out for the lead of the race overall, though Michael Vituli has still got traffic to deal with, and it is one of those Jags that he's trying to go through and pass now. It's Michael Seaborn's example, the Castrol livery Jaguar, that he's having to thread his way through. Lead advantage is 3.5 seconds. Dave Griffin is a further second adrift of Chris Everall's Ginetta now, and still got 7.5 minutes for this one to play out. Over the start-finish line, the 2 Jaguars. So the gap, I think, is coming down, actually. James Ram lap time through, 1 minute 21.0. Colin Philpott, 1 minute 23.1. The gap came down by 2.1 seconds between the 2 leading Jaguars. So it's not all done and dusted as yet for Colin Philpott. He's got to push hard. Maybe the car is just going off the boil a little bit, because James Ram is more than closing. He's carving chunks out of the lead, and he's going to take the lead of the Jaguars down in towards the old hairpin. Clearly problems for Colin Philpott, who worked so hard to try and build an advantage, and James Ram now, number 99, picks up the lead of the Jaguars. Michael Vituli through the traffic towards Redgate Corner. How's the battle for second and third getting on? It's still Chris Everall's Red Ginetta, but always under pressure from the number 33 BMW of Dave Griffin, number 34 BMW of Dave Griffin. They've dealt with Michael Seaborn's Jaguar and placed a lap on that. But our race leader, Michael Vituli, is now down in towards the bottom section of the circuit. Through the old hairpin he goes. More traffic for him to deal with. There's lots of traffic for Chris Everall to deal with as well. And it's a raft of the Jags that they're trying to peel their way through and past. Queue of cars heading up towards Redgate Corner. Here comes our race leading Jag over the start finish line. Up towards Coppice Corner goes the overall race leader, Michael Vituli. Chris Everall and Dave Griffin still at it as well for second and third position. It's still just Red Ginetta ahead of the Coca-Cola BMW though for second and third positions. And into the pit lane, I'm afraid to say, that is erstwhile race leading Jaguar Colin Philpott trundling his way in towards the pit lane. Such a shame for him. All had been going well for the Power Bell Jag, but it is going to spell a retirement for him. Let's hope that whatever the problem is, it doesn't prevent him heading out for race number 2 for the ToyoTiresWatchDogApp.com Jaguar Saloon Championship that will take place later on over the course of the day. Side by side up towards Redgate Corner, Dave Griffin and the Ginetta, but again it's still just Chris Everall that's able to stick his elbows out and hang on to it. On the exit of the corner, Griffin tries to get a better run. They've got traffic ahead that they're trying to work their way through. They'll be nose to tail down through the Craner curves whilst lapping Jaguars as well. And as they head down in towards the old hairpin, Chris Everall is going to just make sure he holds the middle line whilst he laps the traffic and just prevents Dave Griffin having any consideration as to whether he could sneak up the inside. That just wasn't enough room. It would have been a risky move as well whilst they were trying to overtake a back marker, and therefore discretion the better part of Fowler. Tucks himself behind, and he can have more opportunities over what are now the remaining 4 3/4 minutes of this race. Since the retirement of Colin Philpott from the Jaguars, it means that James Ram is still the Jaguar leader, car number 99. Number 4, Tom Robinson, moves up to second in the Jaguars, and number 44, Guy Connew, who was third in the Jags earlier on, now moves himself back into third place. Race leader over the start-finish line, but the pair for second and third place still together. No let up at all in the pressure. Chris Everall is having to soak up all of the time from the BMW. If anything, it looks as though towards the tail end of the straights, the BMW just starts to catch the Ginetta a little bit onto the brakes. It looks as though the gap just concertinas up very, very slightly before it opens up on the exit of the corner, but over the course of the lap, they are both remarkably evenly matched. Chris Everall has actually set the faster lap of the two. His best lap is a 1 minute 16.5. Dave Griffin's Beamer, his best lap is another 1 minute 17, 1 minute 17.1. So there's actually about half a second between the pair of them in terms of the fastest laps that they have done in their respective cars. The overall fastest lap of the race is still very early on in this race, lap number 4 of the 13 that are now being done, and it's with number 89, our overall race leader, which is Michael Vituli. Vituli just threading his way out of Coppice corner. 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Bouncing over the curves as he went through the right-hander. Our second and third place battle will be heading through that section currently, but for Michael Vituli there's still more traffic to deal with. The next car he's going to catch is going to be the car that's currently third of the Jaguars, which is number 44, Guy Connew. Now, we have had on this lap, Dave Griffin's finally unlocked the door and has been able to sneak his way through the wheel of the BMW into second place. Chris Everill down into third position. Is there any more fight left in the Ginetta that he can try and muster to see whether he can get himself back ahead of Dave Griffin? So BMW 1-2, the Ginetta now on the exit of Redgate Corner down into third position. We've still got the number 93 BMW of Colin Wells there in fourth place. Fifth place is 63, which is Jeff Beale. Sixth is number 59, which is Jack Egar for this race. Seventh is number 163. We don't have the starting driver. Doug Simon and Roland Jones scheduled to share that car between the two races. Eighth is now the leading Jaguar, number 99, James Ram. Ninth is the second of the Jags, which is number 4, Tom Robinson. And completing the top 10 is car number 571, which is Tony Paxman. So that gives you the top 10 at this stage. And we are now bang on 2 minutes remaining in this race. So next time over the start finish line, Michael Vituli is likely to be heading on to his anti-penultimate lap, so the one he will start and 2 more thereafter. Our lead Jaguar heading out of Redgate Corner, slide in the Jag is James Ram on the exit of the corner, the Motul supported Jaguar in the hands of the man from Essex. James Ram, who's been again another very regular feature in this championship for a good number of years, now has a handy advantage as the leading Jag. The gap back from James Ram to Tom Robinson is about 3 seconds, so he can just afford to just make sure, take that extra tenth of a second to work his way past any traffic, and as long as you watch the mirrors as well and speed up if you need to, you should be good, one would have thought, for a win in the Jags. James Ram, who's on 32 points coming into this weekend. Colin Philpott on 29 points, but now out of the race and not going to add too many to that tally. So Michael Vituli onto lap number 15. We've got battles down through the order as well, still continuing to rage. Simon Lewis at the wheel of his Jag picking off cars on the approach towards Redgate Corner. But for our race leader, Michael Vituli, 20 seconds to go. Over the start finish line onto the last lap of the race for him. Now, over the course of the last lap, Chris Everill at the wheel of the Ginetta has been able to sneak his way back through again, and Dave Griffin, that time through, came over the start-finish line back down in third position. So for Chris Everill, he will be as pleased as punch that he's just managed to, again, just find that little bit more that he could throw at it, and it's worked as far as he's concerned, because Dave Griffin now, the BMW E36 M3, is back down into third position. Michael Vituli, though, is looking as though he's on for a good win. A big spin coming out of the Roberts chicane, I'm afraid. I think that was the Doug Simon Roland Jones BMW that rotated the wrong way. So that's going to bring yellow flags around, and that might prevent a further opportunity, possibly, for Dave Griffin to overtake. Thankfully, that BMW has got going again. It was indeed the car I thought, number 163 car. So Dave Griffin, if he's got anything else left in the tank, he can throw at it. He'll need to on the approach towards the breaking out for the Roberts chicane. He's too far away, so it looks as though they're going to stay in the same order. Michael Vituli is going to claim the win in the Viren Builders Open Series section of the race from Chris Everill in second place, and Dave Griffin, who comes through to finish in third position. Fourth place will be Colin Wells, number 93, at the wheel of the BMW 1 Series over the start-finish line to finish in fourth place. Fifth place should be 63, which is Jeff Beale at the wheel of his Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. But he was under pressure starting this lap from the Jack Egar Porsche. There was very little to choose between the pair of them. So are we going to see the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus hang on to fifth place, or might Jack Egar be able to sneak his way through? The Jags are already through. The car that finished third of the Jags, Guy Connew, is already through, so that sort of confirms him as the final winner of the Jaguars. And on that last lap, James Ram has lost the lead of the Jaguars somewhere, and it should be Tom Robinson, I think, that might come through. Here comes Jeff Beale. Jeff Beale has held off Jack Egar over the start-finish line, so it is just Talbot Sunbeam Lotus ahead of Porsche. But waiting for the arrival of the first Jag home, and it is not going to be the number 31 car that's just gone through, because that's down a lap. It's going to be Tom Robinson, who has been able to move his way through and ahead as a result of the rotating BMW up to 7th position in the Jaguar, and will claim the Toyo Tyres Watchdog.com element of the race in 7th place overall, but the leading Jag home. 8th place is 163, which is the Doug Simon and Roland Jones shared car. That was the car that had the spin starting the final lap of the race. Number 571, Tony Paxman, finishes in 9th place, and not quite sure what happened to James Ram. Went off the boil there somewhere. The number 99 car that looked destined for the win in the Jags is going to come home 10th overall and 2nd of the Jaguars home. So the Viren Builders Open Series race done and dusted for the moment, as are the Toyo Tyres Watchdog.com Jaguar Saloon competitors. They, of course, will be back out later on. We will have a second race for them a little bit later on over the course of this afternoon. Same format as well. It will be a 20-minute race for those cars when they retake to the circuits. But in the meantime, if you're here at the circuit listening, we'll leave you in silence. However, if you are watching online on the live stream, then again, Ian Waterhouse is tasked with chatting to some of the winners.
Right, here I am down at what I'm now dubbing the winner's row here, and with Michael Mattulli, the winner of the Open Series. We'll grab a quick word with him. We did speak to him actually a little bit earlier as well, didn't we? But he's sure to have a big beaming smile on his face. I can't see his face because he's got his helmet on, but Michael, congratulations.
Thank you.
That is the Open Series win. Talk us through the race. It's, I mean, David Griffin was giving you a bit of a race at times, wasn't he?
Yeah, at the beginning, certainly, until kind of got my foot in, see where the grip was out there, because it was a little bit slippery to begin with, to tell the truth, but yeah, the car seemed to develop nicely as the race went on, so just got a groove and it turned out pretty well.
It certainly did, and you do have another race a little bit later on today. Any plans for that? What's the strategy there?
Just do pretty much the same as we did in this race, to be fair.
Well, it works, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, don't change it.
Look, congratulations. I'll let you get back into the garage. Thanks for talking to us. That is Michael Mattulli, the winner of the Open Series. Now, there is another race a little bit later for the Jaguar Saloons and Open Series. So what we'll do in race 2, we will catch the winner of the Jaguar Saloons. As you can see, everybody just piles through. Nobody stops here due to COVID restrictions. So we'll grab the winner of the Jaguar Saloons in race 2. So it's almost time for the Mintex Classic K race though. It's a 1 hour race, and I did catch up with some of the drivers up at the assembly area, and hopefully we'll play you that video very soon. Hello everybody, welcome back down to the assembly area. It's almost time for the Mintex Classic K race. It's a 60-minute slog out there around Donington Park. As we're here, we thought we'd catch up with some of the drivers. Let's go for a quick chat. We've got Luke over here. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with him. A bit of deep conversation going in here. Chaps, I'm not interrupting anything, am I? I apologise if I'm about to.
No, that's all right.
That's all right. Let's grab a quick word with Luke.
Talking tactics.
Talking tactics is what I like to hear. Are you able to reveal any tactics for us?
No, hopefully we can keep the water in the radiator this time.
Oh no, I hope so too.
It's got a habit of escaping and we don't know where from, but we'll see how it goes. It's a long race.
It is a long race actually. It's it's almost an racing endurance. Obviously, you've got to make a mandatory pit stop as well. Is that safety car led by you if we get one, or?
Yes, yeah, we're going to pit late because we think we might need to top the water up, so we're going to try and push it. If a safety car comes in, obviously we'll dive straight into the pits, make the most of a slower pace, although you can sometimes get caught out and pick up the end of the train, but it's worth doing. And well, we're still developing and changing the car all the time, so it's if nothing else, it's going to be a good test session.
I was going to say, not a bad qualifying anyway, so we're expecting a hectic pit lane then.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for talking to us. Let's keep moving down, shall we? That was Lyndon Griffin here, car number 42. You're not going to miss this out on the track, are we? Bright yellow. Yellow always helps, doesn't it? Certainly for the commentator Mark Werrell here today. We'll grab a quick word if we can as well. I know we just put the helmet on. By the way, I don't know if you can bring the camera around. Look at this dashboard, by the way. Is that the original? Because it is beautiful, isn't it? That is something.
It's changed, but I think so, yeah.
Lovely. Look, we know it's a long race, 60 minutes. Do you have a tactic, or is it just kind of go?
No, just a friend of mine, it's his car, we just swapped sort of halfway, so we just have a go and
I suppose
see how we go on, really.
That's the beauty of this type of racing, isn't it? It does give you...
Hope to have a bit of fun and see how we go. Hope, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, definitely. Thanks for talking to us. Best of luck. We've got a few more cars arriving now, but it is almost time for the Mintex Classic K race to get underway here at Donington Park. So I'm going to hand back to your course commentator, Mark, to take you through the race.
So the build-up to our next race then, the Mintex Classic K heading out onto circuit very shortly for what is a full grid of cars. There are a full grid and 4 reserves for this particular race. So the way that they line up is as follows. We've got no time penalties to worry about in the pit lane for any of the cars that are lined up in the first 40 on the grid. Should one of the reserves get in, then we might have a car that will have a time penalty. For the moment, as per the grid issued to me, we don't need to worry about any additional time penalties. They line up, and starting drivers, as follows. Now, all of these cars in Appendix K are to Appendix K specification. So Mintex Classic K is very much for cars that were built in conjunction with the period specification. So it's FIA Appendix K approved cars. They don't have to have full FIA papers, but they are very much as per period specification, which means they run on a Dunlop historic tyre as well. So it's a cross-ply tyre that they're running on in reality. So again, it's a tyre that has not a great deal of grip. It allows you to slide the cars through the corners. So they line up as follows. Car number 699, Nick Powell on pole, and alongside is 167, which is Peter Dott. So it's a Lotus Elan and a TVR on row number 1. Row 2 of the grid is 126, which is John Davidson with his Lotus Elan, the 26R, and 72. It's another TVR, that being Jamie Boot. 126 and 72 on row number 2. The third row of the grid is 48, Paul Toombs with his Lotus Elan, and 62, which is Mel Taylor with their Lotus Elan as well. So it's an all Elan. Third row of the grid, 48 and 62. And row 4 of the grid is 232, which is Alistair Coates with the Ford Mustang GT350. And compared to it, the tiny little Turner, number 6 in the hands of Luke Wass, 132 and 6 on row number 4. Row 5 of the grid is 185, Stephen Bond, and 42. That will be started by Lyndon Griffin. Row 6 is 69, Dan Williamson, and number 70, which will be started by Martin Rumble. The 7th row of the grid is number 8, Cliff Gray, and 31, Nigel Winchester. Row 8 of the grid is 14, which is Rod Griffiths, and 63, Dave Thompson. Row 9 of the grid is 32, Brian Lambert, and 174, Bruce Weir. Row 10 sees 115, Johnny Kent, and number 77, David Beresford. The 11th row of the grid is 420, Neil Howe, and 54, started by Billy Nairn. Row 12 is 885, Dominic Holland, and 715, Simon Evans. Row 13 is 94, William Lynch will start alongside 711, Lawrence War. Row 14 is 35, Tim Goss, and 29, Richard Parsons. Row 15 is 55, Mark Hope, and 79, Ian Fraser. Row 16 is 141, Richard Longdon, and 76, James Carter. Row 17 is 15, Steve Chapman, and 44, Chris Blewett. Row 18 is 25, Peter Illingworth, and 26, Daniel Pickett. Row 19 is 84, Paul Wybrow, and number 50, Richard Bateman. And the 20th and final row of the grid is number 28, which is Jan Boys, and 41, which will be started by Trish Hunter. That gives you the full grid for these cars, say pre-66 GT and touring cars running to FIA Appendix K regulations. This series was first introduced in 2010 by the Classic Sports Car Club, ran for a couple of years, then had a gap for a couple of years, and was successfully reintroduced in 2014 due to renewed demand, saying no pit penalties to worry about if all 40 cars are there and none of the reserves have slotted themselves in. If one of the reserves have, we'll pick up on that when the race gets going. But I think all 40 are present and correct. We're about to get the Classic K race underway here at Donington Park, and as the lights go out and they tear their way up towards Redgate Corner for the first time, Peter Dodd's TVR in a straight line will have more grunt on the run towards Redgate Corner. Can it grab the lead of the race side by side with Nick Powell through the corner? But it does look as though Nick Powell is just going to hang on to it on the exit of the corner. We've got somebody running very, very wide and off the circuit there, and will hopefully be able to rejoin as the dust was raised in the background. But it is, TVR from Lotus for the lead of the race as they head down through the Craner curves for the first time, and then as they pick their way through the right-hander at the Craner curves, we'll see whether Jamie Boot or John Davidson were able to muster their way through to third and fourth place. Looks as though it is going to be John Davidson, I think it is, that's there in third position. Fourth place is going to be Paul Toombs, I think, that's there in fourth place. And I think Jamie Boot's TVR has dropped down into fifth position from what was fourth on the grid. So Jamie not getting the best of starts in this stage. He's re-attacking though and dives at the inside of Paul Toombs as they went up towards Coppice Corner that time through. So the light green TVR back into fourth, the blue Lotus with the white stripe down the centre down into fifth position. And now all of a sudden, of course, because those TVRs are so much quicker than the little Lotus lands in a straight line, Jamie Boot was closing on the cars ahead, but of course then has to dive on the brakes that little bit earlier to head in towards the Robert chicane. Over the start finish line goes Peter Dodd. He continues to lead the race. It is indeed the car of Nick Powell who's there in second position. John Davidson is in third place. Jamie Boot's TVR sitting there in fourth place as they head in towards Redgate Corner, but Jamie Boot under attack from the car that he's just taken the place away from, which is the second of the blue Lotus cars that we've got in the field, which is Paul Toombs. And then after Paul Toombs in fifth position, sixth place is car number 232, which is Alistair Coates at the wheel of his Ford Mustang GT350. After the GT350, it's another big American muscle car as well. It's Dan Williamson at the wheel of the Ford Falcon, who's seventh place. The little Turner of Luke Wass is eighth. Ninth is number 42, which is going to be Lyndon Griffin for part one of the race. That's a Lotus Elan Series 1. And completing the top 10 is number 62, which is Mel Taylor, who started sixth, but has rather dropped down through the order in the early stages of this one. So up towards Coppice Corner go the leading cars. Now this, remember, is a slightly longer race. This is our longest race of the weekend. It is a 1 hour race, and common sense would tell you that the pit stop window will be in the middle part of it, which it is. So the pit window for this race doesn't open until the 20th minute of the race, and then it remains open for 20 minutes and closes for the final 20 minutes. So that is the process for this particular one. Now there's a black flag being shown, and that black flag is being shown for car number 400. Now, car number 400 was the third reserve, and therefore what car number 400 should have done, one would imagine, is head into the pit lane and wait until the officials had indicated that other cars had gone missing, and therefore you were able to start the race. So Dave Coyne, who has been around motor racing for a long period of time, has clearly made an oversight, one would have thought, with that one. So that's why his car is being shown a black flag, Dave Coyne, and therefore we can, for the purposes of this exercise, discount him from the race. And already, the timekeepers have discounted him as well, so he's not being shown amongst the 40 cars that are on our timing screen. So we are only allowed 40 out at any one point, and I'm afraid to say we are now seeing the red flags around the circuit, and that is going to bring about a very early halt to this Mintex Classic K race, I'm afraid. Quick peer as to what might have gone off around the circuit. Can't see anything at all, but the red flags come out, and that will bring everybody to a halt. The red flags came out with only 4 minutes of the race having been completed as well. So you wonder whether it might have been red flagged, a bit like we saw with one of the sessions yesterday, where again cars snuck into races that shouldn't have snuck in, and the maximum number of cars we are allowed on the grid is 40, and if there are 41 circulating, that is in reality not allowed, and regardless of whether it's been an oversight or not by a driver, it means that we're not fully compliant, which absolutely the Classic Sports Car Club would wish to do. So it could well be that the reason the red flag has come out is because we have exceeded the number of cars that should have been out there on circuit, and as a result of that, and Dave Coyne not either seeing or not reacting to the black flag that was being shown to get him off the circuit, then maybe the only choice was to throw the red flag. It's just me trying to surmise as to what might have happened. The cars are being called forward, that's the good thing. The cars are being called forward back on towards the grid. So Peter Dodd bringing his car back up towards the front end of the grid. What we should see, without question, is that number 400 car waved into the pit lane. And I think there is an indication already being given as to how long the race will be. We are tight on time today. Despite the very tight timetable yesterday, we did manage to finish exactly as planned in the end. We had a few little delays along the way, but then started a couple of races a little bit early, and even with safety cars and cars that needed recovering, we finished, I think we started the last race bang on time, and we, as a result, finished it literally about 30 seconds after the timetable. So it was really good work done by the marshals and the Classic Sports Car Club officials and everybody in race control and all the recovery crews to keep us absolutely where we needed to be throughout the course of the day. Now, race length, I think, has got a question mark against it. There is a white clean board being readied down in the pit lane with race length written on it already, but not how many minutes. So I think that is still possibly up for conversation with race control to establish as what the amended race length will be. So it was, what, 56 minutes and 14 seconds, I think, were remaining on the clock. Right, so the board, I've got my binoculars out. It says race length, and then it will have a number beside it. And it also says pit window, and it will have a number beside it. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm hoping that the officials will hold it up to me and let me know as to, in particular, what the pit window will be, because it will now, if we have a reduced length to the race, it will now, without question, not be opening at 20 minutes and closing at 40 minutes. There will be some sort of adjustment to that. So cars all busy lining up on the grid. We are going to get the cars lining up, not in the original order. We would go back a lap prior to the red flag coming out and grid them up in that order. So they start to continually work their way forward with the naked eye. It is going to be, for a quick look, is it original grid order? Could well be, you know, just having a quick look through. Just need to see what this next row of the grid is going to do, because that side of it, we've got TVR, Otis, then the Turner, then number 42 and number 70. So I think they are at the moment lining back up in original grid order. Bruce Weir comes up into his position on the grid. Damien Hurst, one of our Classic Sports Car Club officials, pointing at the cars and waving them forward. After Bruce Weir, it should be number 77, the MGB-GT, which it is. After that, then it should then be the Mini of the Nairns on this side of the grid, which again is just coming into position now. Brian Lambert brings his little Ginetta up onto the grid. Number 35 is edging forward as well, which is going to be Tim Goss. So he should line up on the 14th row of the grid as we're looking at the television screen on the left-hand side, but it will be the right-hand side for the driver of the track. So I think they are going to original grid order. So starting grid for this one will be as I gave you, but one that shouldn't be joining in is that white Ford Mustang with the red and the blue stripe down the centre of it, which is just on the exit of Roberts. bit too far out of shot if you're watching online to be able to see that car, but you should see a car peel its way into the pit lane entry, and it will be a Ford Mustang with a white and a blue stripe down the centre of it. Sorry, red and a blue stripe down the centre of it, and that is, I think, the car that's brought about this problem by somehow joining in a race that they shouldn't have joined in. So the cars all being lined up now. We are seeing a bit more shuffling in the order. As expected, car number 400, Dave Coyne, did indeed heading towards the pit lane. So we've got a couple more rows that we still need to get sorted and lined up. And then once we have got the last few cars lined up, we should be ready to go. We're 3 wide at one point, and so we're not quite as we ought to be, because Dominic sort of Holland's car has got Simon Evans to his left, which he should have, but he's got William Lynch to his right, which he shouldn't have. William Lynch should be back a row on the grid. So I think all the drivers know where they need to be. They're all positioned there or thereabouts, and they will sort themselves out on the rolling lap. We've got the number 400 car in the pit lane, which is Dave Coyne, and then hopefully we will get an indication. So it is a 50-minute race, of which I'm not quite sure when the pit window is going to open. So I know it's a 50-minute race, but it's the pit window that's now the critical thing. I don't think the board actually says it, but I'm going to wait until the official wanders down there and see whether we might be able to understand what the new pit window will be. So it's being held by one of our marshals as he walks his way down the pit lane. And it doesn't tell me what the pit window is, so it just says pit window, but there's nothing beside it. So that wasn't a great help peering through the binoculars to see what the handwritten whiteboard was saying. So it's a 50-minute race, pit window. That's all I can tell you. So it is a slight reduction in this race. If you're looking online on the graphic, ignore the 60 minutes. Because of the red flag, we are losing 10 minutes of this race. We need to get the last few cars gridded up, which is just taking place with a bit of conversation down towards the tail end of the grid. The number 30 car now gets onto the grid as a result of some problems for other cars. So that is the car that I was suggesting earlier on. If we had none of the reserves finding their way into the race, we wouldn't have to worry about additional time penalties. But if the number 30 car is there, which it is, then we do have additional time penalties that we need to consider, because that number 30 car is the winner from Thruxton last time out, when it was driven to victory by Tony Hancock and his son Ollie Hancock. Well, Tony's driving solo this time through. So that number 30 car, if it is able to take place in the race, I'm not quite sure whether it still might be a reserve and might have to turn in towards the pit lane, but if it's in the race, that car will have an extra 30 seconds in the pits as and when we get the pit window open. So all of the drivers now being shown the board that says 50 minutes is the new race. There's the new race distance. And then we will, I think, wait and see when the timing screen flashes up that the pit window is open, and that then will give me an indication as to roughly how far into this revised 50-minute race the pit window opens, and that will allow me to understand as to how long it might remain open for before it closes. So, safety car at the front. The BMW 2 Series safety car is at the front of the grid. Lights are on. Countdown boards are being shown. 30 seconds of the holding period before then the cars are released onto their final formation lap for the Mintex Classic K. So green flag waves, off go the cars onto another formation lap for the Mintex Classic K. So as they now roll their way off the start finish line, 15:35 is in theory when we would have been 10 minutes into this race, the original start of it, which would have meant we'd be at the 50 minutes to go mark. Well, it's 15:35 now as they head off on their formation lap. So perfect work by the officials in that what they have done is shortened the race by exactly the same amount as the time that was lost. So number 30 is indeed joining in. So Tony Hancock, that's a car that I would say is well worth watching out for. That blue car with the powder blue, isn't it? Baby blue car with the yellow stripe down the centre of it, the Lotus Elan. In terms of qualifying this morning, Tony actually qualified 8th quickest, but because he's the reserve that gets slotted in last moment, he joins in on the back of the grid. So 2 minutes 24.135 from him. 2 minutes 24.135 was good enough for 8th quickest. The pole time, by the way, was a 2 minute 20, so 2 minute 20.407 for the Powells. Nick and Eddie Powell in qualifying this morning. That was 0.8 of a second quicker than the Peter and Nathan Dodd TVR Griffith could manage. But say the first attempt of the race, TVR got the jump over the Lotus and was looking to try and hang on to the lead of the race before the red flag's coming out. So hopefully we're now good to go. The car's just heading up towards Coppice Corner for this 50-minute race for the Mintex Classic K, and then the safety car will extinguish its lights part the way along the straight. So between Coppice Corner and the entrance in towards the Roberts chicane, the right and left flick at Roberts, named after Robert Furnell, who was a major part of this circuit for a very, very good number of years and passed away some while ago now, did Robert Furnell. At the corner, the right and left flick on the national circuit, named after him. So down the straight, lights off on the safety car. Nick Powell and Peter Dodd, the blue Lotus and the black, largely black, TVR Griffith on the front row of the grid, just working their way in towards the Roberts chicane now. The safety car appears into sight, will turn left in towards the pit lane area, and then we are ready to get this slightly shortened Mintex Classic K race underway here at Donington Park. The cars heading up towards the start finish line, and when the lights go out, which they do now, we're away and racing again up towards Redgate Corner, and again Peter Dodd gets the jump over the Lotus and is going to go through and into the lead of the race, as he did at part one of the race, with Nick Powell sitting there in second position, and a good start from Paul Toombs by the look of things. The blue Lotus, but with a white stripe down the centre, is up into third place and has managed to jump John Davidson So he has gone through. I'm afraid to say, yeah, the number 30 car did the rolling lap in case there were problems for any others, but we will not see Tony Hancock join in the race because he was the 41st car and therefore is not able to join in, I'm afraid to say. So he did exactly what he should have done, did the rolling lap and then peeled into the pit lane rather than carry on in the start of the race. So that means that we don't have any pit stop penalties to worry about in this slightly shortened race. So Peter Dodd out front and leading the way. TVR from Lotus, and then from Lotus again, I think it is, in second, third and fourth positions through Coppice Corner. Peter Dodd leading the race. Then it is Nick Powell in second place. It's John Davidson who's back into third place. Paul Toombs is fourth, and Jamie Boot is fifth again, a bit like he was in race number 1, where he lost the place off the start to Paul Toombs and was able to carve his way back, but this time through on the second attempt at the start. The light green TVR still sits there in fifth position. The Turner of Luke Wass looks as though it's there in sixth place as they sprint their way over the start finish line. TVR, then 3 Lotus cars all together. This time John Davidson jinks out from behind Nick Powell and looks to try and draw himself alongside on the run toward Redgate Corner, but looks as though Nick Powell has certainly got that one covered off on the way in. Slides a little bit wide on the way out, but should still be able to hang on to second place. And it's just allowing Peter Dodd to pull away a little bit from the squabbles that are going on behind. Paul Toombs in fourth place, also under attack from the second of the TVRs in the field, which is Jamie Boot's machine. So the light green Griffith that sits there in what is fifth position. 2 big American muscle cars are together again, as well as they were for part 1 of the race. Alistair Coates, the Ford Mustang GT350, fighting away with the big Ford Falcon of Dan Williamson. Dan used to race a very quick TBR Corvette in the swinging 60s series, the ex-Luke Wass Corvette actually. Luke at the wheel of something slightly less powerful in this one, that being the Little Turner. And right, I'm afraid to say I have a feeling that the safety car might be on standby already, and I think that's because the car has deposited itself in the gravel trap at the Robert Chicane, I think. So safety car is coming out. So we had one go at trying to get the race underway. We had a red flag. We now have got another go at trying to get the race underway, and this time we've got a very early safety car, which, as I say, I think is because we have lost the car into the gravel trap at the Robert Chicane, and that has brought about, yeah, we've lost 2. It's not just 1, it's 2 we've lost in the gravel trap. We have lost Lawrence Waugh into the gravel trap. His Mini is in the gravel. In fact, we've got 3 of we in the gravel trap, but the Robert Chicane. The Minis have all come together. They were definitely not in the Self-Preservation Society, were they, those Minis? They have all, I think all the drivers are fine. The cars all look fine as well. I think they've all sort of, you know, there's probably been a spin for one and the others have plopped themselves in the gravel in avoidance possibly, but that is not unsurprising. We've got the safety car. Lawrence Waugh's car is down. I think that looks like that might be at the old hairpin. The other 2 are in the gravel trap at Roberts, so with 3 Minis all off on the first lap of this restarted race. Sensible thing to bring out the safety car, bring the race to a controlled status, get all of the cars out of harm's way, particularly with 2 of them being in the same gravel trap. That's going to take a while longer to sort out, and then once the circuit is clear we'll get some more racing done in reality. So of the 60-minute race that was originally scheduled, we've got 45 minutes of the slightly shortened one left, and so far we've done, what, a couple of laps of racing. That's about all in reality. So the Mintex Classic K, who are usually very, very good, but with such a full field, all it takes is one little car to make a mistake if it's in the middle of the pack, and the others have to take some sort of avoiding action. I suspect that that's what's happened. So the way that they run under safety car, number 167 Peter Dodd leads the race, 699 Nick Powell in second position, third is 126, which is going to be John Davidson. In fourth place is 48, that is Paul Toombs at the wheel of his Lotus. Fifth is 72, which is Jamie Boot, and sixth place is number 6, which is Luke Wass. Seventh is 232 Alistair Coates with the big Mustang GT350. Eighth place is number 62. Gaining places just before the safety car came out was Mel Taylor. That car actually dropped down through the order in part 1 of the race before the red flag and has managed to not lose quite as many places in the second attempt at getting the race underway. 9th is 69, which is Dan Williamson with a big Ford Falcon, and 10th at this stage is number 42, which is Lyndon Griffin. In 11th place, that's number 185. That's going to be, in 11th place is number 185, which is going to be Stephen Bond. Now, it's showing that Stephen Bond is sharing with somebody. That must be Cliff Gray that he's sharing with. So Cliff must have had problems with his car and has therefore moved over to share, and Cliff is starting. So 185 Cliff Gray in 11th place. 12th place is number 70, which is the Rumbles, that being Martin Rumble to start with. And then after the Rumbles in 12th place, it is number 31 that's there, Nigel Winchester in 13th place. 14th place is number 14, convenient enough, which is Rod Griffiths. And just to give you the top 15, it's Brian Lambert in the Ginetta that's there in 15th position. Cars that did not come through, I think it was number 94, William Lynch was one of those that was caught up in the incident up at the Robert chicane. We know of the whereabouts of Lawrence War because he's in the gravel trap down at the old hairpin. And I think the other car that did not come through is going to be car number 885, and that's another Mini, which would be Dominic Holland's car, and that sort of ties up with the colours of the cars that I saw strewn around the circuit. So, yeah, the blue car of the Lynches, the darker green Mini of the Hollands are the two that came to grief in the Robert chicane, and the white car, which is Lawrence War, is that appeared into the gravel trap down at the old hairpin. So that accounts for the three that we were looking for. Into the pit lane comes the rather dusty sidewall tyres of Lawrence War's cars. That's a telltale sign that he's had an off. The two cars that went into the gravel trap at Roberts will be dragged out of the way and brought on towards the Grand Prix loop almost to get them out of harm's way. One would have thought that's usually what they do down there, but the safety car for the moment has still got the race leaders behind. So 42 minutes of the race to go. We are still under safety car here at Donington Park for the Mintex Classic K. After the Mintex Classic K, we stick with the 60s period. In reality, we go back to Adams and Page swinging 60s. So similar types of cars, but in the swinging 60s, they don't have to run to absolute period specification. They still have to have the same original engines and gearboxes in and things like that, but they can tweak other bits like the electronics and things inside the cars to a much, much greater degree. They don't have to run on the historic tyres either. They can run a more modern road type tyre on those cars. So that's why we have separate categories for those that are in absolute period specification and those that are modified to a degree. And then after we've had the swinging 60s done and dusted, we've got our second race, another 20-minute race for the Toyo Tyres WatchdogApp.com Jaguar Saloon Championship, including the Livery and Builders Open Series. And our final race of the day is going to be for the Advantage Motorsports Future Classic. So the pit window has, thanks to the roving reporter Ian Waterhouse down in the pit lane, been confirmed as still being opening at 20 minutes into the race. Now, is that 20 minutes of the original 60 that was scheduled, which would mean it would open with 40 minutes to go, or is that 20 minutes into the revised 50 minutes, which means it would open at 30 minutes into the 30 minutes to go? Don't know. We'll wait and see. In another 50 seconds, we'll find out. Right, the two cars in the gravel trap up at Roberts have been dealt with. Now, one of them, I'm afraid to say, has got damage to the front right corner of it. The other one is walking wounded and driving away, the car that is. It's William Lynch's car, where the front right corner has fallen off as though something has failed on that car, and as it's gone into the gravel, it has had the second of the cars avoid it. Right, now there is damage there, right, to the side of the number 885 car, which is Dominic Holland's car. There is a little bit of damage, so we'll wait and see. I think we're about to get the race back underway, though, because the lights are off on the safety car. We're about to go racing once more here at Donington Park, and as the cars accelerate their way over the start-finish line, there's no overtaking until they reach that control line, and we can finally, with 40 minutes of the race to go, get some racing done and dusted. So Peter Dodd charges his way up towards Redgate Corner in the lead of the race. It's the Lotus Elans that slot themselves into what is second, third and fourth places, that being Nick Powell and then John Davidson and Paul Toombs, and Jamie Boot in the second of the Griffiths is there in fifth place. So down through the Craner curves in beautiful sunshine, lovely autumnal day it's been here at Donington Park today. And the little turn of Luke Wass is still there in 5th position. In the pit lane with that damage down towards the door and the rear quarter panel is Dominic Holland's car, so that car was extracted from the gravel trap is done for the race. But for the lead of the race, Peter Dodd will, for the 3rd time now, look to see whether he can open up a bit of a gap and try and sprint away. Everybody in this race will have that 2-minute pit stop from when they break the beam on the way into the pit lane to when they break the beam on the way out. And other than that, everything else is pretty much standard for them. Of course, in the case of the shared cars, they've got to change drivers as well over the course of that period of time. Single drivers could just sit in the car. Now the fight is on as they come over the start-finish line for 2nd and 3rd place, because Nick Powell is under attack from the gold car of John Davidson, who weaves one way, weaves the other. The two of them really close to each other as they head in towards Redgate Corner. They're almost leaning on each other on the way into the corner, but the order doesn't actually change. It's still Nick Powell from John Davidson as they head onto the top of the Craner curves. Paul Toombs is under attack in the background as well from Jamie Boots, TVR Griffith, and all of this is just allowing Peter Dodd to pull away in the lead of the race. So down through the Craner curves, they'll thread their way. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and then the 5th place car of Jamie Boot at the wheel of the number 72 TVR Griffith. But the race leader is already starting to build that advantage. 2 seconds was the gap between Peter Dodd and Nick Powell last time through. Into the pit lane, I'm sorry to say, comes the number 41 Tornado Talisman GT. That was Trish Hunter that was scheduled to have started that race, but for 2nd place we've got a great fight still going on. He's not going to have it all his own way, so there is the Talisman in the pit lane. Trish Hunter out of the race by the look of things. The squabble for 2nd and 3rd just threading its way back onto the start-finish straight, which is Nick Powell again under pressure from John Davidson, who is that little bit quicker coming out of the Robert chicane. He looks one way, he looks the other. Nick Powell just makes sure he covers off any attack that's coming on from behind, and all of the time weaving one way, weaving the other was John Davidson over the start-finish line. But the door was always slightly ajar, but as soon as Nick Powell saw what was going on behind, he instantly just covered off every single move from John Davidson. You can only weave if you're the car ahead once to block somebody off. You can't keep doing it, but the car behind can change direction as many times as it wants to try and put off the driver that is trying to steal the place away from. The order still remains the same between the pair of them as they head through the old hairpin, including the safety car laps. They're now on lap number 8 of this race. We have 36 minutes to go. The pit window hasn't opened yet, so it looks as though it is going to open 20 minutes into the race, which means we've got another 6.5 minutes to go before the pit window opens, and then if it remains open for 20 minutes, it will only close for the final 10. So some drivers might opt to choose to come in very, very late into the pit lane, and then there's just 10 minutes then of the race to try and hang on to their positions. That's largely if they've made good progress in the early stages and want to defend for the latter stages. If you want to pit nice and early, you've got more chance to charge. Up the inside, change of position surely for 2nd place. Indeed it is, yet the gold car having gone ahead. Number 126 John Davidson now pinned to 2nd place. 699 Nick Powell down into 3rd place. 48 Paul Toombs sitting there is the car in 4th place. We'll have Jamie Boots, number 72 TVR, in 5th position. 6th place is Alistair Coates, car number 232. Then is Luke Wass at the wheel of the little Turner that's right behind him. Couldn't have 2 more entirely different cars, could you? Big American muscle car with a V8 engine, and the tiny little Turner that sits behind. Down through the Craner curves goes the fight for 4th and 5th place. Paul Toombs having to work overtime to make sure that Jamie Boot stays directly behind. Loads of Lotus Elands busy squabbling away in this one. Number 185 Stephen Bond, I think that was, or Cliff Gray will be for the first part of the race, I ought to say, has got the car of Mel Taylor sitting directly behind. And as those cars have gone through the old hairpin, our race leader will be coming up towards the conclusion of another lap again before too much longer. So thundering his way Peter Dodd looking to try and build that advantage. The lead advantage grew again last time through. It was up to 3.6 seconds. That's because it's a new fastest lap of the race. And into the pit lane now comes number 699. Now, doesn't say on my screen that the pit window is open as yet. So Nick Powell about to hand over to Eddie Powell. And this, I think, might be before the window opens. Not entirely sure. Either way, what I can tell you is, right, okay, driver getting out, another driver getting in. Right, okay, so it is a change of driver that is taking place. But there is no indication as yet that the pit window is open. Now, it was originally scheduled to have opened 20 minutes into a 60-minute race. And confirmation was given that the pit window was as per original, so, and I did raise the query, does that mean that it still opens at the 40 minutes to go mark, as though it was the original 60-minute race, or does it open 20 minutes into a 50-minute race, which would mean it's another 3 3/4 minutes before the pit window opens? So I do wonder whether there's been some confusion for the Powells in that one, and let's hope that it doesn't overly affect them, because I can almost sort of understand where the confusion could have arisen from. The lead of the race, though, in fact, we've got another car coming in now, which is number 15. That is Steve Chapman coming in. Body language of that car suggests, though, that that might be an issue rather than anything else. You can see him trundling his way down the pit lane, Steve Chapman. Now, here's a solo driver, so will matter not. Number 84 comes in as well, which is Paul Wybrow, so there's a few of them that are coming in. Peter Dodd over the start-finish line, still continuing to lead the race all of the time. 6.6 minutes, 6.6 seconds to the good. John Davidson second, Jamie Boots now up into third and ahead of Paul Toombs that time through, so the second of the two TVRs has made it through. Chris Blewett has also come in at the wheel of the little Ginetta into the pit lane on this occasion. But for Peter Dodd, he's still pressing on in a lead. Yeah, so there is in the pit lane Chris Blewett chatting to his wife, who is, again, both Chris and I think it's Jane, isn't it? Jane Blewett are fundamental members of the Classic Sports Car Club, give a lot of their time to support the series and help out along the way. Out of the Robert chicane, thundering his way. You can see the tail end of the TVR was dancing around on the edge of adhesion there. Peter Dodd pushing hard as he possibly can to try and build up the lead advantage. He actually lost a little bit of time that time through, so the lead advantage is down to 5.7 seconds first to second position. Still that gold Lotus of John Davidson that sits there in second place as he heads on to the top of the Craner Curves, car number 126. Third at the moment is still number 72, Jamie Boots, with his TVR. And fourth is Paul Toombs at this stage. I'm afraid that we might have lost another car out on circuit, and that will be number 63 underneath Starkey's Bridge at Willem Park. We won't be able to see it on the live stream because the camera position won't pick it up, but that, I'm afraid to say, is a car that is going no further. So that is Dave Thompson that is out of the number 63 TVR with some sort of problem. One more cars filing their way over the start-finish line. The beautiful looking Triumph TR4 of Neil Howe, the blue car with the orange stripes down the centre of it, and a quick replay on the live stream as we're looking towards the braking area for the Roberts chicane. Into the braking area goes the Lotus Cortina, misses its braking point, drops itself into the gravel trap, I'm afraid, and that car is going no further, and that is going to have to be snatched out of harm's way. So that's why there's a green flag on the exit of Roberts corner at the moment, because we've got a Lotus Cortina that has disappeared into the gravel, I'm afraid to say, and certainly that car is going to need the help of one of our course vehicles to get it out of harm's way. I think it was the number 79 car, which was Ian and John Fraser's car, that has disappeared into the gravel trap there, and that will certainly spell the end for that race. It was scheduled to be Ian Fraser that was starting behind the wheel of that car. So the race leader is now on to lap number 13. The pit window is now open, by the way, so it opened 20 minutes into the shortened 50-minute race. So it was now opened, albeit we've already had 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 5 cars come into the pit lane before the window opened. But I can, as I say, I can understand the slight confusion. There's the stricken Lotus Cortina in the gravel trap. Into the pit lane has come number 62. So that is Mel Taylor giving way to Ben Cater. Ben is a very quick single-seater driver as well. There's a lot of racing in things like Monoposto, Ben Cater. Safety car coming out again, I'm afraid, into the pit lane. This means that everybody's going to carve their way into the pit lane. The race leader is coming in as well, so Peter Dodd diving for the pit lane. Jamie Boot dives for the pit lane. John Davidson heads down the pit lane as well. So with another safety car period coming out, absolutely don't carry on the circuit. Turn your way left and into the pit lane, because if you carry on, all that's going to happen is you're going to get caught up behind the safety car. That's going to slow you down and cost you a lot more time doing that extra lap at a much reduced pace than it would be just peeling your way into the pit lane, getting your pit stop out of the way, and then hoping that by the time you come back out again, there's only another lap or so to do behind the safety car. You'll do one less lap stuck up behind it than otherwise you would. So Luke Wass in the pit lane. You can see that Alistair Coates heads into the pit lane. More and more cars all threading their way through and into the pit lane. Some of them still continuing though, including Dan Williamson, which surprises me. So all of the cars being serviced. If you're watching online, you can see what was the race leading car of Peter Dodd now being handed over to Nathan. Most of the cars coming out of the Robert chicane all doing the sensible thing and just heading into the pit lane, which is looking rather congested, I've got to say, at the moment. It's a case of, doesn't matter where your team are, probably just go for where the space is and your team can get to you, because what you can't really afford to do is either block people in the pit lane, particularly when we've got a full grid of cars, 40 cars scheduled for this race, or afford to be blocked in either. If you sort of make sure that you end up not blocking anybody in, it doesn't stop somebody coming and parking in front of you, and then you have to get the car pushed back a little bit because you can't reverse it in the pit lane. You have to rely on man or woman power to push the car back, person power, and then you can engage a forward gear and get going again. So pit lane starting to just clear now. The ones that made the early decision to come in are being waved back out by their teams. Back into the race they will go. The recovery of the Lotus Cortina underway that brought about this safety car period. The problem was it sort of locked its brake and plopped itself just into the front edge of the gravel trap, so it wasn't particularly a long way into it. So our marshals again working ever hard at the Robert chicane. The telehandler dragging it out of the way. The cars that opted not to pit last time around died for the pit lane this time through, so including Dan Williamson, who I mentioned on the previous one, Wheel of Ford Falcon, I'm surprised didn't dive for the pit lane. So they are now trundling their way down the pit lane. Drivers and teams all waving their arms to try and attract the attention of their respective driver and hope that they pull up in the right place. And I do know as a driver how difficult that is to not pull up at the right point in the pit lane. Done it myself. I was about 6 garages further up from where I should have been, but they all just look the same when you're in the car and trying to pick out your team. And particularly at night, if you do some of the night racing as well. We've had night racing here before at Donington Park with pit stops as well. It's even more difficult at night as well, where you just can't distinguish one garage from the next and where you are. Now, the Lotus Cortina is now out of the gravel trap. It is now behind the barriers. It is making friends with the William Lynch Mini, which has still got that damage to the front left corner. So both of those cars have now been extracted and recovered to the same spot on the Grand Prix loop, which means that hopefully now, once we get the safety car back round, we might see the safety car lights go out. Now the safety car is just making its way up towards Coppice Corner. Still in the pit lane is the number 15 Triumph TR. Now that car came into the pit lane early doors before the pit window opened with the problem, Steve Chapman. It is now having its second visit to the pits. So that was either a problem first time round that they fixed, or maybe it was an error that they'd spotted that the pit window hadn't opened, so they came back in to make sure they'd covered that one off. So safety car lights are out. Are they? No, they're not. The safety car lights are still on, I'm afraid. So we're going to have one further lap behind the safety car. The pit lane is emptying, and those cars in the pit lane need to get towards pit lane exit soon, because the red lights are on, I'm afraid, at the end of pit lane. There was a lock-up from one of the cars as he realised that the car ahead of him in the pit lane had responded to the lights. Red lights are on at pit lane exit. You can't exit. It's as simple as that. So, yeah, the driver's smart enough to spot that. Very frustrating it is, because you don't quite make it out in time and it costs you a lap potentially, but that is the danger, I'm afraid, of pitting whilst the safety car is out there. It doesn't always work out. Once all of the cars in the safety car train have gone by, then the red lights at the end of the pit lane will turn green, and then the cars can filter their way back out. But we also have got a bit of sorting out and shuffling in the order to do. It's always very difficult when we get the pit window open when the safety car is out, because what it means is that the order that we see on screen isn't exactly as it ought to be. At the moment, the car that leads the race is Nathan Dodd, but Nathan Dodd is, I would say, about a dozen cars off the back of the safety car queue, so there's a lot of waving by that would need to be done to reorder this, and all of this still means that the clock is ticking away, which means there are less racing laps that can be done. So safety car up towards Schwantz curve, and then from there it's on towards McLean's corner. The pit lane is now pretty much empty. We've got the Lotus Cortina that brought about this safety car period in the pits. Looks as though they are going to change drivers and get that car back out again. We've got the Mini that also brought about the safety car for the first safety car period in the pit lane. Also looks as though towards the bottom of the pit lane we might have another Mini as well, and I think that is going to be, let's have a quick look as to which Mini that one is. I ought to know it. It's going to be the Nairns, that's it. It's Carl Nairn that will be taking over that one from Billy. A pair of them having previously raced in things like the Magnificent Sevens within the Classic Sports Car Club in Caterhams, which we did have here yesterday at Donington Park if you were either here at the venue or watching online. So safety car lights are still on, I'm afraid. We are going to have one further lap behind the safety car. Now the race leader, how many cars are going to have to be waved by? So let's have a quick count up as to how many cars we would need to wave by before we finally get our race leader as the first car behind the safety car. It's going to be a reasonable amount, so we're already up to what, 14, 15 cars. 15 would have to be waved by. So the TVR Tuscan, or TVR Griffith rather, of Peter Dodd that was handed over to Nathan Dodd during this safety car period continues to lead the race, but it is car number 16 in the queue behind the safety car. So we should see hopefully a chunk of waving by done on this lap. That is, of course, unless there's another incident elsewhere around the track that we simply can't see. But I think it was all to do with that car in the gravel trap at Roberts Chicane, which has now been dealt with and recovered and out of harm's way. Now this isn't costing us time in what is the tight timetable. It is costing the drivers time because they simply can't race. They've got to stay in the same order, and there's no overtaking, and they're at a reduced speed. Safety car is waving them by. Right, okay, so the safety car has done what I thought it would. It has waved past the first 15 cars, or is in the process of waving past the first 15 cars. There's a few more that need waving through before we get the race leader behind it. And then once we get the number 167 TVR Tuscan, or TVR Griffith rather, as the first car behind the safety car, which we are, I think, there with now as the safety car heads through Coppice Corner. Yeah, there is the Griffith sitting behind the safety car. Now, are we going to get one further lap done, or are the lights going to go off on the safety car? We're going to get going this time through. We'll have to wait and see. It might be nip and tuck stuff as to whether safety car comes in this lap or whether we wait one further lap so that some of those wave through can start to catch the train back up again. Safety car is working its way down towards the conclusion of the lap. The lights are still on for the moment, I'm afraid, so we're going to have one further lap behind the safety car, but what we do at least now have is the race leader queuing up behind it with the second place car as well, John Davidson being second in the queue. Late call, safety car peels its way into the pit lane. We are going to get the race underway. That was a very late call for the switch off of the light, but at least it means we get extra racing in, so that's a good thing. So it is for the lead of the race, John Davidson at the wheel of the Lotus, braking as late as he can to try and take the lead of the race away from Peter Dodd, and the lighter, more nimble Lotus goes through on the brakes at Redgate Corner and takes up the lead of the race from Nathan Dodd, who's there in second position, and Jamie Boot, who is there in third place. So great restart from John Davidson. Caught napping a little bit there was Nathan Dodd, I'm afraid to say, and that has now meant that TVR Griffith has dropped from the lead of the race down into second position. Third is going to be Jamie Boot, and fourth will be Paul Toombs. So down through the Craner curve, so they'll start to head uphill towards Schwantz and then McLean's Corner, and that Gold Lotus is starting to pull away, I'm afraid, from the erstwhile race leading TVR Griffith. So it's Lotus from TVR from Lotus. That's the top four as things currently stand. 18 laps have been completed. The pit window still remains open, but everybody has pitted that's still circulating, so all of the pit stops have been done and have been dealt with. Up towards the braking area for the Roberts chicane they now come, and when they reappear back into sight, has the straight line speed of the TVR helped it to grab the lead of the race back? No, not at all. Falling further away is Nathan Dodd, and in fact has already dropped out of the podium spots because Jamie Boot has gone through, number 72, and Paul Toombs has gone through as well. The number 48 Lotus up to third position, and Nathan Dodd, number 167, the TVR Griffith, is now down into fourth place. I'll give you a full rundown of the top 10 once they've completed one further lap. I'm afraid to say we've also lost number 15, Steve Chapman. Now that's the car, the Triumph TR, that made two calls to the pit lane, one before the pit window opened and the other one immediately afterwards, but that car has now retired onto the Grand Prix loop and is out of the race. It's almost sort of spearmint green, wasn't it, Triumph TR, so we won't be seeing anything further of that car. The race lead has already opened up to 2.8 seconds between John Davidson and Jamie Boot. Jamie Boot, if he's got anything else that he can try and coax out of the TVR Griffith, he'd be advised to do it now to see as to whether he can start to close the little deficit that's building, because if it gets much bigger, he's through the traffic really going to struggle to keep it starting to diminish. New fastest lap of the race last time through. Now that's car number 699. That's Eddie Powell at the wheel of the little Lotus, number 699, that set the fastest lap. 1 minute 20.866 for the car that started from pole position, car number 699. So we'll keep an eye towards that one. Should work his way up through the order a little bit. Over the start-finish line goes the gold car that leads the race. John Davidson heading up towards Redgate Corner in the lead. Through the right-hander he goes. Lap number 20 is on at the moment. The lead advantage is 3.2 seconds between himself and the light green TVR of Jamie Boot, but there's a couple of back markers between the pair of them as they head down through the Craner curves this time, so Jamie's still got traffic to deal with. Paul Toombs is still sitting there in third place, Nathan Dodd in fourth, but the race leader pretty much untroubled at this stage. Been at the sharpish end for the vast majority of the race, whether it be both the first attempt and the aborted start, or the second attempt and the safety car periods. He's always been top three, top four, John Davidson, but now in the lead of the race, looking to try and capitalise on the advantage that he's got and see whether he can coax the car home for a win. We've already had two different winners out of the two races that we've had in the Classic Ks, because Tony Hancock and Ollie Hancock won at Thruxton. Last time out, it was the Marcus of Alan Tice and Chris Connolly that won at Thruxton. Those drivers not with us this weekend, so that's why we've got no additional pit stop penalties that we needed to worry about when the window was open. The window is still open, by the way, so we've still got 15 minutes of this race to go, as our race leader is now to lap number 21 and heading round through Redgate Corner and down through the Craner curves. So there goes the race leader out of Redgate Corner. 3.7 seconds up the road. We had another new fastest lap again last time through, and again it goes the way of the car that's in 7th place, number 699, which is Eddie Powell. Now Eddie did a 1 minute 20.797. Now, at this stage, that is substantively quicker than the car ahead is going. So, matter of time, I think, before Nigel Adams gets caught and passed by the charging Eddie Powell, which will move that car up into 6th position.
It's time for the
at the moment,
60
say he's lapping at least a couple of seconds quicker even than the race leader.
A quick word with some of the
could be a good charge back through the order for car number 699. Nathan Dodd, despite the fact that TVR Griffiths is dropping down through the order, is still raising dust at some parts of the circuit and utilising all of the tarmac that's available to him. Race leader is over the start-finish line. Jamie Boot in 2nd position, following him through. There's quite a gap, isn't there? About half of the start-finish line between the race-leading Lotus Elan and the number 72 TVR Griffith that sits there in 2nd position. 3rd is number 48, which is Paul Toombs. 4th is 167, which is Nathan Dodd. 5th is 69 now, which is a Ford Falcon of Dan Williamson. 6th is number 699, which is Eddie Powell, but he is still the quickest car out there and is still lapping anywhere between half and a couple of seconds quicker than the race leader, so it's not all done and dusted yet for the car that's in 6th place. Should crawl its way up through the order. 7th is number 42, which is Nigel Adams. 8th place is the big Ford Mustang GT350, car number 232, Alistair Coates. 9th is number 62, which is going to be Ben Cater for part 2 of the race, and completing the top 10 is number 6, which is the Little Turner in the hands of Luke Wass. So that gives you the order of the top 10 as things currently stand. But for our race leader, he is dealing with a little bit of traffic again. John Davidson is, as is going to be the case for the vast majority of the remainder of this race. So flicking his way through the Robert chicane, dealing with the traffic onto the start-finish line. The car that he's just gone through and past is the Sam Illingworth driven MGB, as it will be at this stage of the race. Peter having started that car, and now with lap after lap after lap, there's just more traffic that John Davidson needs to pick off, and needs to pick it off as quickly as he can. That was a slower lap from him through the traffic that time through. Jamie Boot was the best part of 1.3 seconds quicker in 2nd place. But as we say, that's largely because Jamie had a slightly more traffic-free lap, and John Davidson was continually having to sort of work out where he needed to position the car to overtake. So there goes the TVR in 2nd position. 3rd place will be the number 48 car of Paul Toombs. Up towards Schwantz Curve will go our race leader, and then on towards Coppice Corner. Jamie Boot at the wheel of the TVR trying to overtake an MGB. I think that was Paul Wybrow's car possibly up at Coppice Corner, and has also got to muster his way through and past another car as well on the run down in towards the braking area for the Robert chicane. It was actually Andrew Tate's car, I think, that ultimately went through at Coppice Corner. One of a couple of red and white MGBs that we've got in the field over the course of this weekend. So race leader back through over the start-finish line. That is problems, I'm afraid to say. That's another Lotus Cortina that's got the problems there. I think that was Ian Fraser's car that had the issue. Ian would have started the car, so it would be John behind the wheel at the moment, actually. So gathered up the moment, whatever happened to the Lotus Cortina. Bit of a slithery moment that looked as though it was going to cause a problem. Quick replay of it. Car coming down through the Craner Curves, fastest part of the Craner Curves, and the Lotus Cortina swaps ends, and with the car slewing sideways across the track, Dan Williamson at the wheel of the big Ford Falcon has to make a decision as to what to do, go right or go left of that car. He opted to go left of the car, and thankfully that was where the gap was on the tarmac. And as for the errant Lotus Cortina, John Fraser eventually hooked a gear up, got it pointing in the right direction, and would have continued, but that couldn't have happened at a quicker part of the Craner Curves, just as they flicked through the left-hand section down towards the bottom of it. Race leader still with traffic to deal with, still having to pick his way through, and Jamie Boot on this lap has had a very good lap by the look of things, and is looking to try and closing ever more on the race leader. The gap at the beginning of this lap was 2.7 seconds first to second place. It is going to be, I would say, about half of that by the time they exit the Roberts chicane. Here comes our race leader over the start finish line. The light green TVR of Jamie Boot is with him, and in a straight line has got more speed as they go up towards Redgate Corner. They are pretty much side by side, so John Davidson hugs the right hand side of the circuit initially to protect the inside line, then moves the Lotus over towards the middle part of the circuit to take a slightly wider sweep into the corner and get the exit speed coming off it. But Jamie Boot is poised and ready to pounce here. The gap was 2.7 seconds. It was down to 0.3 at the end of that lap, so much quicker lap for Jamie Boot. Still traffic as well that needs to be dealt with. 9.5 minutes of the rescheduled 50 minutes to go in this Mintex Classic K race, and the fight is most definitely on for the lead of the race. John Davidson and Jamie Boot started, both of them on the second row of the grid. It was third quickest in qualifying for John Davidson. It was fourth quickest for Jamie Boot. The lap times that they posted was a 1:22.5 in qualifying for John Davidson. It was a 1:22.8 for Jamie Boot. So it was 0.3 of a second between the pair of them in terms of qualifying pace. There is nothing between the pair of them either in terms of race pace, and they're now sort of rolling their sleeves up, and both of them hugely keen to try and pick their way through the traffic as quickly as they possibly can. Through and past the next couple of back markers on the approach in towards the Roberts chicane. It'll give them a clear run coming out of the corner. Through they go, another lap completed, and it is the order still remaining the same. That was Alistair Coates that they went past that time, so he is in 7th position now, Alistair Coates, the red Ford GT350 in the background of the shot if you're watching online, and he is now off the lead lap, so it's only the top 6 cars that are now on the same lap. Paul Toombs, number 48, is still there in 3rd position. 167, the TVR of Nathan Dodd is still there in 4th place. 5th place will be 699, which is Eddie Powell, and Eddie is still quicker than the cars ahead of him, so that's the car that sort of was right up there, dropped down a little bit. It sort of pitted, I think, at the front end of the window, did it? Can't recall off the top of my head now, but it lost time somewhere and is now having to carve its way back up through the order. So through number 699 goes over the start finish line. And again, other than race leader, that 5th place car is the quickest on the track. So the gap between himself with 7 minutes to go and the car ahead is 32 seconds. That is a very tall order, but the rate of close was about 3 seconds. So just fall short, I think, of gaining a further place, that car. Fantastic to see these cars on their historic specification tyres sliding their way around through the corners. We've got waved yellow flags on the approach in towards Roberts. We've got a green flag on the way out of Roberts, which suggests that something else has happened in the gravel trap there that we need to consider. That won't worry our race leader though, because safely on his merry way is John Davidson. Right, it's a Lotus Cortina again. They seem to have been attracting the attention of everybody for entirely the wrong reasons. It's a Lotus Cortina that's gone into the gravel trap at the Roberts chicane and is embedded in it again, I'm afraid to say. So just in towards the Roberts chicane now, and there is the Lotus in the corner of the shot if you're watching online. Stuck in the gravel, going nowhere at all. And that might possibly cause the checkered flag to come out a little bit early. I can see checkered flag is in hand for our marshal down on the start finish line, so I do think that rather than have another safety car, we're going to deploy the checkered flag a little bit early in this race. So that being the case, John Davidson, I think, may well be on his final tour of the circuit, even though we've got 6 minutes to go. Yet checkered flag's going to come out over the start finish line. John Davidson claims the win as the checkered flag comes out with just under 6 minutes of the race still to go. So it is a win for John Davidson by just 1.25 seconds in the end from Jamie Boot, number 72, who is there in 2nd position. Hand out of the window for John Davidson. He'll be as pleased as punch with that one by the look of things. 3rd place, number 48, Paul Toombs now goes through in 3rd position. And 4th place will be Nathan Dodd, will bring the TVR Griffith towards the checkered flag. Peter Dodd, having done the hard work in the early stages, that car finishes in 4th place. 5th place will be the car that Eddie Powell has driven for part 2 of the race and set the fastest lap in as well. 1 minute 20.797 for the number 699 Lotus Elan that was started by Eddie Powell. That was driven to the checkered flag by Eddie Powell, was started by Nick Powell. That car will be going through very shortly to take the checkered flag. Here it comes now, out of the Robert chicane, and 6th will go the way of car number 69, which is Dan Williamson. That will be the last of the cars that finishes on the lead lap, the Ford Falcon of Dan Williamson. In 7th place, already having taken the checkered flag, a lap adrift, is car number 232, which is Alistair Coates with the Ford Mustang GT350. In 8th place, that's where we see number 62, which is Mel Taylor and Ben Cater, who finished in 8th place. 9th place is Luke Wass in the Turner Mark II, and completing the top 10, just to give you that one, is car number 42, which was the car that was started by Lyndon Griffin and brought towards the checkered flag from Nigel Adams. So that is everything done and dusted for the Mintex Classic K, and with the beautiful sunshine over the top of Donington Park, the enormous jumbo jet just having taken off from East Midlands Airport, the big cargo jumbo heading over the top of the commentary box. Even with the headset on, you can hear the enormous noise of those 4 Rolls-Royce engines as it powers up and heads off to its destination. We look forward to another race coming up very, very shortly. It is the Adams and Page swinging 60s cars that are assembled, ready to head out there for their 40-minute race. And again, this is another pit stop race that will be coming up. And if we go to plan, the pit stops the window will open 10 minutes into the race and remain open for 15 minutes. So into the pit lane area comes our race winner, John Davidson, at the wheel of the Lotus Elan 26R, claims the win in the Mintex Classic K from Jamie Boot in his TVR Griffith, and 3rd is Paul Toombs with his Lotus Elan. Clearing up being done on circuit, but cars heading down pit lane, which means I can hand you, if you're watching on the online stream, down to Ian Waterhouse, who, as and when the cars arrive with him in Parc Fermé, he'll have a quick chat to the drivers.
Hopefully you can hear me. I'm down here in what I've decided to call Winners Row with the winner, Mr. Davison. Let's have a quick word, shall we, about that. That was quite an eventful race, wasn't it? Something an eventful way to finish that, John. Bit of coffee almost caught me out as well. Were you expecting the checkered flag?
I think I was expecting to get another lap, but that's fine. I had a big enough gap on Jamie behind me, so I was pretty comfortable.
It was an eventful race, wasn't it? I mean, it didn't really get going until about 30 minutes or so into it. Did that ruin the rhythm for you, or are you quite happy with that?
I'm quite happy with that. I just treat it like starting for a quali lap. It's keep the tyres warm, keep the brakes warm, and be ready to go when the lights go out on the safety car.
Yes.
However many times it takes.
Yeah, that's part of motorsport, isn't it? These things do happen. It's why we race at professional circuits.
You want people to be safe, so if there's any doubt at all, we should just put the safety car out or slow down. There's no reason to take any risk at all. This is fun for all of us.
Absolutely. Look, congratulations.
Thank you.
Fine machine. It took you home in style, didn't it?
Yeah,
well done. And we'll see you next time, hopefully.
Super. Thank you very much.
Thank you there, John Davison. Your race winner, your outright race winner. Fantastic stuff there. Right, it is almost time now for the Swinging 60s Group 1 cars to take to the track. Now that is going to be pretty good. And I did go up to the assembly area a little bit early and catch up with some of the drivers. So hopefully I'll be able to play you that clip very, very shortly. Okay, and the assembly area. It's time for the Swinging 60s Group 1 cars to take to the track, but before they do, we're going to have a quick word with some of the drivers. Look at this fine looking Mini here. Gentlemen, can we have a quick word before the race? Talk us through your qualifying. Are you happy?
Yeah, pretty well, yeah. First time here for 13 years with a car, so yeah, it went pretty good.
First time in a car for 13 years?
No, first time with this car.
With this?
First time Donington for 13 years.
I was going to say, what's kept you away for so long?
Children.
Yeah, join the club actually. Yeah. You're excited then to get out?
Yeah, good.
The sun's shining, it's a lot nicer than it was.
It's a bit warmer than it was earlier.
Is there a particular tactic for this race, or just see how the race grows?
As fast as you can, really.
That's what I like to hear. None of this Formula One tyre saving, eh?
I got a 30-minute penalty, a 30-second penalty for the race because I won in Thruxton, so it's on a back foot anyway, but let's get out and race.
That's what I'm here for. A man with a smile on his face. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy it. Let's grab the other Mini over here as well. Good afternoon. Another man with a smile on his face. Are you excited for this one?
Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, I can't take any credit for being up here. I mean, Julian's brother Ollie put us here. I'm just a rookie to make the numbers up.
So are you going out first then?
I'm starting.
You're starting, yeah. Added pressure by starting, or?
No. It's supposed to relieve the pressure. So all we've got to do at the pit stop is get out.
Yeah, I like that. How quick can you get out of these things? Is it just unbuckle, jump straight out, or I've seen many pit stops where you get dragged out.
Depends whether it was on fire or not.
Well, I hope it's not.
As quick as you can, really.
Yeah.
I've never timed it, so...
Maybe we'll do that in the pit. We are going to be in the pit lane watching as well, so maybe we'll time it. Best of luck for the race. Thanks for talking to us. Let's just move a little bit further down, shall we, before these swinging 60 Group 1 cars have to take to the track. It's going to be an exciting race, isn't it? We've got I'm not so sure if we're admiring or we're panicking. Is everything all right?
Yeah, it's good. I think so. Yeah. I'll just explain it. My friend here, that first time I've driven it on this particular car on Yoko's.
Yeah.
So I can't get over the amount of grip. Tremendous.
So good. Okay.
But I normally have it on wire wheels and Dunlops.
So you can be a touch more aggressive through the corners then.
When I've learnt where the limit is, yes.
Yeah. Well, look, best of luck with the race. Good luck, guys. Thank you so much. Right, it's time for the swinging 60 Group 1 cars to get out onto the track. So here we go. Let's hand back to the circuit and enjoy the race.
So onto the Adams and Page swinging 60s then for their Group 1 race that will be coming up very shortly. We saw the Group 2s earlier on. Well, Group 1 are the smaller engine capacities in reality. So Class A is for those cars up to 1 litre. Class B is for the 1 litre to 1400cc cars. Class C is for 1 litre to 1400cc cars, but for mini derivatives. Class D is for 1400 to 1600, and Class E is for 1600 to 2 litre, but they have to be 4-cylinder cars. They can't be 6-cylinder if they're in that sort of category. They'll move over to Group 2 in reality. Class F is for Group 1 cars, but they are running on Dunlop historic tyres, so we could see some of the smaller engine capacity cars that have just competed, for instance, in the Mintex Classic K, where they would be on a historic tyre. They could come across and race in this one as well, because they would be eligible to do that. And we do have another class as well, which is Class T. That's the taster class, and what that really means is it gives drivers the opportunity, if they've never raced with the Classic Sports Car Club before, they can come and trial a race. They don't have to join the club. They come and have a race with us, see if they like it, and then when they return, they can then be dropped into their appropriate class when they pay the membership fee. Class T sort of is just a little opportunity for them to come along and see what they think to the club and see if they enjoy it. So the swinging 60s cars there. Now we had a very full grid of 43 cars attempt to qualify. 43 cars attempt to qualify. And we will see them all line up, I think, because we've had a few withdrawals from this one, so cars that have hit problems in qualifying that aren't going to make the race. So all of the reserves will slot themselves onto the back of the grid. So the way that the grid lines up is that on pole position is going to be the number 16 car of Ian Staines will start from pole position. I'm just having a quick refresh of the screen in case there's been a further amended grid issued for this particular race. And once we go into the grid, is it amended? Yes, it is. Right, okay, good job I looked. So pole position is number 16 Ian Staines, and alongside is 32 Richard Belcher. Richard raced in the British Saloon Car Championship many years ago, did Richard, but hasn't lost any of his pace whatsoever. 16 and 32. Row 2 of the grid is 919 Julian Howell, and number 29 that will be started by Jack Smith. Row 3 of the grid is 106 Chris Watkinson, and alongside is car number 191. That will be started by Matthew Howell, and row 4 of the grid is 72 David Morehouse. and number 99, which is David Gibson, 72 and 99. The fifth row of the grid sees 33, Gordon Elwell, line up alongside car number 40, which will be started by Phil Stader. And the next row of the grid is going to be row number 6, which is car number 14, which will be Nick Evyard for part 1 of the race. And alongside is number 18, which is Tim Cairns. We move on to the 7th row of the grid. 715 is Simon Evans, and alongside is car number 330. That will be Andy Ebden for the first part of the race. And row 8 of the grid is car number 148, which is Richard Rowlands, and 62, which is Charles Marriott. The 9th row of the grid is 712, that is Michael Didcott, and number 45, which is going to be Justin Potter. The 10th row of the grid is 711, which is Lawrence Waugh, and 421, which is, for this start of the race, going to be Stephen Chaplin. So that's 711 and 421 in row number 10. The 11th row of the grid is number 55, Ian Clark, and car number 159, which will be Seamus Doyle for part 1 of the race. And after that we move on to the 12th row of the grid, which is car number 194. It was originally scheduled to be William Lynch, but the latest amendments suggest that Frederick Lynch will be starting behind the wheel of that car. And for company on row number 12, it will be car number 21, which should be Pete Crudgington at the wheel of the Mini Gem for the first part of this race. The 13th row of the grid is 151. Johnny Kent back out again, but at the wheel of his Mini Cooper this time, and alongside is number 171, which will be Kim Bradshaw. Row 14 of the grid is number 26, which is Daniel Pickett, and 82, which is Brent Fowler. Row 15 of the grid, this is where we've sort of now started to encompass the reserves on the grid that otherwise might not have made the race, so it's good to see them out there, albeit it's a result of problems for others that haven't been able to take part in the race. So number 141, scheduled to be started by Rory Longdon, and alongside is 84, which is Paul Wybrow. I think Paul has just done the Classic K race, so he'll be sort of busy refuelling and getting himself back towards the dummy grid for this one. So that's why there's a slight delay before the cars head out onto circuit. In 17th position, or inside of the 17th row of the grid, is car number 300 and... No, where are we now? Paul Wybrow. Right, 16th row of the grid, I should say. Car number 105 is Gary Lyon with the Alpha, and number 5, which is the BMW of Tom Peed. Row 17 of the grid is 320. That's Peter Hiscox, another one of the reserves, but has been slotted in his correct position based on qualifying time, and car number 133, which is Brian Heary. Row 18 of the grid is number 20, which is Mark Cloutman, another reserve that has made it through and onto the grid, and number 17, which is Mark Richards for part 1 of the race. Row 19 is 648, David Cornwallis, and 69, which is John Storer. And at the back of the grid, we should see number 79, which is Ian Fraser's Lotus Cortina, but I have a feeling that was one of the cars again that was just in that previous race and also ran into problems that it dropped itself into gravel traps and therefore might not actually have sufficient time to be recovered from where it came to rest in that race. Get the car cleaned out of all the gravel that was in it, get it refueled and get it back round, so I'm not sure we'll see that car on the back of the grid. So the car's making their way around. A 40-minute race. Pit window opens, same format, you should know it by now. 10 minutes into the race. It remains open for the next 15 minutes and then closes for the final 10 minutes, or 15 minutes rather. And we do have a couple of cars that have claimed wins in Group 1 so far this year. So if you look towards the second row of the grid, the pink and the yellow and the white, pink and the yellow and the blue Mini of Julian Howell, that car secured Group 1 Swinging 60s victory at Thruxton in Hampshire. And even though he's driving solo, it's a driver stroke car either or that pick up the penalty. So two cars to worry about, that we'll have 2 minutes and 30 seconds from pit in to pit out in this one. And as a result of withdrawals for other, it does mean that we have still got a very full grid at 39 cars out of a potential maximum 40 that we can start. So still a full grid for this one, if they're all there. So I think there might be at least one exception to that. So we're going to have a busy Donington Park National Circuit. We've still got 2 more races to come after this one as well. We've got the second and final race this weekend for the Toyo Tyres Watchdog.com Jaguar Saloon Championship with the Viren Builders Open Series. That will be a 20-minute affair, no pit stops to worry about in that one. And then our final race of the day, back to 40 minutes. It's back to pit stops as well and pit windows. It's the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics that will bring the curtain down on what's been a great weekend of racing here, organised by the Classic Sports Car Club. They'll be heading to Castle Combe in a few weeks' time down in Wiltshire, which is not far from where the club are based, and then on to Mallory Park in the early part of November. Details on all of those, classicsportscarclub.co.uk, classicsportscarclub.co.uk. So we're about to get this race underway for the Adams and Page swinging 60s. Lights are out on the safety car. It's the dark blue midget of Ian Staines and the largely yellow Lotus Cortina that sits alongside of Richard Belcher. The lights go out, and as they head up towards Redgate Corner for the first time, Ian Staines has the inside line and therefore should take up the lead of the race, but Richard Belcher is going to brake as late as he possibly can. He's not going to try and sweep around the outside. He sweeps across the nose of the Thruxton winner, Julian Howell. Hangs on to second place. The Thruxton winner, Julian Howe, slotting himself into third position, but I'm afraid we've already got problems up at Redgate Corner. 3 cars in the gravel trap, I'm afraid to say, one of which is Justin Potter, the other of which is Richard Rowlands. Can't quite tell who the other car was. Now, one of them has disappeared. That is the number 45 car that's dug itself back out of the gravel, which is Justin Potter. The other 2 still sit firmly in the gravel trap, I'm afraid to say, at the moment, and neither of them are in a safe place. I think we are going to see another early safety car for it. Quick replay as to what happened. Let's have a quick look. Right, Midget and Lotus Cortina got together, and then the little Austin Healey Sprite of Justin Potter sort of bounced off the pair of them almost, and just about avoided going all the way into the gravel so that it couldn't recover. So that means instantly safety car is coming out, I'm afraid to say, and that is going to bunch the field up again, a bit like we saw in the Mintex Classic K. Safety car has to come out nice and early, and it does mean that we are not going to get again much more than one racing lap underway before the race is interrupted. We had a fairly trouble-free day yesterday. We've had a fairly trouble-free weekend. It's just the last couple of races that we seem to have had a few little issues with. So, safety car at Redgate Corner. Field of cars heading down towards the point of the incident, where both drivers are out and absolutely fine. Just light contact between the pair of them whilst they were both, again, sort of struggling to regain control of their cars following the initial contact, I think, between the pair of them. So, snatch vehicle on hand, but unfortunately the car number 148, which is Richard Rowland, who was scheduled to have started that car, Alan Hassel taking over for part 2 of the race. That car will be going no further, and the other car, I'm afraid to say, I think it must be car number 62, which is Charles Marriott. Still can't see the number on the car from my perspective, but Charles Marriott, Dr. Charles Marriott, has not come through either. And that sort of ties up with the colour of the car. His midget, which it is green, and that's the colour. So I think it's the 2 cars that were scheduled to have started on the 8th row of the grid. So they both came together. Also both looking for the same piece of tarmac on a busy old grid. So 2 cars out. A third car that was involved in, say, Justin Potter, who was on the 10th row of the originally scheduled grid. Just managed to avoid it, but we're going to have a couple of laps behind the safety car just while we get these cars out of harm's way. So the order at the moment, it is number 16 under safety car Ian Staines that leads, from 32 Richard Belcher in second position. Third place is the Thruxton Swinging 60s Group 1 winner, number 919 Julian Howell. Fourth is number 29, which is Jack Smith for part 1 of the race in the MGA. Fifth is number 106, which is Chris Watkinson. Sixth place is number 191, that is Matthew Howell for part 1 of the race. Then in 7th place, it's number 72, David Morehouse. 8th place is number 40, that's up into 8th position, which is Phil Stader. 9th place is 33, which is Gordon Elwell, and completed the top 10 is car number 99, which is David Gibson, with the beautiful little Austin Healey Lenham Le Mans that is there in 10th position. So that gives you the top 10. Who's in 11th? It's number 14 that's in 11th place, which is Nick Ebyard. 12th place is Simon Evans, car number 715, his little Mini. 13th is 18, Tim Cairns. Tim is, remember, the driver who has also got another 30-second penalty to spend in the pits as a result of the win between himself and Ian Everett at Thruxton. That's the number 18 Turner. That's actually the ex-Charles Marriott Turner. Charles in the gravel trap at Redgate Corner at the moment. 14th place is 712, which is Michael Didcott. And 15th place, just to give you that, is car number 711, which is Lawrence Walk at the wheel of the Mini that was in the gravel trap in the Mintex Classic K race, and has thankfully avoided the same fate in the early stages of this one. So Lotus Cortina out of harm's way. Marshall's trying to give Charles Marriott's car a shove to see whether it might budge at all, but it doesn't look as though that car is going to budge with people power. So we're going to be somewhat reliant on the telehandler to head back out onto the circuit and retrieve that second car from the position at which it's come to rest. And all of this means that the clock is ticking away all of the time. We are now only 4.5 minutes from the safety car coming out, and we've only had one lap of racing so far. So safety car bringing the field down in towards the braking area for the Roberts chicane. Charles Marriott, I think, behind the wheel of the number 62 car that sits there in the gravel trap, chatting to the marshals, but waiting the arrival of the cavalry, that cavalry being the telehandler, which will drag him out of harm's way. So the marshals tried to give it a shove, but just wasn't budging. So telehandler very quickly works its way up towards the scene as the safety car is about to pass the point at which Charles Marriott's car is shortly about to be recovered. So through goes the safety car. There's Charles Marriott's car about to be moved out of harm's way by the circuit vehicle. And then once it's pulled out of the gravel, I think they're going to pull it out of the gravel and then send Charles on his way, because that will be a quicker process than dragging it through the gravel and then trying to get it totally out of the harm's way. It'd be quicker just to pull it forward the few feet that it needs. If the engine's running, then Charles will try and continue on his merry way. Only just plopped its way into the gravel, so there should be gravel everywhere underneath the car, because it was a relatively low speed incident on the first lap. There's always a risk of cars going into gravel and then the gravel itself getting in the braking systems, and even things like it throws belts off as well. So cars go into gravel and it picks up the cam belt and throws it off as well as a piece of gravel goes in there and causes significant engine damage. But hopefully Charles is fine. Now they are going to drag it out of harm's way, so they are dragging it through the gravel, turning it round through 180 degrees, and then they'll get it into the snatch gap on the entrance to Redgate Corner. But all of that is going to be done, I think, after the safety car has gone over the start-finish line. So I think the lap that the safety car is on plus one more before we're able to go green, I'm afraid. And that being the case, when the safety car comes in, if it's not this lap, when it comes in next time round, the pit window will be open, which could be very interesting. We might have the safety car coming in and everybody thereafter coming in as well to try and pit early. So safety car will be heading in towards the Robert chicane any second now. So through the Robert chicane goes the safety car. Lights still on. That's because the course vehicle isn't out of harm's way as yet. It will be by the time it comes next time through, but we're now only 1 minute and 45 seconds away from the pit window opening, and that last lap behind the safety car took 2.25 minutes. So pit window will be open next time through. Charles Marriott's car almost out of harm's way, so disappointing day for Charles Marriott, who, say, another driver, so many are long-term supporters of the club, used to race the Turner that is in now the ownership of Tim Cairns in this race. Tim running in 13th position in the ex-Charles Marriott car. Nice to see the little Lancia Fulvia Berlina out as well. Not seen one of those before. Boxy old car, really, the Berlina, that sits there running down towards the tail end of the field in the hands of John Storer. It is the final car that is circulating at the moment, because we've lost, of course, Charles Marriott into the gravel trap. We lost the number 62 midget and the number 148 Lotus Cortina Mark 1 GT of Richard Rowlands. Paul Wybrow also brought his MGB into the pit lane and has headed in towards I think pit lane exit. So I think because he was late on arrival from Mintex Classic K, he came from the paddock down pit lane and has joined from the pit lane a lap or so adrift, but at least the number 84 MGB is in the race. Yeah, there he goes now over the start finish line, Paul Wybrow. The rest of the field are just heading up towards McLean's and Coppice Corner. I suspect the lights will be out on the safety car this time through. The yellow flag still in the hands of the start marshal, but propping up the green flag at the same time is a clear indication that, yeah, we're going to see a swap of flag. And the pit window now opens. I did say the pit window opened just as the safety car was going to come in, and that's exactly what is going to happen in this race. So under 30 minutes of the race to go, the pit window opens, the safety car boards are coming in, which means that the green flag is being readied. Safety car just heading past the Donington Park Exhibition Centre in towards the Robert Chicane, and this time it will peel into the pit lane. But who's going to follow it in now that the pit window opens? Might not be a bad idea with all of the squabbling, because the first lap is going to be a slow one to get your pit stop done, but the front few cars are all going to go for it. So we get racing back underway. Ian Staines already under pressure from Richard Belch, who draws the Lotus Cortina to the left hand side and is looking to try and sweep his way around the outside up the way up towards Redgate Corner. Might get the job done as well, but braking so late is Ian Staines, and he's just able to hang on to the lead of the race. We do have a couple of cars that opt for the pit lane. Tim Cairns is one of them. That could be a very clever idea by Tim Cairns, because he's got an extra 30 seconds to spend in the pits at the wheel of that number 18 Turner. And the first lap of a restart, early on in the race, there'll be lots of cars that you're squabbling with, and that will slow you down. So come into the pit lane, get your pit stop done, try and get back out into some clear traffic, and you might overcome some of that. You're not going to overcome it all. The 30-second additional time penalty that he's got to worry about in this race. For the lead of the race, though, Ian Staines adamant that Richard Belcher was not going to go through on the run up towards Redgate Corner. He's still in the wheel of the dark blue midget ahead of Richard Belcher, former British saloon car racer from many years ago, as they head in towards the braking area for Coppice Corner. Julian Howell is absolutely there as well at the wheel of the number 919 Mini. That's the Thruxton winner, who, remember, is the other car, as well as Tim Cairns, who's in the pit lane now doing his pit stop. The other car is a car that's in third place that has an extra 30 seconds to spend in the pit lane. But the top five have somewhat broken away here, because Jack Smith in the MGA is there in fourth position, and fifth place is going to be Chris Watkinson at the wheel of his Mini. So over the start finish line now go. Julian Howell getting the run this time on Ian Staines, who's already been passed by Richard Belcher. So from the lead of the race down into third position, I'm afraid to say. Belcher leads, Julian Howell in second place, chops across the nose of Ian Staines through Redgate Corner. Ian Staines having to attack and defend at the same time, as the NGA of Jack Smith is right with him. As they then start to thread their way down through the Craner curves, wanting some fun in as well is Chris Watkinson, who sits there in fourth place. More cars diving for the pit lane, including car number 421, which is Steve Chaplin, to give way to Adam Chaplin. Also had a big spin off and into the gravel, I'm afraid, and that is Jack Smith that's deposited the MGA into the gravel trap, lost the tail end of it. The MGA spins through 360 degrees and ends up in the gravel, and that is going to need dragging out of harm's way. And that is a car that was running right at the sharp end, wasn't it, in fourth position. So it's Richard Belcher that leads as they head round through Coppice. The Mini in the hands of Julian Howell is there in second position. Third place will be Ian Staines, erstwhile race leader, and then it will be Chris Watkinson, who's now up into fourth place as a result of those problems for the MGA down at the old hairpin. And in fact, now Ian Staines is looking to try and defend again, to try and hang on to third place. He was leading not long ago. He's in danger of dropping off the podium places because he's under attack for the orange Mini in the hands of Chris Watkinson as they come over the start-finish line. And Mini jinks out from behind to the left-hand side. That's the outside line for Redgate Corner, but in a straight line. He's got more speed, and he's going to go through to take up third position. So from first to second, second to third, and now third to fourth, I'm afraid, for the pole-sitting car of Ian Staines. Our brave marshals down at the old hairpin are going to try and give the MGA of Jack Smith a shove. I don't think they are quite going to be able to move the car without the assistance of the snatch vehicle down there. Now hopefully that might just be done under localised yellows following the interruption of the safety car with the 3-car incident as it was up at Redgate Corner on the first lap of the race. But it is quite close to the edge of the circuit. They are well trained and versed. Let's just have a quick look at the replay of what happened to Jack Smith. Through the top of Craner Curves, he was side by side with Ian Staines. They went through the left-hand element of it. Ian Staines moved across in front of the MGA. Jack went the opposite side and then I think just misjudged where he was on the circuit, because he went from the right-hand side of Craner Curves over to the left-hand side, trying and outmaneuver the MG Midget, but he dropped his wheels not just onto the curb on the approach towards the old hairpin, he dropped his wheels onto the grass as well, and once he'd done that, he was very much out of control and very much a mistake of his own doing, I'm afraid. So, race leader over the start-finish line. The lights are on the safety car at the end of the pit lane, which is rather concerning. I can also see safety car boards being readied, so stand by, everybody. I think we might be going safety car again here for the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 1. That's going to bunch the field up again. Richard Belcher still continuing to lead by just half a second from Julian Howell as they head down through Craner Curves. Sun glinting off the cars in what has been a beautiful day here for this time of year at Donington Park. Not the warmest of days, still a bit chilly out there, but for the time of year, late September, not bad at all. Fights going on amongst the minis as well through Redgate Corner. For the lead of the race though, out of Coppice Corner comes Richard Belcher, and safety car is indeed coming out. So Richard Belcher will see the safety car boards on the exit of Coppice Corner, I would imagine, is where he'll pick up the first of them, which means he will have to each his place. Julian Howell is there in second position. Now Tim Cairns has already pitted. Now if I hadn't pitted as yet, I would be diving into the pit lane this time through. I think we'll see the influx of cars from the sharp end of the grid come in this time, because if safety cars coming out, why stay out there? Well, Richard Belcher hasn't, Julian Howell hasn't, Tim Cairns, who is a lap adrift of them, is the third car in the train, but has already pitted under the first safety car. Also staying out there is Chris Watkinson, who's third in the race, kind of a 106, and the number 16 car of Ian Staines. And I'm scratching my head as to why more cars aren't coming in the pit lane. I just don't understand it. That's exactly what you do. All they're going to do is compromise their position for the latter part of the race. Kind of at 191, which is the next of the cars, doesn't come in either. In fact, they're all continuing over the start-finish line. David Morehouse carries on as well. Phil Stader carries on as well in 7th place. The 8th place car also continues round, which is David Gibson. 9th and 10th do as well, which is Gordon Elwell, and the number 14 car of Nick Evyard. First of those that does come in is number 26, which is going to be Daniel Pickett, to hand over to Dennis Pickett for part 2. So that car heads down pit road. Now Tim Cairns will be, I'm sure, the first of the cars that has concluded his pit stop in the race. Where is he at the moment? I've got to sort of look across about 4 columns to pick him out. No, it's Paul Wybrow. He's the first of those that has concluded his pit stop. Ah, right, okay, no, Paul Wybrow's showing as being in the pits, but that's because he started from the pits, so it will be, yeah, I think Tim Cairns way down through the order. Now we get the influx, right, everybody heading into the pit lane now. They've, I think, got the message, some of them now, so they all dive for the pit lane. So the pit lane filling up with cars. In comes the Austin A40 of Mark Cloutman. MGB's heading for the pit road as well. The safety car itself is heading up towards the Robert chicane, and we'll see this time as to who dives in. Now, we've still got a few more minutes of the pit window being open. It closes after the 25th minute of the race. Well, we're only, what, 20 minutes in as yet, so another 5 minutes before the pit window closes. But again, the front runners aren't coming in. Right, we do have Ian Staines coming in. Now that sort of makes a bit more sense that Ian comes in. Surprised he didn't come in after the first attempt of it. The MGA is now being recovered from the position at which it came to rest and has been towed out of the gravel. Jack Smith will, I'm sure, trundle his way back round towards the pit lane area. That car now has zero chance of a result in this race, which is a shame because it qualified 4th quickest. It was only half a second off pole position. It was all rather close in qualifying. Ian Staines, who is in the pit lane at the moment, was just 90 thousandths of a second slower in qualifying than Richard Belcher. A further 4 tenths off that was Julian Howell, but Julian Howell only had 40 thousandths of a second between himself and Jack Smith. And then the next 2 cars after that were just a further quarter of a second apart as well. So the top, 6 cars in qualifying were separated by a second. That was all. More and more cars heading into the pit lane. The very pretty little mini gem of Pete Crudgington being handed over to James for part 2 of the race. Jem Marsh, of course, the man behind the Marcos brand, building mini Marcoses, which also this shape of mini Gem and mini Marcos competed at Le Mans as well. It was a factory effort from the Marcos team at the time to go over and compete in Le Mans. It's nice to see one of the mini Gem cars out there. So Pete Crudgington handing over to James Crudgington for part 2 of this race. Now we are past the halfway point, so we have less than 20 minutes to go in this race. We still haven't had the front runners into the pit lane, which is going to have to happen in the next 4 and a bit minutes. It takes 2 minutes to do a lap behind the safety car. Safety car's coming in there this time through, so safety car is coming in. We're able to get the race back underway. Richard Belcher is instantly going to be placed under pressure from Julian Howell on the run towards Redgate Corner. I think Howell's a bit too far away to try and mount a challenge for the lead. Now he's just way too far back as they head up towards Redgate Corner this time through. So Richard Belcher leading, Julian Howell in second place. It was a bit of a wiggle mid-corner for the race-leading Lotus Cortina, which Julian Howell wasn't really able to capitalise on as they then propel themselves down through the Craner curves. Lotus Cortina leading, Julian Howell in the little Mini, they're in second position. Third at the moment is another Mini, it's Chris Watkinson's Mini, car number 106, that's there in third place. Fourth is 99, which is the Austin Healey Lennon Le Mans of David Gibson. So that's the top 4 currently, and in 5th place is number 14, which is going to be Nick Evyard. The cars behind that have dived for the pit lane, so the order will shuffle by the time they come through next time around. Now we've still got a good chunk of cars to pit. We've got the top 5 all need to pit at the moment. We haven't seen kind of at 648 pit, which is David Cornwallis. He's not going to do that this lap either because the Radio Caroline supported BMW 1600 Ti heads over the start-finish line, and I think those are the 6 cars that we need to still see into the pit lane at some point. Nose to tail for the lead of the race, heading through the Roberts chicane. Richard Belcher is going to dive for the pit lane this time through, as does the car that has been extracted out of the gravel following its moment down at the old hairpin. But for the lead of the race, it's Brookston winner Julian Howell that leads the race as Richard Belcher's Lotus Cortina heads down pit road, vacates the lead of the race. Now, we have both of those drivers solo driving, so in theory, the time that Richard Belcher spends in the pit lane should be identical to that of Julian Howell, bar the fact that, of course, Julian had that win at Thruxton, so he's going to have to remain stationary for an extra 30 seconds, so that puts Richard Belcher in a strong position for part 2 of the race. Tom Peed's 1600 Ti BMW just heading through Redgate Corner. Tom running in 15th position currently, one of 2 1600 Ti's that we've got in the field here. The other one being David Cornwallis, who, as we say, is that other car that still needs to come in and pit at some point. But leading the race is Julian Howell, is yet to pit. It's another Mini, which is Chris Watkinson in second place, as yet to pit. See, the pit lane is reasonably empty at this stage. 4 cars heading up towards Redgate Corner, with at the tail end of that queue the Sunbeam Rapier of Brian Heary. The lead of the race though, Julian Howell is heading into the pit lane this time. So Julian Howell, who picked up the lead of the race because the number 32 Lotus Cortina came in on the previous lap, that being Richard Belcher. Now Julian Howell dives for the pit lane, so it is this little orange Mini now that now picks up the lead of the race. So car number 106 Chris Watkinson turns his way in towards Redgate Corner. That is the leading car but it hasn't pitted as yet. So Richard Belcher is about to see the last few seconds tick away, and that means that he can then accelerate the Lotus Cortina Mark 1 back out onto the circuit. Chris Watkinson needs to pit at the end of this lap, so we saw a few drivers yesterday miscalculating the time. Well, there is only 60 seconds left of the pit window, so Chris Watkinson has to come in at the end of this lap. If he doesn't, he will be pitting outside of the window, and as we saw from the other drivers that did that yesterday, it's a 2-lap penalty for pitting outside of the window. Off goes Richard Belcher, so the Lotus Cortina heads back out onto the circuit. Car that had been leading the race and should retake up the lead of the race once we've cycled our way through all of the pit stops. We've still got 3 cars that need to come in as well by the look of things. Lancia Fulvia Bellina of John Storer heads in, so this will be actually for his pit stop. He hasn't done one either, but we do need Chris Watkinson in at the end of this lap. He'll be coming up towards the conclusion of it before too much longer, and it's going to have to peel the race leading car into the pit lane. Is he coming in? No, he doesn't, and he goes over the start finish line with 8 seconds to go before the pit window closes, I'm afraid. So that is going to undo a raft of the hard work for Chris Watkinson as he heads up towards Redgate Corner. Next time he comes round, the pit window is going to be closed, I'm afraid. It doesn't matter if you are in the pit lane at the point that the window closes. You can literally, a second before it closes, come over the start finish line because you have still then in the pit lane area before the window closes. And I think another couple of cars might fall foul of that as well. Number 14 is in after the window closed, which is Nick Evyard, to hand over to Rob Sinclair. And I'm afraid David Cornwallis might fall foul of the same fate as well, because his BMW 1600 Ti also came in after the pit window had closed. There's got to be 15 minutes left, and there was about 14 minutes and 40 seconds left when they came into the pit lane, so a bit too late. So Chris Watkinson still continues to lead on the road. Through Redgate Corner goes car number 32, which is Richard Belcher. Richard Belcher, as a result of his pit stop, is still looking to try and thread his way up through the order. He's running in 17th position currently. That was a fairly long pit stop for Richard as well, I would have said. Let's have a quick look. 2 minutes. No, it wasn't. It was bang on, actually. But that time is taking him about 1 minute and 25. His pit stop, including the lap that he did, was a 3 minute 36. So that's literally, 2 minutes pit in to pit out. So time that one to perfection. Chris Watkinson is doing what we saw happen yesterday. Alex Tate kept doing it in the race earlier on in yesterday's Motorsport School Tin Tops race, where he just kept circulating and circulating. For the whole 40 minutes, he actually never came into the pit lane. He won the race by a couple of laps, but that was then given a 2-lap penalty, plus 2 minutes and 30 seconds on top of that as a result of not pitting at all. So it was a difficult race for him. Well, Chris Watkinson is now 13 minutes away from the end of the race, leading by 19 seconds from car number 99, which also hasn't pitted, which is David Gibson at the wheel of the Logie White Austin Healey Lenham Le Mans. So the cars in first and second haven't pitted as yet. New fastest lap of the race has just been popped in by Richard Belcher at the wheel of the Lotus Cortina, car number 32, with a 1 minute 24.328. 1 minute 24.328. That is quicker than Richard managed in qualifying. That is quicker than the pole time as well for qualifying. So, and it's about 0.3 of a second quicker than the pole time at that. So it really was a stellar lap from number 32, Richard Belcher, the race leader last time through. So let's run you down through the top 10. We've got a spin again, I'm afraid to say, at Redgate Corner, and that is Ian Clark's MGB GT that is pointing in the wrong direction up at Redgate Corner, and will be going no further. It's not that far into the gravel either. It's rotated through 180 degrees and is pointing in the wrong direction. But the order in the race at this stage, still leading, still not having as pitted yet, is Chris Watkinson. Second place is the car that is finally coming into the pit lane, albeit with only 10 minutes of the race to go, 11 and 3/4 minutes of the race to go. So that heads into the pit lane now, which is the number 99 car of David Gibson. Third is number 16, which is Ian Staines, the pole sitter. Fourth is 711, which is Lawrence Waugh. Now that car's worked its way well through the order. Must have pitted at the right time, Lawrence Waugh. because it started in 20th position and is now running in 4th place. 5th place is car number 5, Tom P. 6th place is 715, which is going to be Simon Evans. 8th place is number 191. That will be Josh Brooks behind the wheel at this stage. 9th is 32, Richard Belcher. Completing the top 10 is car number 40 at this stage, and that will be Michael Henney for part 2 of the race. So that's the order of the top 10 currently. 30-second lead for Andrew Watkinson, who is still just continuing on his merry way. There's no such troubles for Andrew Watkinson as far as he's concerned. It's a walk in the park. You'll be wondering why he's leading by so much, but that's because you've not pitted yet, and you are now the only driver that hasn't pitted as yet. So very much picking up where Alex Tate left off. Fantastic work as ever by our marshals here, who have very bravely gone out towards the edge of the circuit and done what was needed to give that number 50 MGB GT of Ian Clark a shove. A little shove out of the gravel means that that car is now gone, not needing to be towed out of the harm's way. And once the marshals are back behind the wall, then the yellow flags that are single weight yellow flags on the approach towards Redgate Corner will get withdrawn before too much longer. So Richard Belcher heading round through Redgate Corner, still pushing hard to see if he can hang on to what ought to be a lead of the race by the time he gets himself up through the order. The difficulty was that other cars pitted when the pit stop was when the safety car was out, and he didn't. There's a lot of smoke on circuit as well. You see it in the back of some of the camera shots that we've got available to us up in the commentary box, and it's Richard Belcher's car, I think, that's slowing out on circuit. I thought there was a little bit of smoke coming from it, but yeah, there is now lots of smoke coming from it. Richard Belcher has got a problem, I'm afraid. So that's one of the cars that was carving its way through the order. It's the car that set the fastest lap of the race and had been leading, but it is, I think, going to spell retirement for poor old Richard Belcher, who is going to have to limp that car back round to the pit lane area, if indeed he can even make it, going very, very, very slowly up towards McLean's and Coppice. I think the car might grind to a halt if he's not careful on the exit of McLean's corner. Now he's just got enough power to keep going. Now all of a sudden we've finally got Chris Watkinson into the pit lane, so the car that had been leading has finally figured out that he needs to pit at some point. Conversations are going on, but there's about 8 minutes to go when he came into the pit lane, so that is not going to do a great deal of good for his result. It will be a penalty coming his way, which now, through all of this, will eventually put number 16, 1-6, the dark blue MG Midget of Ian Staines, back in to the lead of the race. And Ian Staines will have a reasonable, comfortable lead between himself and the car that will move up to second in the race. I'm not quite sure how he's done it. Very stealthily, Lawrence Waugh at the wheel of the Mini. Remember, he was in the gravel trap in the Mintex Classic K race, but he's showing as having done a pit stop. So the race leader will be coming up towards the conclusion of a lap before too much longer. Yeah, here comes Richard Belcher rather smokily into the pit lane, and that is such a shame for Richard. Had been driving beautifully well. Here he comes into the pit lane area, and that is without question going to be retirement for Richard. Mechanical woes for the car. You can see the smoke coming from it. Ian Staines now will pick up the lead of the race. Now up towards Redgate Corner, that's a fight that could well be worth watching as well. Keeping an eye on that one. Lawrence Waugh's Mini and Tom Peed's BMW for 3rd and 4th places. And there we go, down through the Craner curves, and Tom Peed under pressure there. Out of the pit lane, having completed his rather late pit stop, goes Chris Watkinson. But as I say, I think we can largely discount him because there will be a penalty going his way. It will be the number 16 car of Ian Staines that will pick up the lead as and when penalties have been issued. So even if he doesn't get the checker flag first on the road, without question the lead will be going his way. He's just coming out of Roberts now, over the start finish line. The dark blue midget leading the race. There'll still be a bit of traffic that he'll need to deal with on the run up towards Redgate Corner, and that is going to be the Mini Gem that he'll be looking to try and get past, which is James Crudgington car. But Ian Staines now leading on the road. Second is going to be on the road at least car number 106, which is Chris Watkinson. But as I say, I think for the purposes of this exercise we can largely discount him at this stage, because I would say without question there'll be a 2-lap penalty going his way. So it's now going to be the orange BMW of Tom Peed that will move up to second in the race, which is going to be a very good result for the driver of that 1600 Ti. 5.5 minutes of the race still to go. Ian Staines looking for victory. He's had victory before in the Swinging 60s Group 1, so it won't be the first win coming his way in the series, but it will be his first win of 2020, and of course that will mean that he will carry that 30-second penalty then in the pit stop of the remaining Swinging 60s races taking place at Castle Combe and at Mallory Park if he chooses to. At the end of the season the slate gets wiped clean in reality, so all of the 2020 season penalties get forgotten about for the start of the 2021 season, and it does mean that some drivers do play a canny game, so some of them maybe have the pace to win, choose not to show it, and are quite happy to keep finishing second, and then you might win later on in the season, because if you win the first round you're carrying that 30-second penalty for the rest of the year, whereas if you win it at the final round you actually never carry it because it doesn't count for the next season. Ian Staines still working his way through the traffic, heading out of Redgate Corner. He's now on lap number 21, has a handy margin between himself and the car that's second on the road, which is going to be Chris Watkinson. Tom Peed under pressure there with the wheel of the BMW. He's got Josh Brooks's Mini right behind him. That's for third and fourth place. Half a second between the pair of them as they got towards Redgate Corner. There's a big queue of cars heading up towards Redgate Corner. The Sunbeam Rapier again involved in trying to stay out of harm's way, which is Brian Heary's 1700cc Sunbeam Rapier, as the hordes of sprites and midgets and minis try and carve his way through and past that Sunbeam Rapier. Again, another very unusual car to see racing nowadays in the UK. They did have a bit of a competition history, but probably did more things in rallying Sunbeam Rapiers than they ever did in circuit racing. Now, up towards Coppice Corner, this is the fight now. The BMW in third position, under enormous pressure from Josh Brooks at the wheel of the Mini for third and fourth place. They have got themselves together. They were pretty much together as they came over the start-finish line. They're still going to be together as they head up towards the braking out for Roberts, but there's no overtaking at Roberts because we've got yellow flags again, I'm afraid. I think we've lost somebody else potentially into the gravel trap at the Roberts chicane. It's on the exit of the corner where we have, I think, again had an issue for somebody, and that means that should be covered by localised yellows. We've also got a car which is David Morehouse with the Austin Healey Le Mans that has come to grief. I think that might be the car that's up there at Roberts. It's got a really quick glimpse of it before the camera changed. That should be able to be covered by localised yellows, one would have thought. We're now into the final 2.5 minutes of the race. Number 16, Ian Staines, heading towards a comfortable victory. 15 seconds that he leads by at this stage in the race. The fight's still going on up at Redgate Corner. Again, what have we got? The best part of 9 or 10 cars, all still together. The vast majority of them either MGs or Minis, all squabbling away. What have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, probably 10 cars trundling their way down through the Craner curves. Some of them for position, some of them trying to lap other cars at the same time. And that's the always interesting thing and interesting dynamic in these longer races, as the quick cars are working their way past the slower cars, whilst the slower cars are having their own individual battles for position as well. But everybody has totally been dealt with. Over the start-finish line to start what will be the penultimate lap of the race goes Ian Staines. So on to lap number 23. We'll squeeze 24 laps out of this one. The number 16 MG Midget of Ian Staines, that qualified on the pole position anyway, continuing to lead the race. There at Roberts is Brent Fowler, I'm afraid, that's popped his frog-eyed sprite into the gravel. And I think that car's just going to be covered by localised yellows for the remainder of the race. It certainly looked like Brent Fowler's car. A car that is, I think, opened and prepared by Tim Cairns, who's in this race. But despite pitting early, I thought it might give him an advantage and overcome some of that 30-second penalty that he had as a result of the win at Snetterton. It's not really panned out for Tim, who's been a hugely successful driver in this series over the years. Car number 18 is rather conveniently in 18th position. James Crudgington at the wheel of the Mini Gem, still continuing on his merry way, picked up another place there. That's another car that matches the position it's in, number 21 in 21st position, a bit like Tim Cairns, number 18 in 18th position. But for our race leader, on towards what should be the final lap of the race. It will be for too much longer because the clock has ticked to 0. Through goes over the start-finish line, or clock will tick to 0 by the next time he comes through. 18 seconds to go as he came over the start-finish line, Ian Staines. What was his lap time like that time through? It looked slow over the start-finish line, but the lap time matches roughly what you'd expect for this time of the race. So, down through the crane, the curves, he'll be threading his way. The battle's still continuing to rage amongst some of the MGBs that are out there. 3 cars together down through the crane, the curves. But for Ian Staines, there'll be no such worries on this final lap of the race. 18.8 seconds is what he leads by from Chris Watkinson in second position, who did pit in the end. He did pit. I'll give him his due. He came into the pits, but with 8 minutes and 40 seconds to go, rather than the minimum 15 seconds is 15 minutes is the latest you can come into the pit lane. But yeah, 8 minutes and 40 odd seconds was when he came in, so it was about 7 minutes too late for a pit stop. So Ian Staines is just about to head up towards the conclusion of the lap. It looks as though it is going to be a dominant victory for him, and a victory that will hand him, bittersweet really, all the victories in the Classic Sports Car Club, because you hand yourself penalties for the next of the races, or in the case of this one, it'll be penalty for the rest of the year for Ian Staines, who is just about to turn his way through Roberts for the final time, accelerate his way up towards the start finish line. Ian Staines comes through to grab the win in the second of our Adams and Page Swinging 60s races, the Group 1 race here at Donington Park. Chris Watkinson will finish second on the road, but that is going to drop him. If he gets a 2-lap penalty, that will see him no longer second. That will see him down in the 20s or possibly into 30th position. So through goes Chris Watkinson in second position on the road. Third and fourth very close together on the charge to the line, but it's still number 5 Tom Peed that finishes third on the road, should get promoted to second once the results are confirmed, and fourth on the road, should complete the podium, one would have thought, is going to be car number 191, which is Matthew Howell, who started, and Josh Brooks, who brought it towards the checkered flag. Great drive from car number 711 that we should see come through next, which is the car of Lawrence War, pitted at the right time, started 20th, finished 5th. At 6th is car number 715, which is going to be the car of Simon Evans. 7th is number 919, which is Julian Howell. He was right at the sharp end, but of course had to remain stationary for an extra 30 seconds in the pits, so it's always going to drop him down through the order, and didn't quite recover from it, so finishing in 7th place is car number 919. 8th place is number 30, which is Paul Wells, Andy Ebden having started that car. And then the final 2 cars inside the top 10, number 72, which is David Morehouse, and 194, which is the Lynches at the wheel of their Mini. Frederick Lynch having started, William Lynch bringing it towards the checkered flag. So that's the Swinging 60s done and dusted. 2 more races still to come here at Donington Park. We have got our next race coming up shortly, which will be for the Toyo Tyres WatchdogApp.com Jaguar Saloon Championship and the Viren Builders Open Series. That will be a 20-minute race, no pit stops to worry about in that one. And then our final semi-endurance race with pit stops, again 40-minute format, so same format of the pit window opening 10 minutes into the race and closing for the final 15. That will be for the Advantage Motorsports Future Classics. So the Swinging 60s competitors making their way in towards the pit lane area, and therefore for those of you at the circuits, that's it for the moment. For those of you listening on the live stream, it's downstairs to Ian Waterhouse.
Okay, Adrian, yeah. Right, everybody, welcome down to Winners Row here at Donington Park, and of course I am with your outright winner there, Ian Staines. What a battle it was over 40 minutes. We had safety cars, we had pit stops, we had all sorts of drama, didn't we? We're going to get live reaction now from the man to my left, Ian Staines. My namesake actually, Ian, as well. Must be something about the name, I think, there. A winning name, maybe. I think my head's getting a bit bigger. We'll just let Ian get his helmet off before we have a quick chat with Ian and find out how he's feeling after that. We had safety cars, didn't we? It was a bit of drama throughout there. And here we go. Action at Pax. Ian.
Fabulous race, thank
Congratulations. Let me be hopefully the first to congratulate you. It was eventful though, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, I think for a change the safety car worked in our favour. The car behaved impeccably thanks to Rob Griffiths, absolutely perfect. As I say, I think the leading 2 or 3 cars suffered bad coming in too late in the safety car. But
there was, up until that point, there was a fantastic battle going on between the top 3 there, wasn't it? Which you were involved in. And
yes, it was, yeah. I mean, they had me on the straight line. I had them to a certain degree in the corners. But yeah, it all went well in the end. And as I say, the safety car just spaced everybody out and just gave us time to concentrate.
Now, Mark Werrell, commentator, was just saying to me, it's kind of bittersweet this win, actually, because it does mean you've got penalties for the rest of the season now, doesn't it?
Well, I think there's only 1 race left in this.
I think so. Yeah. We'll let it go then.
Yeah, thank you.
Right, Ian, congratulations.
Thank
Let
you
you get
much.
back. Well done.
Cheers.
Right, there we go. Ian Staines, your outright winner there of the Swing 60s Group 1. Now it's almost time for the Jaguar Saloons and Open Series to head out for their second race and final race of the weekend here at Donington Park. And I did manage to catch up with some of the drivers back up the assembly area, so hopefully we'll play that for you very soon. Right, hello everybody, welcome back to the assembly area. It's almost time for race 2 of the Jaguar Saloons and the Open Series. I did want to catch up with some of the Jaguars, but actually nobody's here. However, we do have Mr. Lazel over here. Let's grab a quick word if we can ahead of race 2. Hello, good afternoon. Well, good. It's almost good evening now, isn't it? The light's kind of coming down. How's your weekend been so far?
Yeah, really good. It's been my first race weekend, so it's been
whatever.
Yeah.
Wow.
As a driver.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
What? Look, tell us about that experience then. Obviously,
it's been really good. A bit of a baptism of fire because there's obviously some quite quick cars in the field, but yeah, I've been working with Sam, whose car it is.
There he is.
And yeah, lots of really good advice and quite a steep learning curve.
Fantastic. Well, look, best of luck for the race. When you do enjoy it, let's grab a quick word with Sam if we can. Sam, how's he doing?
Very well. It's nice. It's a busy grid out there, capacity with cars of wildly varying performance. So to see the car come around safe every lap is reassuring. But really good, really consistent, no issues with the car. Really happy. Fantastic. As first races go, I think a success.
That's what we like to hear. Brilliant. Look, enjoy race 2 now, won't you? We'll move out of the way before we get run over. Let's just grab number 9. It is Dylan Popovic and DNF in race 1, unfortunately. Just grab a quick word with Dylan. Do you want some help?
Yes, please.
Yes. Don't worry, we are, but don't worry about that.
He's filming.
It's the only reason I'm doing this is so he gives me an interview in a second.
Someone got time? No, it's just a slight misunderstanding on the grid. I do apologise.
So race 1 didn't quite go to plan, did it?
Not quite, no. We managed to snap the drive shaft before we even lined up. So,
but you're out, though. You've made it out for race 2.
We're here.
What can you do from down here?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you know, if it's all going well, you know, we should be good for P4, 5, something like that in the end. So that's the plan. But you know, we had a big vibration yesterday. We had a loose prop shaft in yesterday's race, so that seems to have basically rattled everything out to place. So it's still a bit unsure.
Well, go out, have fun, enjoy race 2, and thanks for having a little quick chat with us. Right,
cheers guys.
it is time to go again. I would like to chat to some of the Jags, but they're not here, so it's time. Well, it's almost time for the Jaguar Saloons, once they arrive, and the Open Series to go out for their final race of the weekend. Let's hand over to the circuit. Enjoy the show.
So then we just await the arrival of the cars for our penultimate race of the weekend onto the grid. It's the Toyo Tyres WatchdogApp.com Jaguar Saloon Championship and the Viren Builders Open Series. The way that it works, is that the grid for this one is formed as per the finishing positions from race number 1, but that is only for the Virren Builders Open Series. That is the way that they will line up in finishing order. However, for the Toyo Tyres Watchdogapp.com Jaguar Saloon Championship, they are as per the finishing positions from race number 1, albeit with the top 5 cars reversed. So if you wish to have a look at the way that the grid lines up, then they should line up as follows for this one. Car number 89, which is Michael Vituli, will start on pole position, and alongside is car number 169, which is Chris Everall. 89 and 169 on row number 1. Row 2 of the grid sees 34, Dave Griffin, line up alongside 93, which is Darren Fielding for this race. We saw that car driven by Colin Wells in race number 1, but it's Darren that jumps on board for race number 2, 34 and 93. The third row of the grid is car number 63, which is Jeff Beale, and number 59, which for this race is going to be Adam Egar. We saw Jack driving that car in race number 1, so it's 63 and 59 on row number 3. And row 4 of the grid is car number 163. We didn't get the starting driver for the first race, and therefore we don't know it for the second either. So 163 is Doug Simmons sharing with Roland Jones, and car number 571, which is Tony Paxman. So 163 and 571 on row number 4. Row 5 of the grid is number 39, which is Rob Hardy, and 72, which is Michael Coker. 39 and 72 on row number 5. And row 6 of the grid is 37, Dave Coyne, and 54, which is Neil Blakes. 37 and 54. The 7th row of the grid, car number 191. Well, David Gardner drove it in race number 1, so it's Hugh Gurney's turn behind the wheel for race number 2, and number 41, which is a little Toyota Corolla of Lee Norton. 191 and 41 on row number 7. Row 8 of the grid is number 16, which is Michael Perkins, and it's an all Perkins affair because it's number 17, George Perkins, that joins him on row number 8, 16 and 17. The 9th row of the grid is 57, that is Aaron Moyse, and 234, which is going to be Tony Wilson for this race. James had the go in race number 1, so Tony gets the opportunity for race number 2, 57 and 234. And row 10 of the grid is number 154, which is David Newms, and 28, which is Josh Smith. 154 and 28 on row number 10. The 11th row of the grid is 36, which is Jonathan Lazel, and 29, which is Tim Richmond. 36 and 29, with row 12 of the grid being 152, Dan Fisher, who retired from race number 1, and number 9, which is Dylan Popovich, another retiree also from that race. 152 and 9. Row 13 of the grid is car number 100, which is Melvin Cockerton. Don't think we saw that car out in race number 1. And 113, Josh Ronchetti, who I think was another absentee from that race. So I think we are possibly not going to see those cars in this one either. And then at the back of that particular grid, we should then see car number 148, which again I don't think we are going to see, are we? No, we are not. Dylan Popovich is the last of the cars, so we haven't got Melvin Cockerton, we don't have Josh Ronchetti, we haven't got Alistair Fazekas. Then we move on to the Jaguars, and with the top 5 reversed, it is going to be number 97, Lawrence Kopok, that will line up on his own for some reason, according to this grid, on the 15th row of the grid as the lead Jaguar. Then onto row 2 for the Jaguars, number 70, Tom Lentle, and 44, Guy Connew, 1744. Row 3 is going to be 99, James Ram, and 4, Tom Robinson. Tom, of course, having won the race earlier on as James Ram sort of faltered towards the closing stages of it, 99 and 4. Then on to the next row for the Jaguars. This is where the reverse grid no longer takes effect. Number 1, Chris Boone, and 24, Michael Seaborn, 1 and 24. The next row for the Jaguars is 158, which is Derek Pearce, and 31, which is Ian Drage. Penultimate row for the Jags is 65, Simon Lewis, and 45, which is David Ringham. And the final row of the grid for the Jaguars is number 52, Michael Atkinson, and 67, providing it's repaired, watch out for him, Colin Philpott, because he was actually in the lead of the Jaguars before his car started to falter as well. A bit like James Ram was leading the Jags. He retired, James Ram took up the lead of the Jags, and then he had issues which dropped him out of the lead. He still made the checkered flag, but it wasn't the win. Not the win overall, at least. So cars on their formation lap. This is a shorter race, just a 20-minute race for them to look forward to. And are we going to see a double win for Michael Vituli in the Virren Builders Open Series? Might we possibly see a double win for Tom Robinson, who claimed win in the Toyo Tyres Watchdogapp.com Jaguar Saloon Championship. The safety car is just bringing the cars down towards the braking area for the Robert chicane, and then we will see the cars line up on the grid for what will be a standing start for this one. So, yep, here we go. Michael Vituli just doing a last little bit of weaving before he heads onto the start-finish line for what is standing starts for these cars. It's about the only one this weekend I think we've had, isn't it? The 2 races for these have been the standing starts. So BMW and a Ginetta on the front row of the grid, 2 BMWs on row number 2 of the grid. It's a Talbot Sunbeam Lotus and a Porsche on row number 3 of the grid. It's a BMW and a Ford Escort Mark 1 on row number 4 of the grid. And it is a Porsche of Robert Hardy, the man who supports the Viren builders through his building company. And number 72, Michael Coker with his Porsche on the next row of the grid. So Rob Hardy racing in his own championship that he sponsors as well through Viren builders. Dave Coyne, having swapped over his Ford Mustang, is back in the Ford Escort Mark 1. He's got a Porsche alongside him of Neil Blake's. And then Hugh Gurney at the wheel of the BMW has a Toyota for company. Lotus and Ginetta, TVR and Peugeot, and then BMWs towards the tail end of the field with Renaults and Hondas and another Ginetta, Dylan Popovic, towards the tail end of it. So we've got one other car that's slotted itself on the back of the grid by the look of things. Car number 561 has slotted itself towards the tail end of the Open Series grid. That will be Stephen Brown at the wheel of the Ford Mustang. See how he gets on. And we're now getting the Jags lining up with the Jaguar of number 97, Lawrence Kopok, scheduled to start at the head of the field for the Jags. So we've got all the Viren Builders cars lined up. We now start to get the Jaguars lined up. I think there's a little bit of confusion as to where the number 561 car has come from in the hands of Stephen Brown. So it wasn't on my grid sheet. I think the marshal is scratching his head as to where to position Stephen Brown. So he's going to, I think, decide that the next spare grid slot is probably the one to drop him into. And then we can then hopefully get things underway. Yeah, even on the amended grid he's not shown there. I've just refreshed and there is no amended grid that actually adds that car onto the grid, but it's there. It's going to get a race by the look of things. Jags now lining up. It's a long old hold for those that are on the front row of the grid. They've been sat there very patiently for a couple of minutes now, sun beaming through the windscreens of the cars, and even though it's just a formation lap, the drivers are going to be getting warm inside those cars. Sun quite low in the sky as well this time of year, which means that when you come out of the Robert chicane and look down towards Redgate Corner, if you're watching on the stream, it's the opposite direction to we're looking. You're looking right into the sun. So it's quite difficult for the drivers with the sun so low in the sky. It does mean that it does cast some shadows in what has been a beautiful, beautiful day here at Donington Park. Right, green flag is waved at the tail end of the field. We're about to get this race underway now. Michael Vituli looking to see what he might be able to do from the front row of the grid. The lights go out and Michael Vituli and Chris Everall charge their way off the start-finish line. The rear-wheel drive BMW of Michael Vituli gets the jump over the Ginetta of Chris Everall, who's slower away here and might get picked off by Dave Griffin on the run towards Redgate Corner. Dave Griffin is just able to run side-by-side with the Jag and should go ahead, side-by-side with the Ginetta, and should go ahead. The Jags get off the start-finish line, and it looks as though it is going to be a big charge of those up towards Redgate Corner for the first time. Who's going to come out in the lead? I think it's Guy Connew for the Jags that will pick up the lead of that, but the leaders in the Open Series for cars heading down through the Craner curves and the old hairpin, without front, Michael Vituli getting a really good run and getting the jump on the cars that were behind him. For poor old Chris Everall, he's now looking to try and fight back and has, again, I think, stolen the place away from Dave Griffin. This Ginetta and the E36 M3 had a great race earlier on today, with ultimately Chris Everall just coming out on top of Dave Griffin. to finish in second place, with Griffin down in third, but they were so evenly matched throughout the course of the race. And now, of course, we've also got the number 93 1 Series to consider as well. Colin Wells driving that in the first race. It's Darren Fielding in race number 2, and Darren is hot on the heels of Dave Griffin, so he sits there in 4th place. So over the start finish line, top 4 all still together, a bit like the first race that we had for Birham Builders. We've then got Jeff Beale in 5th position with a light blue Ford Escort of Tony Paxman sitting behind, but the front 4 have quite a significant breakaway lead. For Julie leading from Chris Everill in 2nd place. It's then Dave Griffin in 3rd place, and Darren Fielding at the wheel of the BMW 1 Series completes the top 4 as they start to thread their way down through the Craner curves for the first time. The leading Jag on completion of the first lap of the race is the number 44 Jaguar of Guy Connew from 99 James Ram, and number 4 race 1 winner, which was Tom Robinson. So that's the order of the Jags in the top 3 for the Toyo Tires Watchdog.com Saloon Championship in the early stages. But the overall race lead is going the way of the E46 BMW M3, the white car but with the black roof and the black bonnet in the hands of Michael Vituli, who for the second time turns his way through Coppice Corner. The front 2 just breaking away now as Chris Everett is starting to pull away. A quick replay of problems up at Redgate Corner, and that is one of the cars instantly pulling off the circuit up at Redgate Corner and not coming through, I'm afraid to say. So that is a retirement early on, and that's the 163 car of Doug Semin and Roland Jones that was out of the race. It had a spin in race number 1 on the very final lap. Attacking down towards the start finish line, Darren Fielding looking for the inside line over Dave Griffin. He's trying to muscle his way through, but nothing doing there. The 1 Series still has to sit behind the 3 Series E36 for the moment at least, as they head down through the Craner curves and start to press on what is already lap number 3. Chris Everill on the first flying lap was the fastest that we had. The lead battle for the Jags heading over the start finish line, and it will be James Ram that picks up the lead of the Jaguar element of the race at this stage. They were all locked together though as they went through, the leading 4 overall, because the Jags started about 10 seconds after the main pack. Leaders overall are heading up towards Coppice Corner again, with Michael Vituli still looking to see what he might be able to do to hang on to what is a very slender lead. So through Coppice Corner have gone the leading 4. Chris Everill, then Dave Griffin, followed by Colin Wells. The Jags just heading up towards the top section of the circuit, with number 99 James Ram being the leader of that currently. Over the start finish line come the leading 4. A bit like race number 1 now, the 4th place car that's in the hands of Darren Fielding is just starting to drop away a little bit. So it's 3 Series from Ginetta G50 from 3 Series again. Waved yellow flags at Roberts on the way in, suggests that somebody has come to grief on the way out or in the gravel trap. As for the leading Jaguar, over the start finish line now comes car number 99, so there in the middle of the pack at the tail end of the shot is the race leading Jaguar at this stage. So he is just turning his way there through Redgate Corner, the Jag, and then the next 2 Jags were nose to tail for 2nd and 3rd in the Jaguars. It was a number 44 car of Guy Connew that was under pressure looking at that shot from the number 4 car of Tom Robinson. Those 2 absolutely together. There they go, down through the Craner curves now. This is the 2nd and 3rd of the Jaguars. The Group 5 almost liveried XJS has got Tom Robinson, the race 1 winner, trying to sneak up the inside. The doors open, Guy Connew lets him go through. Tom Robinson at the wheel of the big old, and it's a big old car really to muscle its way around here, but Tom Robinson at the wheel of the XJR, the 4-litre car, grabs the place, and into the gravel, I'm afraid to say, we have lost a Porsche, and that is Neil Blake's that's gone off into the gravel. It's only just gone off, but all 4 wheels are in, I'm afraid, and that is going to mean that not for the first time this afternoon, the safety car is coming out. So the safety car is being readied to head out onto circuit. Into the pit lane has also come the car that was running in 4th position. Darren Fielding heads into the pit lane, so I thought he was dropping away a little bit, but clearly there have been issues with that car, and he has coaxed the car into the pit lane just as the safety car is coming out. So with the race having been brought to a halt as a result of the number 54 car of Neil Blake's being in harm's way, So it sort of backed itself into the gravel trap. All four wheels are in. The nose of it is only just into the gravel, so it's not far enough off the circuit. So safety car will come out and will gather the pack again. Just the 14 minutes of the scheduled 20 remaining. In the first race earlier on today, we went green all of the way and squeezed 16 laps in to the scheduled 20 minutes. We are now, without question, going to be a couple of laps short of that in this race. So the order then under safety car, number 89 Michael Vituli leads the race from in second place number 169 Chris Everall, who on the previous lap actually set the fastest lap of the race as well before the safety car came out, a 1 minute 16.565, but that is only just the fastest lap of the race because Michael Vituli, the race leader, was 3 1,000ths of a second slower with his best lap of the race. It was that close between the pair of them. Third is number 34, which is the BMW E36 M3 of Dave Griffin. Fourth was the car that came into the pit lane, so that will now mean that car number 63, which is Jeff Beale's Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, will move up into fourth position. So Jeff Beale, number 63, moves up into fourth place. Fifth place will now be number 571, which is Tony Paxman. Sixth place is number 9, which is Dylan Popovich. He started at the wheel of the black and orange Ginetta, 24th on this grid. And after 5 laps of racing, one of those really being arguably under the safety car, albeit they haven't all caught up with the safety car as yet, but he is now up into 6th position, car number 9. 7th place is 37, which is the Ford Escort Mark 1, the black car of Dave Coyne. 8th place is the Porsche number 39 of Rob Hardy. 9th place is number 72, and that is Michael Coker, who sits there in that position at the wheel of his Porsche Boxster. And then completing the top 10 is a leading Jag at this stage, car number 99, which is James Ram, who's there in 10th position and leading the Jag charge. Second of the Jaguars is in 11th, which is number 4 Tom Robinson, the race winner for the Jaguars in part race 1 of the day. And 12th and 3rd of the Jaguars, just to give you that one, is number 70, which is Tom Lenthal. So that gives you the top 12 cars, also gives you the top 3 Jaguars as well in 10th, 11th and 12th position. So recovery of cars taking place, and that is not going to take too long, I wouldn't have thought, just to get the errant Porsche moved out of harm's way. Another pit visitor, I'm afraid to say, is Simon Lewis, who at the wheel of his number 65 Jaguar is also heading down the pit lane. So clearly some problems for him in the race that he's not able to drive around, and yet rather slowly he's trundling his way down pit lane and in towards the area of the paddock. So there's one more race to come after this one, another 40-minute race. The Advantage Motorsport Future Classics have had to wait for a long time today since their qualifying session before they are able to head out onto the circuit. They qualified just about midday today. There we can see Porsche has been taken out of gravel trap, so Neil Blake's car is now out of the position in which it came to rest up at Redgate Corner. The course vehicle is now making its way back behind the barriers, but the safety car is coming over the start-finish line, so we're going to have one further lap behind the safety car before we're able to get things done. Neil Blake's continuing with a rather dusty-looking Porsche, going very slowly down through the Craner curves and staying off the racing line, which is sensible because that car is likely to be depositing gravel all the way around the circuit. Do it off the line, it's not ideal, but you get it done. Do it on the line, you won't gain many friends in the paddock, I would have thought. So that's now 6 laps completed, 10 minutes to go. Should be going green, one would have thought, at the end of this one, because the telehandler is back behind the barriers up at Redgate Corner in the little snatch gap that exists for it there. Michael Vituli is weaving from side to side down through the Craner curves. So difficult actually to tell which car is which down through the Craner curves because of the angle of the sun is so low in the sky this time of year, and with the reflection of the screen that I'm looking at in the commentary box making it really difficult to see anything other than just shadowing of the cars really. They're all monochrome almost at that part of the circuit, but other parts of the circuit where you're looking less so into the sun, you've got the sun behind you and you're looking away from it, it really allows you to pick out the colours. So through McLean's go the leading pack of cars. And from there it's up towards Coppice Corner. Really difficult corner, Coppice Corner. You're braking uphill, which isn't a bad thing to do because you can get the car slowed down much, much quicker. But it's a blind entry to it, so you've almost got to commit to the apex before you see it. And it's a double apex right-hander as well, so it's got a blind entry. You grab the first apex of it, bounce yourself over the curbs at the first apex of it. Don't worry about the second apex at all. At that point, you are almost in the middle of the circuit when you get to the second apex of it, and then you really let the car drift out on the exit of the corner to try and get as much momentum as you can down the exhibition straight. It's a critical corner, really, as is Roberts as well. If you mess up Roberts, it's not just the corner you mess up, it's all of your momentum down the start-finish straight. Lights are still on the safety car, I'm afraid, so we are not going to see it return back into the pit lane for this lap. Michael Vituli still weaving from side to side to try and keep a bit of temperature in his tyres, on and off the brakes as well, which is the right thing to be doing, really, because you can build up a lot of tyre temperature by just building up brake temperature, letting that brake temperature radiate out into the wheel rim, and then as the wheel rim increases in temperature, it ups the tyre pressure at the same time as it compresses the air more in the tyre with the increase in the temperature. So another lap under safety car. We've lost into the pit lane, I'm afraid to say, number 44, Guy Connew as well, who was looking good in the Jaguar race. Finished third of the Jags in race number 1, but I think is retired in this particular race, so that is a shame for the number 44 car of Guy Connew. Michael Vituli will be hugely keen to get the race back underway. We saw a great race as well earlier on in the Viren Builders Open Series. Michael Vituli, Chris Everell and Dave Griffin all looking as though they had the match of each other in terms of pace. Eventually it was Vituli from Everell from Griffin. The top three that we had in the race earlier on are the top three that we've got here in the safety car, but say it really was difficult to try and pick out who might have had the advantage, because the top three cars in the race earlier on, after 20 minutes, it was actually 21 minutes of racing that we crammed in to the allocated time, they were all covered by 2.3 seconds, the top three. The gap first to second was 1.2, it was 1.1 seconds from second to third, so not a great deal to choose between the top three in race number 1 in terms of pace. We are hopefully going to see the safety car peel its way into the pit lane at the end of this lap, which means we'll get the best part of 6 minutes of racing still to go for the Viren Builders Open Series. Safety car lights are off, we're about to get the race back underway. Michael Vituli will decide when he wants to accelerate, and it's been a really, really good restart from Michael Vituli, who is already starting to gap Chris Everell. So look at the gap that Michael Vituli has got already heading up towards Redgate Corner. Absolutely nailed the restart. The same can't be said, I must say, for Chris Everell, who was clearly just caught napping a bit there. Chris Everell under pressure from Dave Griffin's BMW, and as they turn their way out of Redgate Corner and onto Craner Curves, Chris Everell is looking to try and see whether he can now start to close up on the race leader. Watch out for Dylan Popovic, I would say, as well, the second of the two Ginettas that we've got in the field. Dylan's is the slightly older Ginetta G50 rather than the G55 of Chris Everell that runs in second place in the race, but Dylan Popovic up to 6th position from 24th on the grid, really. So I wondered why he was a little bit off the pace this morning. They must have been chasing a problem with that car all day. Through Coppice Corner go the leading three. The gap first to second looking to have come down a little bit on this race. The gap second to third looks to have opened up a little bit, so top three cars looking reasonably equidistantly spread as they head in towards the braking area for the Robert Chicane. Lap number 10 they're going to be starting very shortly with less than 5 minutes to go now as well. So Michael Vituli about to chalk another lap into the book. We'll head over the start-finish line. Chris Everell at the wheel of the Ginetta, back under pressure again all of a sudden from Dave Griffin. Latter part of the lap, Dave Griffin is much, much stronger than the Ginetta G50, so side by side up towards Redgate Corner. Tighter line taken in by Chris Everell, which means he'll hang on to the place on the way out of the corner, because there's not a great deal that Dave Griffin can do on the exit, but Everell runs a tiny bit wide actually, and that just allows a little bit of overlap heading onto the top section of the Craner Curves, but Chris Everell is just about to cover off any advanced move from Dave Griffin. So the order still remains Ginetta in second place, BMW M3 in third position, number 571 Tony Paxman's there in fourth place, and Dylan Popovic has picked up another place, you know, as well. He is now up into fifth place at the wheel of the Ginetta. So Another place gained from 24th on the grid. How high up can we get Dylan Popovich, do we think? Well, he's only half a second off Teddy Paxman's light blue Ford Escort, so wouldn't surprise me if there were the opportunity to gain another place. And in fact, he's already done it by the time they head up onto the top section of the circuit. Up towards conclusion of lap number 10 comes Michael Vituli. Last time through, new fastest lap of the race went his way, 1 minute 16.101. 1 minute 16.101. That's 0.2 of a second quicker than the fastest lap he posted in race 1 of the day as well. So pushing on straight away and now opening up that sizable gap that he's got now. 4.8 seconds between himself and Chris Everall's Ginetta that sits there in second place. Dave Griffin is not that far away in third, but is too far away to try anything as they head through Redgate Corner. Dylan Popovich, as we say now, up into 4th position. Watch out for charging Dylan Popovich. 4th from 24th on the grid. And his lap times now, he's got clear air, we'll keep an eye on, because the last lap he's just done was slower than the cars around him. Good fight going on between, I think that's Michael Coker's Porsche, fighting away with Tom Lenthal's Jaguar. Tom, a Jaguar specialist who repairs a few cars for this series, threading his way down through the Craner curves. We've got yellow flags at the Robert chicane because we've had a rotation for somebody. Great fight going up towards Redgate Corner as well. That's the car that was in the gravel not so long ago, Neil Blake's, who is a couple of laps adrift but is trying to keep a mixture of Ginettas and Lotus and other BMWs behind him. The battle for the lead of the Jags is absolutely on now. James Ram is under pressure from Tom Robinson, so the number 99 Jaguar XJS sitting there in 8th place has got Tom Robinson right behind him. The overall race leaders are heading up towards the braking area for Redgate Corner, but the Jaguars are about to come onto the start finish line here, and yeah, nose to tail for the lead of the Jags. James Ram under pressure from Tom Lenthal as they head over the start finish line. The silver Jaguar with the orange and the white flashes is James Ram. He's leading the Jaguar element of the race. The big old Jag, the XJR, the 4-litre car of Tom Robinson, absolutely in his Toyo tyres wheel tracks. Robinson runs a little bit wide coming out of Redgate Corner. James Ram is able to capitalise and make sure he places a car between himself and the car that was right with him. That's Tony Paxton's Ford Escort that is being used as a pawn really in this game of chess at the moment between the two Jags. Paxton is now dispatched down through the order by Tom Robinson, and the battle for the lead of the Jaguar element of the race is all of a sudden back on again. So over the start finish line goes up towards Redgate Corner, the battle between yellow and black cars, the Lotus and the Ginetta. As for the squabble for the lead of the Jags, well, this time it is another Ford Escort Mark 1 that James Ram needs to try and get past, and that is going to be the car of Dave Coyne. Now Dave Coyne is running in 7th position overall in this race. James Ram is in 8th place, so it's a fight for position as well, but to say it's 2 races for the price of 1. We've only got 40 seconds remaining on the clock as well, so the race leader is now onto his last lap of the race. We've also got the great fight going on for 2nd and 3rd place because Dave Griffin is back up onto terms again with the Ginetta G55 in the hands of Chris Everall. So wherever you look, there are fights going on, and important ones as well, right at the sharp end of the order. Down in towards the Craner curves goes Chris Everall. We saw his car go off the boil a little bit in race number 1 with a lap or so to go. The Jaguars are heading now onto their final lap of the race, with James Ram still looking to try and coax a little bit more out of his car if he can, because he's still got Tom Robinson right behind him. James would love to turn the tables on Tom Robinson. He looked as though he was on for a win in race number 1. 'Twasn't to be in the end. Tom Robinson eventually came through to claim the Jaguar element of the race. But for the Viren Builders element of the race, Michael Vituli is on for 2 out of 2 by the look of things, in towards the braking area for Roberts for the final time. A little bit more traffic to deal with if he wants to, which he does dispatch a lap adrift on the way to the checkered flag. Michael Vituli comes through and makes it 2 out of 2 in the Viren Builders Open Series at the wheel of his E46 M3. 2nd place is just going to be Chris Everall, who is chased all of the way to the start finish line yet again by the BMW of Dave Griffin. Those two have had a great battle race long in both race number 1 and race number 2. Next to the cars through is going to be Dylan Popovich. What a drive from him to finish in 4th place. Jeff Beale will be in 5th place. Who's going to finish in 6th position now? It is going to be just about Dave Coyne, who will finish in 6th position. James Ram finishes in 7th place and wins the Toyo Tyres, watchdogapp.com Jaguar Saloon Championship element of the race. Only just, though, from the car that finishes in 8th place and 2nd of the Jags number 4, which is Tom Robinson. 9th place was 571, which is Tony Paxman. And completing the top 10 was car number 39, which is Rob Hardy, the driver who sponsors the Virrenbeelders series that we've just seen out there. In 11th place, we have, over the start-finish line, Michael Coker. 12th place is going to be Adam Egart. 13th place is Lee Norton with a very, very, very smoky Toyota, I'm afraid, which limps its way over the start-finish line. I suspect some of the engine internals are trying to become external in that car. I think that's the problem with it. Michael Seaborn is 14th, and I've hung on to 14th place because that is the third of the Jaguars home, so that completes the Jaguar podium. And just to give you the top 15, it is car number 234, which for that race was Tony Wilson. So that is the racing done for the Virrenbeelders Open Series, for their 2 races for the day, and for the Jags as well, which means that we've now only got one more race to come up here at Donington Park this weekend, and that is the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics that will be coming up, and we'll give you the grid for that very shortly. But before we give you the grid for that, if you're watching on the live stream at home, it's back downstairs to chat to some more drivers who will be joining very shortly Ian Waterhouse. Right, I'm here with Michael Mattila again. Hello. Michael, congratulations.
Thank you.
Another one.
Yeah.
Talk us through that one. A bit tough for that one?
Yeah, with the safety car, it was a little bit, you have to concentrate a bit more with the restart. But it spiced it up a bit, so that was nice. And yeah, we managed to pull a little bit away after the restart as well, so that was nice again. So yeah, really good, really pleased.
So more of the same from the first race, and you certainly delivered there.
Yeah,
be happy.
Yeah, very. Thank you.
Great way to end the weekend, huh?
Say that again.
It's a great way to end the weekend.
Absolutely, and the sun's out as well. What better way? Thank you.
Top man. Well done, Michael. Great racing this weekend. Right, just stick around with us because I do want to find the winner of the Jaguar as well. I was waiting for James Rahm to come down. A car number 99. Here he is as well. Let me see if I can grab him. Let's get him over here. There we go. I'll shove the microphone in. James, I don't know if you can hear me. Congratulations.
Thank you very
That was
much.
close in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was close. It was a bit of a, I suppose, reconciliation for race one, really.
Look, I've always been a bit of a Jag fan. In fact, we've got a bit of a queue going, but great way to end the weekend, isn't it?
Oh, fantastic, yeah, and the season, so yeah, really delighted.
Top man, well done, I'll let you go because we're holding everyone up. So I'm single-handedly stopping the entire traffic here at Donington Park. So congratulations to everybody. That was James Rahm, that was your Jaguar Saloons Race 2 winner. This is Michael Mattila, your Open Series 2-time winner here at Donington Park. It's almost time now for the final race of the weekend. Can you believe that? It's the Advanced Motorsport Future Classics. And I did manage to catch up with a couple of the drivers up at the assembly area, so hopefully we can play you those interviews. Leave it for the final race of the day. It's the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. Although having a look at this grid, I think some of them are pretty much classics already. Now we've come down here because we've got Bill Lancashire to come and have a quick word with. I mean, look at this Morgan, it's an absolute beauty. I've just caught him as he's put his helmet on, actually. Maybe that was him. Bill, was that on purpose? You didn't have to talk to me. Put your helmet on.
I can't hear you, sorry.
I said, was that on purpose? You put your helmet on so you didn't have to talk to me?
Say it again.
I was only teasing you. I was saying, you put your helmet on so you didn't have to talk to me.
I'd love to talk to you. Sorry about that.
No, I'm only teasing. Look, qualifying went quite well.
Yes, not too badly. So I think I'm third on the grid, so it's all good so far. The car's making a few funny noises, so I'm a little bit worried about how long it's going to last.
Okay.
But anyway, we'll have to wait and see.
It's a 40-minute race to finish up with, isn't it? Obviously, it's a mandatory pit stop. You don't have to make any driver changes, though, you?
No, I don't have to do that, so it's probably fairly straightforward for me, as long as we get the timings right, obviously.
Well, look, best of luck.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, you've got all the information there. I'm just going to have a little listen. Sounds all right to me. Oh,
sounds all right.
Thanks,
okay,
Bill.
thank you.
Best of luck, Dana. We've got Alex Taylor down here as well, car number 66. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with him in this Mazda as well. Definitely not a future classic. This is a beautiful car already. Alex, qualifying, are you happy?
We went about as quick as we could go. Unfortunately, all the other guys went quicker. But we're there or thereabouts, and very much looking forward to a great race.
At least you've left nothing out there then. At least you know. Okay,
Never do.
I went for it.
Never do. I follow the Arivan and maximum attack.
Maximum attack, that's what we want to see. It's the final race of the day. Go for it. Thank you. Best of luck, Alex. Yeah. Cheers. There we go. And hey, Vauxhall Astra, look at the old school Astra. Who didn't love one of these when they were younger? Let's grab a quick word about these. You don't see many of these nowadays, do you? Let's just grab a quick word when I can. I'll see if I can jump around and grab some attention. I was just admiring your Vauxhall Astra.
Oh, right, thank you.
What an absolute beauty. How long have you had it?
This particular one, I think we're in now our 6th or 7th season with this particular car. I did race them back in the early 90s when they were new cars. So
I was going to say, these models you don't see so much these days, do you?
No, not many. No, there's not many of them left. But yeah, we've had a lot of success with this little car. Really have.
And what are you looking for this afternoon in the race?
Certainly a class win. We'd like to think that in the 80s so far this year we've had a 3rd overall, the 2nd overall. Yep. We would like to go one better, but it's a big ask, you know, little 2-litre Astra against all these. It is a big ask, but we're always hopeful. Always hopeful.
Anything can happen, can't it? Right? It's a 40-minute race. It's motorsport. Anything can happen.
It's motorsport. It's a quick little car. You know, realistically on pace, we can't beat the Nissan, but anything can happen. He's on a 30-second penalty. Can he overcome that? Who knows? That's the fun of what we're doing. But certainly we're looking for a class win. It's certainly nice to be in the top 3, one way or another in the top 3. But we're never hopeful.
That's it. Best of luck anyway. Thanks for stopping and talking to us. Enjoy it, won't you? Right, it is time for the Future Classics to get back out on track. By the way, let's just have a look at this field of cars. You're going to get a good look at them on track. So I'm going to hand over to the circuit. Enjoy the final race of the weekend here at Donington Parkway. It promises to be an absolute cracker.
Almost ready to go there on the Grand Prix loop. It is the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. Let's guide you through the grid. We've got all of our previous group winners as well. Just to give you a quick rundown for it, then the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics is for sports and saloon and GT cars with doors from the 1970s and the 1980s. It was first run back in 2006. Now, because it covers cars in the 70s and the 80s, and technology changed and the way that cars were developed all changed, then we split the Future Classics into 2 groups. We have Group 1, that's the 1970s cars. We have Group 2, that's the 1980s cars, and in each one of those groups is split based on engine capacity. Not the same splits, subtly different for Group 1 to Group 2, but those are then split into classes based on engine capacity. So because we have 2 groups racing, it means if you win your group, so you're the first 70s car home or you're the first 80s car home, those cars get the penalties. So 2 cars from each race pick up a 30-second penalty for their subsequent races. Well, we had a race at Thruxton. We've got both of the 70s and the 80s winners from that Thruxton race here, so those 2 cars will have an extra 30 seconds in the pit lane, and we've got both of the cars from Thruxton and from Snetterton that claims the win for the 1980s cars. So in total we've got 4 cars in this race that will all have an extra 30-second penalty come the pit stop window, and all 4 of those cars are in the top 7 of the grid. So let's guide you through that grid then and pick out the starting drivers. Number 79, Mark Chilton, lines up on pole position now. He won the 80s group at Snetterton. He won the race overall in what was dominant fashion, really. It was a 66-second lead that he had when the checkered flag came out, so he's got an extra 30 seconds in the pits, and alongside it is the number 1 car, which is driven by Tony Blake. Now that car finished second in the race at Snetterton, but it was the first 1970s car home, so that also picks up a 30-second penalty for the rest of the season. So 79 and 1 on the front row of the grid, both of them with time penalties in the pit lane. Row 2 of the grid is 22, Bill Lancashire at the wheel of his Morgan. He used to have a TVR Tuscan, but he sold that on to the Blakes, who line up ahead of him on the grid. They're in the process of rebuilding that car and sorting it out before they come out and compete in it, and Bill's now got this indecently quick Morgan, and alongside him is the 1980s winner from Thruxton, so also with a 30-second penalty. It's the grey TVR Tuscan, number 70 in the hands of Stuart Dayburn, 22 and 70 on row number 2. Row 3 of the grid is number 11. That car will be started by James Neal, and for company he's got number 12, which is Tim Bates. So that is 11 and 12 on row number 3. And row number 4 is 66, which is Alex Taylor. Now, Alex Taylor was the first of the 1970s cars home at Thruxton. So he won Group 1. That gives him the 30-second penalty for the rest of the year. And alongside him is number 4, which is Martin Ellis, so 66 and 4 on row number 4. Row 5 of the grid is car number 156, John Hammersley, and 77, which is Perry Wadhams, 156 and 77 on row number 5. And row 6 is number 40, started by Brian Robinson, and 63, Jeff Beale, back out again at the wheel of the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. He's been a busy boy today, has Jeff. So that is 40 and 63 on row number 6. Row 7 is 35, Stephen Wilson with his 944 Turbo, alongside number 44, which I don't have a start driver for, unfortunately, Jason and Louise Kennedy, with the second of the 2 Skyline GTR R32s that we've got in the field. So 35 and 44 on row number 7. Row 8 is 16, that's Paul Dolan with the BMW alongside car number 46, which is Graham Barr. 16 and 46 on row number 8. And row 9 is 47, which is Ryan Moan, starting at the wheel of the 944 Series 2. It's another 944 Series 2 alongside. It's number 85, Richard Baston. 47 and 85 on row number 9. Row 10 of the grid is number 111, that's the Chevrolet Camaro of Chaz Mallard, and number 37, that will be started the BMW E21 by Matthew Irons, 111 and 37 on row number 10. And row 11 of the grid is 27, the Ford Mustang Mark 1 of Martin Reynolds, and car number 169, which is Adam Dawson's Porsche. 27 and 169 on row number 11. Row 12 of the grid is 777, Adrian Miles, and car number 54, Tim Bentley, scheduled to start at the wheel of that BMW, 777 and 54 on row number 12. Row 13 is 25, Liam Wright with his BMW, and car number 691, which is Sanjay Talwar with his Porsche 911 SC, 25 and 691 on row number 13. Row 14 of the grid is 97, Lawrence Kopok, who was on pole position for the Jaguars that we've just had, so a quick change of tyres or maybe some fuel in that car, and that's why we've got that subtle delay, because a couple of cars in the previous race are also in this one. Just give the drivers time to do what they need to do. And alongside him on the 14th row of the grid is car number 191, which is scheduled to be started by Hugh Gurney, 97 and 191 on row number 14. Row 15 of the grid, well, there'll be a gap on the inside where we were scheduled to have had car number 74, which was William James Dingle, but they've withdrawn their Porsche 944, and therefore on their own, unless a revised grid has been issued, is car number 154, which is the BMW of Stephen Scott Dunwoody. 74 should be missing, and then 154 will be on its own on that 15th row of the grid. Row number 16 of the grid is 33, Nick Whitaker, and 351, which is Darren Claydon, both of those Porsche 944s on that 16th row of the grid, 33 and 351. Row 17 of the grid is 131, Chris Pidcock should start at the wheel of his Porsche, but his is a 924, and on the outside of that 17th row of the grid will be number 28, which is a two-car team really. It is going to be the Ford Escort, the blue Ford Escort of Chris Smith for the first part of the race, and when Chris comes into the pit lane and breaks the beam, 2 minutes later at the bottom of the pit lane will go car number 28X, and that will be Josh Smith, not driving the Ford Escort. It's two cars and two drivers. It will be a BMW for part 2 of the race, and it will be red. And that's the way you can do it in the Classic Sports Car Club. Either one driver can drive solo, two can share the same car, or you can enter as a two-car team. It's entirely up to you as to what your preference is. 1, 3, 1 and 28 on row number 17. Row 18 of the grid, I'm afraid to say we've lost the Ford Mustang GT350, number 65 of Ian Fox. That won't be out, so there should be a gap there, and alongside will be number 32, which is Simon Hampton at the wheel of the Alpha 33, so 65 probably missing, and number 32 on its own. The next row of the grid will be row number 19 of the grid, and that's where we see 36, which is Hugh Peart's Porsche 924, and 86, which is Colin Claxton's Triumph Dolomite Sprint. And then on his own at the back of the grid should be car number 20, which is Paul Barker. And that gives you the full grid for this final race at Donington Park. Now, for the moment, the cars are all there. I can see the BMW 2 Series safety car is there, but only now are the crash helmets going on the safety car personnel. So we are, I think, going to get probably the thumbs up in a moment and the signal from the officials down there for the drivers to start their engines in these cars, and then they'll head off on their final formation lap for the rolling start that is scheduled for this 40-minute race. So, safety car driver in, countdown will happen in the assembly area, and then they will be off and running. Now, the first race of the year that we had, Stuart Dayburn, as I say, at Thruxton, claimed the victory, so that's why he's got the 30-second penalty. He claimed victory by just over 30 seconds in the end. It's 34 seconds almost that he grabbed the victory from Bill Lancashire. Well, Stuart Dayburn lines up on the outside of row number 2 in the grey TVR Tuscan. Bill Lancashire, who finished second at Thruxton, lines up on the inside of row number 2. Alex Taylor, who finished third at Thruxton, lies 7th on the grid. And Tony and Aston Blake, who finished 4th at Thruxton, sit on the front row of the grid. So we've got all of the cars roughly where they ought to have been. Then we went to Snetterton, another fast circuit, but some technical sections involved in it. Number 79, Mark Chilton, claimed the win. Well, Mark starts from pole position for this one. Second was the pairing of father and son, Tony and Aston Blake, at the wheel of their Porsche. They joined Mark Chilton on the front row of the grid. Third at Snetterton was the number 63 Talbot Sunbeam Lotus of Jeff Beale. Well, third at Snetterton, but only 12th in qualifying this morning, so a little bit of work maybe to be done there. And fourth at Snetterton. The car had only just had a new engine fitted, but it was a great result really for car number 12, which was Tim Bates. He finished 4th. He was some way distant in 4th place, but he was actually given a 30-second penalty for an incorrect or short pit stop as well. And Tim Bates lines up 6th on this grid. So again, we've got all of the cars at the sharp end at both Thruxton and Snetterton, all at the sharp end of the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics grid. And again, it's that same format. It is a 40-minute race. The pit window opens after 10 minutes of the race, i.e. 30 minutes remaining, remains open for 15 minutes and closes for the final 15. And during that period of time, no matter whether you share the car or not, or whether you're part of a two-car team, because we do have that one out there, that you break the beam at pit lane in, and only 2 minutes later at pit lane exit can you leave the pit lane. There are 4 cars, however, that have to wait for 2 minutes and 30 seconds because of their victories in their respective groups, whether it be at Thruxton or Snetterton. It's both of the cars on the front row of the grid. So Mark Chilton, the winner of the 80s group at Snetterton, extra 30 seconds in the pits. The number 1 Porsche of Tony Blake that sits alongside, an extra 30 seconds because that won the 70s group at Snetterton. The second row of the grid, the grey TVR Tuscan of Stuart Dayburn, he won the 80s group at Thruxton, so he's got the extra 30 seconds. And on the 4th row of the grid, the number 66 Mazda RX-7, the turbocharged rotary engine machine of Alex Taylor. He was the first of the 1970s cars home at Thruxton, so he will also have a 30-second penalty to serve in addition to the standard time. So the cars are on their final formation lap. We will also try and keep you updated as to who's winning the groups as well, because that's important for the closing stages of the season, when they carry any penalties from today forward to the next race that will be taking place at Castle Combe, and then the final race of the season that will take place at Mallory Park in this changed and revised and shortened 2020 season for the Classic Sports Car Club, but the cars are just now starting the front of them, at least, of the queue to head down in towards the Roberts chicane. 40 minutes showing on the clock. Final race of the day about to get underway. Quick time check. This was scheduled to start at 18:15. It's 18:16 now, and we get the race underway. Bang on cue again, thanks to the officials and the marshals for ensuring that we are absolutely on time with where we need to be. So red lights are on the gantry. Safety car has peeled its way in, and as the cars head up towards the gantry, the lights will flick their way out, and Mark Chilton rockets into the lead of the race at the wheel of his Nissan Skyline. Second position, looks like it might be Bill Lancashire who's through into second position. Yeah, from third on the grid, Bill gets a good run at the wheel of the Morgan and is up into second position, with Tony Blake dropping down into third place. Tony won't mind me saying, but the quicker driver of the two, Aston, his son, is scheduled to get on board for part 2 of the race. But it is Mark Chilton from Bill Lancashire. It's the Nissan Skyline from the Morgan. First and second places. A little bit of dust being raised at various parts around the circuit. Don't worry about that. That's just largely cement dust that's been put down from one of the earlier races. It's just being kicked into the sky. And as they head now down through the Craner curves for the first time, we can see that the battles are already resuming. Yeah, lots of older 3 Series all squabbling away up towards Schwantz curve. But for the lead of the race, it is sprinting away now. Mark Chilton. Looks though Tony Blake has lost out there to the TVR Tuscan, so Stuart Dayburn's now gone through into third place. Mark Chilton so quick in a straight line. Crumbs, the 2.6 litre turbocharged R32 Nissan is like a rocket ship down the straight in towards the braking area for the Roberts chicane. In the pit lane, that's the second car, a part of the two-car team, so we don't need to worry about that one, because that car will rejoin only when the pit window opens, so that's why it's number 28X. But Mark Chilton, you're watching that on the live stream at home, that is. Mark Chilton leads by 2.8 seconds on completion of the first lap of the race, from Bill Lancashire in second place, Stuart Dayburn in third place, Tim Bates did manage to move himself up into fourth place. Up to fifth comes Alex Taylor, and I'm afraid to say down to sixth place, having started on the front row of the grid, is Tony Blake at the wheel of the 911 RSR, the number 1 car. That was the most successful car in the series last year, but in the hands of Tony, he's just dropping down through the order as he heads down through the Craner curves. His son Aston Blake will take over for part 2 of the race, a car that is always immaculately prepared. Quick replay, Mark Chilton, and well, Bill Lancashire really sideways. The tail end of the Morgan on lap number 1 almost got away from him heading round through McLean's corner, and well, by the skin of his teeth and with a bit of arm twirling as well, Bill Lancashire was able to wrestle the big +8 Morgan, the 4.6 litre, back under his spell, but that was just cold rear tyres that almost caught him out there on the first lap of the race. So Mark Chilton about to come through and over the start finish line, complete lap number 2. In qualifying, his average speed for the pole position lap was 93.25 miles an hour as an average speed, and he is already only 0.6 of a second away from his pole position time on what is just his first flying lap. So Bill Lancashire is, according to the time screen, dropping down through the order, but I think it's a transponder that isn't working on that particular car. Mark Chilton having a comfortable lead in the early stages of this one. Tony Blake at the wheel of the number 1 Porsche didn't lose any more places on that lap, so started on the front row of the grid and dropped down towards the bottom of the top 6, but still able to press on. Number 77 Perry Wadhams. Alright, Bill Lancashire into the pit lane, so Bill Lancashire did not come through. I thought the transponder might not be working, but the Morgan comes into the pit lane, I'm afraid to say, so maybe that problem that he had on lap number 1, where the car almost got away from him up at McLean's corner, might be a handling issue. Perhaps something's broken on the car, and that was what caught him out, and it started to do things that he clearly really wasn't expecting up at McLean's corner. But Bill, using all of his experience, say, racing this Morgan more recently, racing TVR Tuscans in the past, he's now sold that Tuscan to the car of Tony and Aston Blake, the number 1 machine that sits there inside the top 6, so we'll see them out in that at some stage. But prior to that, Bill was a very quick Westfield racer when we had the Westfield Championship in the UK. Mark Chilton over the start finish line, chipping away at the lap time. Another improved lap time, understandably, as he settles down into this race, for which there are another 5 minutes before the pit window opens. Leading by 7 seconds already from Stuart Dayburn's TVR Tuscan that's there in second position. Third place now is Tim Bates at the wheel of that number 12 Porsche, Tim. As Bill Lancashire, I'm afraid, crash helmet coming off in the pit lane, and the Morgan is out of the race. An enormous shame for Bill. Connor Claxton's Triumph Dolomite Sprint working his way through the Roberts chicane. What I do like about the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics is just the variety again that we get. I mentioned it a few times yesterday, but Nissans, Porsches, Morgans, TVRs, Mazdas, Talbots, we've got Vauxhalls in there as well, Porsches, BMWs and Jaguars as well, and an Alfa Romeo, plus the Triumph and the Toyota at the tail end of it. So an enormous variety of marques that are represented in the Future Classics across both the cars that were produced in the 1970s and those produced in the 1980s. Up at the top section of the circuit, cars bouncing over the curb at what is Coppice Corner. Our race leader though, now 8.9 seconds to the good. Perry Wadhams looking to try and attack on the run in towards the braking area for Redgate Corner. The TVR's on the outside line, and I think the number 11 car of James Neal is again just going to hang on to that there. James Neal, who again has been another long-time racer in this series at the wheel of his, used to be an all-white 964, but it's now got the grey stripe down the centre of it, but he's got that red and white Tuscan sitting right behind him, and they're fighting for the final place inside the top six actually. So down through the old hairpin, they've got Jeff Beale sitting there as well at the wheel of the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. So it's 3 cars for 6th, 7th and 8th places as they head up towards Schwantz Curve now. So there we go, Porsche from TVR, from Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, and as they now head out of Claims and up towards Coppice, Perry Wadham's going to have another opportunity to attack. The Porsche is not slow, but in a straight line you would have thought that Perry Wadhams, with 5 litres of V8 muscle under the bonnet, should be able to close in on the Porsche, and that's exactly what he's doing as they head along the exhibition straight. James Neal makes sure he covers off any move from the TVR to get round the inside going into the corner. So Perry Wadhams takes a wide sweep into the corner, try and get a bit more momentum coming off it, which will then give him the run on the way up towards the braking area for Redgate Corner, where the drivers are now looking firmly into the sun as it starts to set, and it makes it very, very difficult, I would have thought, for their visibility going into that part of the circuit. The battle between all of those still continues, and that's the closest battle that we've got inside the top 6 at the moment, so there's no let up in the pressure for James Neal. Often shares the car with Neil Harvey, but it's Ryan Hooker who he's sharing the car with. Ryan is very, very quick driver. We did see him briefly in things like the British GT Championship, if memory serves me correctly. And for the moment, James Neal is doing a good job of keeping Perry Wadhams at bay. The rest of the order inside the top 5 all still remains the same at the moment. The 6th place battle is a tantalising one, and they're still in the same order. They're not shuffled, but they're not dropping each other. That's the amazing thing, that James Neal's still working hard to try and keep Perry Wadhams at bay. Perry Wadhams is under pressure from Talbot Sunbeam Lotus that sits behind of David Beale, and there's another Talbot Sunbeam Lotus behind that as well, which will be Martin Ellis. That car will be handed over to Matthew for part 2 of the race. Again, James Neal just holding the centre part of the circuit coming in towards the braking area for the Roberts chicane, just to make sure that the TVR is not going to sneak up his inside going into the corner. Again, more momentum coming off the corner for the TVR, and this time Perry Wadhams is on the correct side of the circuit to try and sneak his way through as they head up towards Redgate Corner. Couldn't quite do it again. The bigger, heavier car just having to brake that little bit earlier. So James Neal still is able to hang on to the place. Off further down through the order, fights going on, and in towards the braking area for the Roberts chicane. That looks as though that is Porsche Sanjay Talwar, that's car number 691 has got another one of the Porsches right behind him. So good little fight going on. That'll be Adam Dawson at the wheel of his blue Porsche that sits behind. Where will they be fighting for at this stage? That is for something like 25th position backwards, is it? No, 20th position backwards. So into the pit lane comes number 351. If that is a scheduled pit stop, that's 50 seconds too early, I'm afraid. Pit window not quite open yet. So if Darren Claydon wanted to swap the car over, you're a bit early if there's a problem with it. then you're still going to have to come back in again and do the pit stop. So out of the car jumps Darren. No, bonnet's being lifted. It was a problem for car number 351. So the bonnet is being lifted, and he will jump out of the car and see whether they might be able to fix it. Now, one car that we have lost on this lap is Perry Wadham's, I'm afraid to say, that has gone missing as well. So Perry Wadham's dropping out. Here's the TVR now, heading over the start-finish line, as we look at the Porsche that still sits there in the pit lane with work being done. So, yeah, Perry Wadham's at the wheel of the TVR Tuscan. You see the white and red car in the background of the shot. Now, that lap for Perry Wadham's was a slow one, 17 seconds slower than he's previously gone, and the one before wasn't much quicker, so there's clearly issues with his TVR that are hampering his efforts in this race. Pit window is now open as well, so final pit window of the weekend is open, and the drivers now have 15 minutes to decide when they want to head into the pit lane. Mark Chilton, in the meantime, in the lead of the race, is amongst the traffic and trying to work his way through. Last time through, the race leader did pop in the fastest lap of the race, number 79, Mark Chilton. The time was a 1 minute 16.137 for Mark Chilton. Good fight going on for third and fourth as well. Chilton's very much on his own, 18 seconds up the road. The fight for third and fourth is number 12, which is Tim Bates, fighting away with the Mazda RX-7 of Alex Taylor. They'll be down towards the old hairpin currently, and as they came over the start-finish line, one went one side of a back marker, one went the other side of a back marker. They were absolutely level with each other as well as they went either side of the traffic. Good little fight just heading in towards the braking out for the Robert chicane, but that's behind the race leader, who's about to come through and conclude another lap now, Mark Chilton. To the pit lane, we've got one of the BMW 3 Series in. That will be Paul Dolan, who is headed for the pit lane, but Mark Chilton heads up towards Redgate Corner, having put a lap on the fantastic looking ex-Marcus Bicknell Ford Mustang Mark 1 that's now in the hands of Martin Reynolds. Carves his way down through the crane of curves there, so Mark Chilton safely on his way, 20 seconds to the good at the moment over Stuart Dayburn. Well, Stuart Dayburn, like Mark Chilton, the race leader, has a 30-second additional time penalty to spend in the pits. The car that's third, number 66, Alex Taylor, also has a 30-second penalty to spend in the pit lane. So Mark Chilton really now needs to look at who's in fourth place, the first of the cars that doesn't have the penalty, and that's Tim Bates, who for the moment is 23 seconds behind the race leader. So Mark Chilton in the part one of the race hasn't opened up enough of an advantage yet to overcome the extra time he's going to have to spend in the pits. Pit lane filling up now, so into the pit lane comes James Neal to hand the car over to Ryan Hooker, say driver who spent a period of time racing in the British GT Championship, is about to jump on board that car. Ryan's familiar helmet with black with the orange. James Neal jumps out of the car, so not partnered with Neil Harvey for this weekend, but with Ryan Hooker instead. The pit lane will continue to fill up over the course of the next few moments. Another, 12 minutes of the pit window being open. There goes the Ford Mustang Mark 1 we briefly saw. Now having a quick look at what's going on down at the old hairpin, which includes the TVR Tuscan of Perry Wadham's, who, say, went off the boil, lost a raft of time, and is now back circulating again the kind of times that he was doing. So yeah, all would appear to be good for the TVR Tuscan, number 177 of Perry Wadham's, but the harm was rather done, or kind of 77 Perry Wadham's, because the time was lost earlier on, but now everything seems to be going perfectly as planned. Into the pit lane comes Lawrence Coppock, or out of the pit lane goes Lawrence Coppock at the wheel of the Jaguar XJS. Over the start-finish line towards Redgate goes a little Alpha 33. That'll be Simon Hampton that's still behind the wheel of that one, and he gets to pit lane exit just as the Jaguar XJS is feeding its way out. So Mark Chilton still continuing to lead the race. Stuart Dayburn in second place. Alex Taylor has managed to palm away the aspirations of Tim Bates, the number 12 car. So Mark Chilton up towards the braking area for Redgate Corner. He's on lap number 12. Heading out of pit lane goes Ryan Hooker. We've also got in the pit lane at this stage the number 1 Porsche, which was Tony Blake, ready to hand over to Aston Blake. So we'll see how that car gets on over the course of part 2 of the race. Should really come alive. Now, the Porsche heading up towards Redgate Corner, the white car but with the red and the blue stripes, is Tim Bates. Now, he sits in 4th position. He is the first of the cars that we had before the pit window opens that hadn't got a time penalty. So he could potentially be in a strong position if he can get into the pit surface, pit stop and get back out. I'm not going to say he's going to be in the lead of the race. There's a possibility of that. What he is likely to be, even if he is in the lead of the race, is ahead of quicker cars, and he's going to have to do lots of defending for part 2 of the race, and that's the intriguing thing as ever with this format of racing. Side by side towards Redgate Corner, Nissan Skyline fighting away with Jaguar E-Type. That will be the car of the Kennedys, which is the second of the 2 Nissan Skylines, and we've got Louise Kennedy having started that car, Lawrence Coppock behind, and then the number 4 Talbot Sunbeam Lotus that sits after that, which is currently running in 5th position in the hands of Martin Ellis. So a quick rundown of the order then. Number 79 Mark Chilton leads, number 70 Stuart Dayburn second, number 66 Alex Taylor third, number 12 Tim Bates in 4th place, 5th is number 4, which is Martin Ellis, and 6th is Perry Wadhams now, the William Tuscan, making good progress again. 7th place is the Vauxhall Astra, car number 156, which was started by John Hammersley, driver who can again trace his roots back to the British Saloon Car Championship, having started racing in the Debenhams Escort Championship, as it was called, back in the middle part of the 1980s. That car runs in 7th place, and 8th place has just died for the pit lane, which is Stephen Wilson. Chaz Mallard, number 111, is there in 9th place, completing the top 10 to give you that, is Richard Basin at the wheel of his largely blue Porsche 944. So that's the order of the top 10, with the pit window opening. A few more cars now opting to come in. So Tim Bates, number 12 in the Porsche, is in. Number 70, Stuart Dayburn at the wheel of the TVR Tuscan is in. Perry Wadhams at the wheel of his Tuscan is as yet to pit still. Basically just threading his way over the start finish line. Into the pit lane goes the beautiful looking Ford Escort Mark 1. Out on circuit though. Top of Craner Curves, presses on, and Sol Jaguar I think we've got in this field. It's been a busy last couple of races really for Lawrence Coppock, taking in the Jaguar race. Of course he's had 2 of those throughout the day and is now also taking in this final race of the day. Into the pit lane we saw Chaz Mallard's Chevrolet Camaro briefly heading in the pit lane. I think we also spotted that the number 4 car was in as well. Yes it is, so that's Martin Ellis to give way to Matthew. Martin Ellis to give way to Matthew. I was correct first time round. Now, at the moment, the car that is leading is still number 79 Mark Chilton. Second is now going to be the Mazda RX-7 of Alex Taylor. It just keeps chopping around each lap as more and more cars dive towards the pit lane. Into BMW battle, heading up towards Redgate Corner. Graham Barr under pressure at the wheel of his white 3 Series from another couple of 3 Series that are ganging up against him. That will be Paul Dolan, and then another car thereafter. That's for something like 24th and 25th position, just heading down in towards the Craner Curves, the 2 white 3 Series cars, the E30s. But Mark Chilton hasn't pitted as yet. Some 6.5 minutes still to go before he needs to pit. Pit lane looking still as busy as ever. John Hammersley's Vauxhall Astra trying to thread its way through a bit of traffic. It's Lawrence Coppock's Jaguar that's trying to get through. Tim Bates, having conducted his pit stop, also now about to squeeze his way through and past that traffic. But the top 8 cars in this race have not pitted as yet. Sanjay Talwar into the pit lane at the wheel of his Porsche, the 911 SC. In comes the Porsche 924 as well, which is going to be Hugh Peart's car. But for the top 8, still pit stops to be carried out. The Craner Curves, saw Ryan Moan very, very briefly, if you're watching on the live stream. Back to Paul Dolan at this stage, who is there in 23rd position. Perry Wadhams dives to the pit lane, and more importantly, from 4th position into the pit lane comes John Hammersley. So TVR Tuscan is in. The Vauxhall Astra comes to a halt as well. We've also got the race leader in as well. Mark Chilton comes into the pit lane. So the number 79 Nissan of Mark Chilton vacates the lead of the race for the moment, and that lead of the race will be picked up by Alex Taylor as he comes over the start-finish line. So through goes the Mazda. The number 66 Mazda now picks up the lead of the race. And has got another 5 minutes really where he can continue round on his merry way before he needs to come into the pit lane. There are still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars that haven't pitted as yet. Alex Taylor is the leader, the erstwhile racing leader, sitting in the pit lane. Mark Chilton, who had problems with his car at Thruxton and retired very early on in the race, just 4 laps into what was a 26-lap race at Thruxton, he had to retire. Again, having qualified the car fantastically well, but didn't go to plan for him. It went to plan at Snetterton. So far today, it's going to plan as well at Donington Park in the Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. Number 11, Ryan Hooker, looking to try and hunt down the car that lies ahead of him, which is the number 47 car. Now that's still Ryan Moan behind the wheel of it, so the 2 Ryans have got themselves together. Now, bonnet is up on Mark Chilton's Nissan Skyline. Is that for cooling until the 2 minutes click away? I suspect it is. And then, once the 2 minutes have counted down, close the bonnet, get it back out there. It won't be that much longer, surely, before they do that. Into the pit lane also comes the car that picked up the lead of the race. So Alex Taylor now also heading down the pit road. So number 70, Stuart Dayburn, wheel of the grey TVR Tuscan. There we go, back out of the pit lane goes our race leader. So that is the pit stop done for Mark Chilton. You can see that parked beside him, just very patiently waiting for the clock to tick away, is Alex Taylor. Mark Chilton now heads back out into the race to see what he might be able to do. Not quite sure where he will have rejoined. Have to wait until the next lap to work that through. Now there's still 1, 2, 3 cars that haven't pitted. Number 85 is now up into 3rd position according to the timing screens, but hasn't pitted as yet. That will have to come in before too much longer. That's Richard Baston at the wheel of his Porsche. We haven't had number 47 Ryan Moan into the pit lane either, and the other car that we have not had in as yet, I think has just this second arrived in. No, it's Martin Reynolds at the wheel of the Ford Mustang Mark 1. So the Mazda about to head back out onto circuit. Ryan Moan at the wheel of what was the 3rd place Porsche heads down the pit lane. Martin Reynolds still has yet to pit. Lawrence Koppock at the wheel of his Jaguar, under pressure from Stuart Dayburn that sits behind. But for Lawrence Koppock, he's in 21st position. Stuart Dayburn's in 8th, so they might be together on the circuit, but it's not for position, and I'm afraid Lawrence Koppock is off in the gravel trap up at McLean's corner. So he's had a spin, he was fighting away with the TVR, but has lost the tail end of the car and it's backed itself into the gravel trap up at McLean's corner. Adam Brown's now on board the Vauxhall Astra, which is threading its way through and past Martin Reynolds' Mustang Mark 1. That is a car that I don't think has pitted as yet. No, it hasn't. The number 27 Mustang Mark 1 is the now sole car that is still running that hasn't pitted. So he's going to have to come into the pit lane before too much longer. Alex Taylor makes his way back out of pit lane at the wheel of the Mazda. Where is he going to rejoin? He's going to rejoin directly ahead of the TVR Tuscan of Stuart Dayburn. So that will be for position as they head through Redgate Corner. Give you a full rundown of the order next time through. But certainly the Mazda and the TVR Tuscan look to be very close to each other as they came out of pit lane. But we're not seeing, there we go, down in towards the old hairpin. They are, that will be for position And then we've got problems, and I'm afraid that's Jeff Beale that's had a big problem. The Talbot Sunbeam Lotus has expired in a significant way coming out of Redgate Corner. Loads and loads of smoke coming from the tail end of it into the pit lane with 24 seconds remaining of the pit window. Perfectly timed comes Martin Reynolds. So not too late to the party, Martin Reynolds. He will be serving his pit stop, but look at the smoke that is being deposited by Jeff Beale's Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. That's Phil Seaman prepared car. Phil's here this weekend working for somebody else, but that car will be back in Phil's workshop, I'm sure, with work being done to it. It has expired in a significant way, but Jeff doing the very, very sensible thing of, as soon as the car had plumes of smoke coming from the tail end of it, he instantly pulled the car off the racing line, out of harm's way, and therefore he's able to at least allow everybody else to continue in the race. So Mark Chilton has now picked up the lead of the race once more. Martin Reynolds was briefly up to second at the wheel of the Ford Mustang Mark 1, but that was because he hadn't pitted. Lawrence Coppock's car is still sitting backwards in the gravel trap up at McLean's Corner. There is the last of the pit stoppers, if you're watching on the live stream, sitting waiting for the clock to tick away. And once we get the race leader over the start finish line this time through, we'll give you a full rundown of the order. Mark Chilton looking dominant again in this one. The car holding together, which it didn't do at Thruxton. Pit window has now closed, which say matters not, because everybody has completed their pit stops apart from the Ford Mustang, which came in before the pit window closed. He just needs to wait for the 2 minutes to click away, and then he can head back out onto circuit, Martin Reynolds. So there, through the old hairpin goes the race leader. There's Martin Reynolds waiting very, very patiently for the thumbs up to be given, and we're going to get a quick replay in the distance of Jeff Beale's car. Expired on the way in towards Redgate Corner in a very substantial way, and parked the car on the grass on the exit of the corner. Safety car coming out though, I'm afraid. So out comes the safety car, and it is going to have to wait to pick up the race leader. 13 minutes to go. Mark Chilton was leading by 22 seconds from Tim Bates, but all of that is going to evaporate to not a great deal. Yes, I'm sure there'll be some backmarker cars between the pair of them, but certainly that is going to undo some of the hard work that Mark Chilton has done. He turns his way through the Roberts chicane. This is lap number 19 that he is on. Safety car comes out of pit lane. Mark Chilton sees the safety car is coming out, backs off the gas, and is going to catch the safety car on the run towards Redgate Corner. So good deployment of the safety car there. It comes out to pick up the race leader beautifully well, so it's a perfect time to give you the rundown through the order. Number 79, Mark Chilton, leads the race. He's on lap number 20 at the moment. In second place is the number 12 car of Tim Bates, and third at the moment, Tim just coming over the start finish line now to head on to the same lap as Mark Chilton. Third at the moment is number 66, which is Alex Taylor at the wheel of the Mazda RX-7. In fourth place is number 70, which is Stuart Dayburn. Fifth place is number 11, which is Ryan Hooker, and sixth place is number 4, which will be Matthew Ellis for part 2 of the race. Stuart Dayburn has managed to get himself ahead of Alex Taylor on that lap. So actually in third place it's number 70, Stuart Dayburn. Fourth is number 66, Alex Taylor. They did swap round just before the safety car came out by the look of things. Then fifth place is Ryan Hooker. Sixth place is number 4, which is Matthew Ellis for part 2 of the race. Seventh place is number 35, which will be Stephen Wilson. Eighth place is 111, the big Chevy Camaro of Chaz Mallard. Ninth place is number 77, which is Perry Wadden, and completing the top 10 is car number 156. We saw him yesterday competing in the Coward Sports Tin Tops at the wheel of his Ford Fiesta Mark II, but Adam Brown is now at the wheel of this Vauxhall Astra Mark II. So that gives you the order of the top 10. The leading 80s car, just for the group leaders, is Mark Chilton, and the leading 70s car is Tim Bates. So it's first and second place are our 2 respective group leaders. So for Mark Chilton, if he were to remain the leading 1980s car home, that would hand him an additional 30-second penalty. So that would mean if he chooses to race at the next round, which will be at Castle Combe in Wiltshire, or opts to head towards Mallory Park in November, he would then be on a 60-second penalty in the pit lane in addition to the standard time. So 10 minutes of the race to go. Safety car heading up towards Redgate Corner. Mark Chilton is the first of the cars in the queue. Where's Tim Bates? He's going to be something like about at least the 10th or 12th car in the grid, in the order, if not something else. The one good thing about the safety car having catch the leader is that we don't need to shuffle the order, so as soon as the incident has been cleared, then we will be able to get the safety car out of the way immediately without any reordering being done, and we can get back racing. Lawrence Coppock's car being recovered from where it came to rest in the gravel trap up at McLean's Corner, so that could be done under the safety car. Jeff Beale's car, I think, will just be left where it is on the inside of Redgate Corner, following his problems where the car, say, expired in a very significant way. Huge plume of smoke coming out the back of it. And so with 9 minutes to go, should hopefully be good to get back racing before too much longer. Now, Lawrence Coppock's car is still on the tow rope as such, that's connected to the telehandler up there at McLean's Corner, so it's not going to be clear this time through to get back racing. So it's going to be another 2 minute lap behind the safety car, at least 2.25 minute laps roughly is what the safety car's been doing. So as it comes over the start finish line, we should get maybe 6 further minutes of racing if we only get one more safety car lap. So I'll have to wait and see as to what we're going to be looking like. So the sun beginning to set, the moon starting to become ever more obvious in the sky at this fantastic circuit. Very picturesque and beautifully presented now, Donington Park, since it's become part of the Motorsport Vision Group owned by Jonathan Palmer. The sun just dipping below the horizon as well. Fantastic sunset that we've got here at Donington Park. And with the race scheduled to finish at 18:55, that is 7 minutes away, and we've got 8 minutes of the race to go. So again, a brilliant work done by all of our marshals and officials and breakdown crews and the guys that are on the snatch vehicles as well, just to make sure that any incidents that we've had have all been cleared out of the way. Marshals.co.uk if you're watching on the stream and want to join our voluntary marshals ranks, whether it be here at Donington Park or any event. Log on to marshals.co.uk and stick your name down, and when we get Taster Days back up and running again, then we can invite you along to a race meeting and show you the ropes as such. So we will say thank you to them now, because once we get the race done and dusted, the circuit commentary here will stop, and that's what the marshals want to hear the thank yous for, and then we will hand down to Ian Waterhouse again for our final driver interviews of the weekend. So I shall be signing off from the circuit commentary, but the stream will continue for another few minutes thereafter whilst we interview the drivers. So safety car hopefully will peel its way into the pit lane at the end of this lap. The telehandler, I think, is just about to disappear behind the barriers up at Coppice Corner. The lights are out on the safety car, so it looks as though we are going to be good to get back racing at the end of this lap. And I said there'd be about 6 minutes ish to go. We'll probably have about 6 minutes and 20 seconds of racing still to go at the end of this one by the time the cars come over the start finish line, and we'll see as to whether Mark Chilton is on for win number 2 of the season. Lawrence Coppock, whose car was dragged out of the gravel, indicates and heads into the pit lane, so that's him done and dusted for the day. The safety car will be the next car into the pit lane, and then Mark Chilton will get the race back underway here at Donington Park. So Mark Chilton propels himself up towards the braking area for Redgate Corner. He's got plenty of slower cars and back marker cars between himself and Tim Bates, so Mark Chilton already through. Tim Bates only now heads over the start finish line in second place. Had to wait and blend off the throttle before he was able to overtake, but he overtook the first of those cars exactly at the start finish line. You do it before, you end up in trouble. Do it afterwards, you're absolutely fine. So there was 11.5 seconds gap between Mark Chilton and Tim Bates, and that's only going to get larger because Mark Chilton has got clear road to accelerate into, and Tim Bates has got all of the other cars to try and overtake before he's then got clear track to see what he might be able to do. Stuart Dayburn at the wheel of the TVR Tuscan is there in third place, and Alex Taylor completes the top 4 at the wheel of the Mazda. But of course they've all bunched up a little bit over the course of the last few minutes whilst we've been recovering Lawrence Kopach's car from the position at which it came to rest. So hordes of cars heading round through McLean's Corner and up towards Coppice. Mark Chilton will be heading up towards the conclusion of another lap before too much longer. In towards the Robert chicane he will come. We've got problems for Hugh Peart, I'm afraid. The 924 has now stopped out on circuit somewhere. It looks as though it's quite close to the edge of the track as well. Not quite sure what happened with him. Mark Chilton has rocketed his way over the start-finish line. Where is the second place car? Well, Perry Wadhams is heading towards us with the lights ablaze on the TVR Tuscan. You can't miss that car. He has got Adam Brown's Vauxhall Astra right behind. They're fighting for 9th and 10th position. TVR from Vauxhall Astra heading up towards Redgate Corner. But for the car that's in second place, the number 12 car of Tim Bates, there he goes, sneaking his way through the traffic, the number 12 Porsche, up the inside of some slower cars as he tries to work his way through the traffic. So Mark Chilton and Tim Bates, Perry Wadhams at the wheel of the TVR, and Adam Brown, who are close together coming over the start-finish line. TVR seems to have got the upper hand there, and in 9th place it just pulled away from the 10th place car. But for Mark Chilton, he is looking good for the win here, out of Coppice Corner. 4 minutes to go, looking to try and build another significant advantage like he did at Snetterton, where he won by 66 seconds. Checker flag's coming out early though. Checker flag is coming out with 4 minutes to go, and Mark Chilton is going to claim the win over the start-finish line. Mark Chilton claims the win there. Just spotted the checkered flag that was going out early. We've got 4 minutes to go, but opting to bring it out early as the sun begins to set and the light starts to fade. It will be in second place. Tim Bates now comes through over the start-finish line at the wheel of the Porsche with 2 strikes down the centre. Tim Bates finishes in second place. Alex Taylor is not going to finish in third on the final lap. The grey TVR Tuscan got through in hands of Stuart Dayburn. So Stuart Dayburn, number 70, finishes in third place. Alex Taylor, number 66, in fourth place. Fifth place will be the number 11 car, which was James Neal for the start of the race. Ryan Hooker for part 2. Sixth place is number 4, which was Martin Ellis and Matthew Ellis, who brought it towards the checker flag. Seventh is number 35, which is Stephen Wilson. 8th place is 111 Chaz Mallard. 9th is number 77 Perry Wadhams, who did fend off the aspirations of the Vauxhall Astra that completes the top 10. Car number 156, started by John Hammersley, brought towards the checkered flag by Adam Brown. As for the group winners, well, it's first and second in reality. The first car home in Group 2, which is for the 1980s cars, was Mark Chilton, the race winner, who won by 17 seconds in the end from the car that finished in second place, but was the Group 1 winner for the first of the 1970s cars home, and that was Tim Bates. So that concludes, circuit-wise at least, what has been a great day of racing, great weekend of racing from the Classic Sports Car Club. I will say it again before I say my goodbyes and hand you down to Ian Waterhouse if you're watching on the stream for the final few interviews. Massive thanks to our marshals and officials. Not only have they had 2 long days, they have hopefully been treated to some very full grids, nearly full grids for every single race that we've had. Some excellent racing, in particular probably yesterday more so than today, but some great racing throughout the course of the weekend, and they have given their time freely, and we couldn't go racing without them. So to all of the marshals, my sincere thanks to them. And for all of you tuning in onto the Classic Sports Car Club stream, thanks for watching, but don't go anywhere just as yet, because we've still got a couple of drivers to chat to in a few moments' time. So the cars are making their way into the pit lane. That is it for the circuit for the day. So from myself, Mark Werrell, I hope you've enjoyed your day spectating here at the circuit. I hope you've enjoyed the live stream, but don't disappear if you're watching the live stream online. I'm going to hand you downstairs for the final time this weekend to Ian Waterhouse. So from myself, it's goodbye.
Well, that was an exciting race, wasn't it? What a wonderful way to end the weekend's racing. We're just down here at Winners Row right now, or I've dubbed it Winners Row anyway. A little bit different procedure this weekend because of obviously COVID. The cars come straight through, so they don't actually stop in Parc Fermé. As you can see behind me there, it looks like we have our winner, don't we? Mark Chilton took the race win there amongst the safety car problems, etc. We'll grab a quick word with Mark if we'll just get him to come round here. and this fine Nissan Skyline. Look at this, it was making some noise, wasn't it, as it's powering down the main straight here at Donington Park. Just give him a second to straighten the wheels up. I'll tell you what, it's nice and warm. It's quite chilly here today, but actually we're blowing a nice bit of warm air down here because Mark is just getting himself comfortable. We'll have a quick word with him, let him get out of the car as well. He's got a smile on his face, hasn't he? Mark, congratulations. Early first half of the race, it was pretty comfortable, wasn't it? Safety car kind of changed things a little bit.
Yeah, luckily we'd already pitted. I think if we hadn't done, we might have got caught back in. I think we might have done enough anyway. It was going well. I think
you were super. I mean, I think you had sort of a 30-second lead at one point. The way that you were coming down the straight in this car, you were on it the whole race.
I had to be because I didn't know how fast Bill was going to be after the pit stop. So usually, if I'm leading, I would take it slightly easier, but it was flat out.
So there's no concern about the tyres or anything. You're confident they were going to hold out for the whole race, and they did.
It is a heavy car, so you can feel probably at 10 minutes in, you do have to drive slightly slower. But it's got a load of different boost settings, so it's only on the lowest. So
right.
I can't make to. Sounds a bit sick, but I can't wait to have the minute penalty at Castle Combe and wind it up and see what we can do, sort of thing.
Well, look, congratulations, Mark Chilton, the outright race winner there. Fantastic stuff. Well done. I'll let you get and a great way to finish the weekend, wasn't it? So there we go. Little congratulations across the park. Thank you so much for watching. It's been such a wonderful weekend's action. I really, really hope you've enjoyed it. I just want to echo Mark Werrell's words as well with regards to thanking all of the marshals. Of course, we wouldn't be able to go racing if it wasn't for the marshals. So it's time for us to say goodbye here at Donington Park, and of course, until next time, do drive safely.